Welcome to GOAT James Kingdom, where basketball lives forever. Here in GOAT James Kingdom, we attack the GOAT debate head on, where we challenge all Michael Jordan fans and all LeBron detractors to who is the GOAT of basketball. You can catch us every Sunday noon Eastern Time, right here on the GOAT James Kingdom channel, for the GOAT James Kingdom show with B. Lee and Ajani. Also, we go live Friday nights with the Friday Night Exposure with the Exposer, where you catch special shows and content as a GOAT James Kingdom follower and subscriber. Also, check out the GOAT James Kingdom membership, where you can get exclusive content.
I am so tired of the Kobe disrespect, bro. Number one, let me just say this. If everybody could have won with Shaq, why wasn't anybody winning with Shaq? If everybody can win with Shaquille O'Neal, why wasn't Eddie Jones and Nick Van Exel winning? That was one of the best backcourts in the league at the time, correct? Oh, okay.
Nigga, did you know that I can see you?
Now they played Michael Jordan. They beat Mike, right? They beat Mike. What was that? 95, 96, 96.
I guess the argument would be Shaq wasn't ready to win yet, because that was a
Shaq wasn't
goalpost.
ready to win yet.
That was a goalpost that I got pivoted off to.
Oh, okay.
That was my first time hearing that too.
This Kobe and T-Mac conversation, you know, I wasn't gonna really say anything about it because truth be told, I love T-Mac. You know what I'm saying? T-Mac's one of my favorite players of all time. You know what I'm saying? But it's unfortunate that we're here and everybody wants to bring up Kobe winning with Shaq as far as I would have won a ring in that situation. What I want to say is, and what I want to talk about is, why is that the only situation that gets brought up when replacing said player with said player?
And not only that, why is that the only situation where we do that and then niggas will immediately be like, yep, I immediately just would have won. Even though
I just would have won. Yeah.
Even though I tried to do the same thing with him with Clay. He was like, nah, the defense. I'm like, okay.
Klay Thompson is a bridge too far. But yeah, I'm just gonna replace Kobe and that's fine. You know what I'm saying? Like this is crazy work.
Are you crying? No.
Are you crying? Are you crying? There's no crying.
Why don't you leave her alone, Jimmy?
Oh, you zip it, Doris.
Thank you.
Better, Mom.
Omar. Yeah. Omar coming, yo. Omar coming, yo. Did you hear that? Omar coming. Come on. Get out of here, yo. Omar coming. Put that shit down. I said Omar coming, yo. Somebody is coming now. Come on, let's go. Yeah.
Peace and blessings, y'all. I can't believe I did it to myself again. I put myself on mute. What's good, ladies and gentlemen? My bad. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the GOAT James Kingdom channel. I'm Ajani, the Exposer. We are here for a special live stream right here on the GOAT James Kingdom channel. Y'all hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Also hit the comment. And like I said, become a member of the GOAT James Kingdom channel because we're going to be doing special live streams like this right here on GOAT James Kingdom. Tonight's show is again about Shaquille O'Neal. Shaquille O'Neal has been disrespected far too long in this conversation. Everything that y'all been saying about people being disrespected, the one person who's been disrespected in this whole conversation about T-Mac and Kobe Bryant and nonsense like that has been Shaquille O'Neal. And this is what Kobe Bryant fans do. They are very disruptive, very, very deflective, right? And they have took the conversation away from the idea that T-Mac said he would win championships with Shaquille O'Neal. And that is a fact, ladies and gentlemen. He would win multiple championships. I'm here tonight to show you guys that Shaquille O'Neal was winning those championships with or without Kobe Bryant. And on top of that, he would have won more championships if it wasn't for Kobe Bryant. He would have won more championships if it wasn't for Kobe Bryant. And this is what Kobe Bryant fans have done. They have disrupted this whole argument. They have changed everything about the narrative, about what Tracy McGrady, first of all, was trying to explain to everybody. The reason he used Shaquille O'Neal, and I'm going to prove it to you tonight, is that there is nobody like Shaquille O'Neal from 2000 to 2002. There's nothing like Shaquille O'Neal at that time. So when you sit here and tell me that Shaq's not winning because of Kobe Bryant is not on his team, and he's only going to win 1 or 0 championships with Tracy McGrady, you are doing Shaquille O'Neal a disservice. Shaquille O'Neal is one of the greatest players we've ever seen in our lifetime. And during the span, he has one of the greatest peaks we've ever seen. He was one of the most dominant players in NBA history. The fact that we're going to sit here and try to act like Shaquille O'Neal needed Kobe Bryant to win those 3 championships, when in reality, he could have won 4 to 5 championships during that same span while he was with Kobe Bryant from 2000 to 2005. And then to have guys like Lowe and this other guy, Real Talk, JT, bully Tracy McGrady, bully Gilbert Arenas into all of this nonsense because they can't accept the fact that Kobe Bryant around that time wasn't that much different than anybody else. Eventually, Kobe Bryant became the player who he became. And we're going to talk about that as well. But the fact of the matter is that Shaq was the most dominant player we ever seen. And during that span, giving him Phil Jackson and the triangle offense and building a system around Shaq was going to lead to championships. And I can name several other players that could easily replace Kobe Bryant. And that's what Tracy McGrady talked about, I guess, on the interview today about how he shouldn't have mentioned Kobe Bryant's name, because that's what you guys do. You get real zesty and you want to get into an argument. But tonight's going to be your night to have that argument. You're going to be able to have that argument. I'm going to put the panel link up for you guys to show up here. And it's going to just be one-on-one because I know how you zesty Jeffrey Kobe Bryant fans get. You want to try to triple-double team me. Don't let me speak. I'm going to let you step up here and tell me all the lies about Kobe Bryant. Then I'm going to expose you for lying about Kobe Bryant. And then secondly, I'm going to expose you for disrespecting Shaquille O'Neal. Because Shaquille O'Neal is why the Lakers won 3 championships during that span. And like I said, if it wasn't for Kobe Bryant, they would have won more championships. Kobe Bryant costed the Lakers championships. And those are the facts. But y'all not going to like this conversation. I've been wanting to do this show for a very long time because Shaq is the man. Shaq was the man. But first of all, let me give some shout out to some GJK members in the building. I see you in the building. Shaq was dominated but limited. There's no such thing as being dominant and limited. When we tell you Jordan had no left hand and he was limited going left, you're going to say he was still dominant. Don't do that. Don't get zesty Jeffrey here. Do not get zesty Jeffrey here. Shaq's the reason why they didn't four-peat. False. Because Kobe was at his prime in 2003. Kobe was at his all-time best. So why is he waiting on Shaq to win a championship? Since he's the reason why Shaq won in 2001 and 2002. If Kobe's the reason why they won in 2001 and 2002, how are you blaming him for 2003? Don't do that. You're already proving my point. Nobody believes that. I don't care what people believe. I care what you know. Tell me what you know. I don't care what you believe in. I don't care what you believe in. I got nothing but time for you today, Herm. You're going to have your chance again to speak. We're going to have all your chance to speak. I know my bad, y'all. Again, I forgot to put the microphone on to start the show. I forgot to do that. That's my fault. I'm ready for you, Zesty Jeffries, today, though. Mr. Duke's in the building. Peace and blessings. Shout out to you, a true LeBron fan. So we're going to have some fun here tonight, and we're going to talk basketball because that's all you Zesty Jeffries cannot do. And funny thing is about Kobe Bryant is that this is the only player that if we're ever going to talk only basketball, it should be Kobe Bryant. But watch every Kobe Bryant fan and Zesty Jeffrey bring up everything about Kobe Bryant but basketball when I start filleting y'all with this information. You guys don't want this smoke. Of course, he didn't answer questions. He never answered questions. He brought up some silliness about the Memphis Grizzlies. They always deflect to start another argument. So now we got to argue about whether or not John Morant is more valuable to this team or not. That's how they switch the argument. They don't stay on point. Shout out to you, Twain Ganner, a DJK member. Peace and blessings. That's what they do.
LeBron James.
But that's what they do.
LeBron James.
But first off, we already told y'all Tracy McGrady could win championships with Shaquille O'Neal. Not only would he win championships with Shaquille O'Neal, I would say between that span right there, Tracy McGrady and Shaquille O'Neal are winning more than 3 NBA championships. And Tracy McGrady would be playing with the Lakers longer than 2004 without Shaquille O'Neal being ran away. So they would actually have more chances to win championships. But we already had that live stream. That was y'all arguing about who would be the better sidekick. We already established Kobe is a sidekick. And you can't be mad that he was a sidekick. He was a second option. That was one of the first things that Phil Jackson wanted to establish when he became the head coach of the Los Angeles Lakers, was who was the first option alpha dog of the team. And he told Kobe, it is Shaq, Shaquille O'Neal. So much so that Shaq came in prepared, in shape, ready to go for that 2000 season, which we all know what happened that 2000 season with Shaquille O'Neal primed and ready to go under Phil Jackson's guidance and tutelage. Those are all the facts. Again, you're going to talk about me, but never talk basketball. That's what you're good for as Zesty Jeffries. That's why I call you Zesty Jeffries. You're going to talk about me, not basketball. While I have an entire stream for hours tonight talking basketball and bringing up Kobe fans and Zesty Jeffries alike and watching all of them get exposed one by one. Because I'm tired of this. Y'all going to stop disrespecting Shaquille O'Neal. Shaquille O'Neal is a 4-time NBA champion as a leader, as the top dog, as the main guy. That's what Shaquille O'Neal is. There's nothing else to take away from Shaquille O'Neal. And with me saying this, I still have Kobe over Shaq on my all-time list. So when you come here, bring that fire or become the fire with no one to extinguish. You could come up too here, Mingo Jester. I would love to hear your cap. I would love to hear your cap. There's no such thing as a co-leader. Kobe was not liked in the locker room. He barely got along with his teammates. Kobe was up at 4 o'clock in the morning in the gym. His teammates was at the club at 4 o'clock in the morning. Kobe was not no leader of the Los Angeles Lakers during that 3-peat run. Shaq was the leader of that team. So I already told y'all, and I already explained to y'all that I can replace Kobe Bryant. So before we get to anything else, and before you want to dive into anything else about how Shaquille can't win no championships without Kobe, or those 3 championships without Kobe, first off, you got to go find me who's out here doing what Shaq is doing. That's what you got to do for me. If you could do that for me, then we can have a conversation. Go show me between the 2000 and 2004 NBA seasons, for those 5 seasons he was with Kobe, somebody that was doing what Shaquille O'Neal was doing. Go do that. Go do that. Because that's what you got to do. Those are the things that you have to do. These are things you must do. Because that's the reason why the Lakers are winning 3 NBA championships. Because they're running around with a player like that. They could swap their roster and bring in all types of guys. They were bringing in all types of people for Shaq during that span. They were bringing in Dennis Rodman, Glenn Rice, Horace Grant, Ron Harper, Rick Fox, whatever. Just bring anybody. Just bring them along. Doesn't matter. Shaq's making it easier for everybody. Shaq's making it easier for everybody, including Kobe Bryant, who he basically made. If you don't have Shaquille O'Neal there, Kobe Bryant doesn't get to develop to the player that he was. He doesn't get benched. He's out here looking like Jordan Poole for the first 3-4 years of his career. If you let him go out and be on some scrub team without a coach telling him, yo, we can't have you acting like this and shooting like this on the basketball court. Even Jordan said it in an all-star game. This kid shooting everything in an all-star game. He was like, man, if he was on my team, I wouldn't even pass that kid the ball. Oh, y'all gonna get mad at me. And mind you, none of this knocks Kobe off my top 10 list. He's still top 10 to me. But these are all facts. But the problem is that y'all don't want to accept Shaq. Y'all trying to deny Shaq's dominance. And that's what I'm bringing up here, how Shaq was dominant. You can't bring me up nobody that was doing what Shaq was doing. You're not going to find me nobody in this span that was doing what Shaq was doing. You're not going to find it at all. They're not co-leaders on the court. Kobe's not running the triangle. Phil Jackson said it. He had to tell Kobe, you need to dial it down or we're going to trade you. These are facts, ladies and gentlemen. These are all facts. They gave the ball to Shaq. Everything went through Shaq. The offense was built for Shaq. And Kobe, in the meantime, got a chance to develop his game and prosper. I mean, we just heard Lo talk about what happened in 98, 97. Y'all act like Kobe wasn't on the 98, 99 team. Y'all act like Kobe wasn't in the game and the Lakers were down or tied or whatever, or down 2, and Kobe was airballing stuff. They were tied and he airballed a game-winning game while Shaq was on the bench because he fouled out. Then go into overtime and airball some more shots. But then you want to bring up Eddie Jones and Van Exel. When Kobe's out here just jacking up shots outside the offense. That's why him and Dale Harris didn't get along. Because Kobe wasn't playing within the scheme of the team. Kobe was cared about his stats. Kobe wants to score. That's what Kobe wanted to do. That's what he was doing in high school. He wants to score. He wants the opportunity to challenge. He wants that challenge, whether he wins or loses. But the Lakers ain't trying to do that. They're trying to win. They're trying to win. So they had to get rid of Dale Harris. They had to get rid of all those guys. But again, you ain't going to find nobody do what Shaq did for the Lakers. That's why you brought Shaq over there. That's why Shaq got the $120 million deal in 1997 to bring him over there. Because Shaq was the man. And he was going to be the man. That's why you get Phil Jackson in there. Jerry West didn't even like Phil Jackson. But brought him in there because Shaq said, I need this, please. Not to mention Kobe said it as well. Bring Phil Jackson. Of course, Kobe wants Phil Jackson. He wants to ask him every question about Michael Jordan, just like any Zesty Jeffrey would do if they sat next to Phil Jackson. Ask him everything about Mike, nothing else. So they get that. And because of that, that's when the Lakers take off. You add a motivated Shaq with Phil Jackson, 3 championships easily. And I can name a bunch of players that can do it. He doesn't need it. Again, it's the sidekick talk. It's the sidekick talk. That's all you guys can do. You're mad because Kobe was a sidekick. I already gave you what Tracy McGrady would do. And this is Tracy McGrady not having a Shaquille O'Neal to play alongside, giving him space, opening up the floor. He doesn't have that. He doesn't have that. So let's go ahead and get to the crux of the conversation. Because like I said, Shaq is winning these championships with or without Kobe. And I'm not taking away nothing from Kobe because Kobe did his thing. As you can see, Kobe was a baller. Kobe did his thing. I'm not taking nothing away from Kobe. But what I am going to take away is the fact that y'all trying to disrespect Shaq. Why y'all want to disrespect Shaq for? I don't know. I don't know what Shaq did to y'all. I don't know what Shaq did to y'all. But y'all going to sit here and argue with me about all of this. But let's go ahead and get to the players. Because I told you I would have a list of players that would win a championship in replacement of Kobe Bryant. Now, mind you, Shaquille O'Neal won a championship with a second-year Dwyane Wade at the tip end of his prime. Which we all know Dwyane Wade averaged somewhere around 26 to 27 points per game, somewhere around there, I think in the 2006 season, right? And Shaq took the Heat from a 40-something, 41 or 42-win team to a 59-win team or 58. But they won like 17-plus games, 18-plus games when Shaq was added to the Heat from 04 to 05. With Dwyane Wade balling like that. So if Shaq could be a dominant factor at the end of his prime with a uprising Dwyane Wade, helping Dwyane Wade develop into his game, there's players during 2000 and 2004 that Shaq would have won a championship with. And I'm going to bring up the same stats like I brought up for these players and explain to you why each one of these players could do it. So get your popcorn ready. Like I said, hit your like button, hit your subscribe button. Don't be afraid to become a member of the channel. Check out FYF Sports Debate, FYF Sports Debate Clips. Check out GOAT James Kingdom on all other platforms. We are live and direct, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Ajani the Exposer. I told y'all the disrespect for Shaq is going to stop in GOAT James Kingdom. We do not hate players. We speak objectively and factually about them. Their career alone stands and speaks for everything that they've done. And what Shaquille O'Neal has done is about to be spoken tonight, ladies and gentlemen. I am not playing with none of you Zesty Jeffries at all, because Shaquille O'Neal deserves every last bit of these flowers I'm going to be throwing him today. Because y'all have been taking y'all time the last 10 to 15 years, basically dissecting and just dissolving Shaq's career to nothing. Y'all even try to take away his championship in the Miami Heat. So now you want to take away the one he did in Miami. Now you want to say the three-peat ain't here. So what championships is Shaq is? When was Shaq a sidekick? Come on, ladies and gentlemen. We're talking about the diesel here. You guys got to get this right. You guys got to get this right. And we're going to get it right tonight. We're going to get it right tonight. Because y'all been lying on Shaquille O'Neal's name. So let's get back to the players, right, that would actually win a championship with Shaquille O'Neal between 2004 and 2000. And it would be more than Kobe Bryant, because they would actually fall right in line with the system of everything that Phil Jackson wanted to do. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's start with the first player. The star on the side of the player is a player, because again, you guys love to talk about what Kobe Bryant did. What Kobe Bryant did for the Lakers was be their fourth quarter scorer. The guys with the stars on them are the guys I can guarantee you are winning at least 4 championships with Shaquille O'Neal between 2000 and 2004. At least. There, you see the amount of games they play. Let's start with Allen Iverson. That's what AI is. You already know what AI is, the real AI. He's played over 300 games during that span, averaged over 29 points per game. Obviously, we know he's not that efficient, but he wasn't playing with Shaq. He averages almost 5.5 assists per game. He know he was good for playing in the passing lanes. And if he had Phil Jackson, there's a lot that we can say about Allen Iverson's career that we would say differently. He would probably end up in you guys' top 10 because him and Shaq are winning 5 championships together. Because Allen Iverson, not only does that star mean that they were a top scorer in the fourth quarter during the three-peat span as a guard, but that also means these are the players that I believe would win a championship with Shaq all the way till 2007. So they would have like 5 championships with AI and Shaquille O'Neal. Oh, yes, ladies and gentlemen, I'm bringing you nothing but the truth. Nothing but the truth. Straight up facts, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not here to lie to you. I don't bring my emotions when I come to this. The only time I bring my emotions is when y'all start disrespecting me as a man because you think I don't know basketball. Ladies and gentlemen, I was paying rent at this time. Like I told you, I had a 2-bedroom apartment at this time. I don't know where you was. Most of y'all was in elementary school. Some of y'all weren't even born yet. And if we get to the crux of this matter, Mars's parents were still in high school. Mars' parents were still in high school. So here we go. We got Allen Iverson. Again, Allen Iverson played over 300 games. Remember, we talked about how many games Kobe played. Kobe played 361 games. But what y'all going to do is start disrespecting Allen Iverson. That's what y'all going to do tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, every player I just list here will be disrespected by a Zesty Jeffrey / Kobe Bryant fan. The next player, Vince Carter. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Vince Carter. These are their stats between 2000 to 2004, a 5-year span. Vince Carter made an All-NBA team twice in this span. He averaged 24.5 points, 5 rebounds, 4 assists, and was getting a block and a steal per game, shooting out close to 45% from the field and shooting damn near 40% from the three-point land. He would have loved to play with Shaq. We would be talking about Vince Carter differently if he was playing with Shaq from 2000 to 2004, where he would have racked up 4 or 5 championships, because he would have played to 2007 with Shaquille O'Neal. Shaquille O'Neal would have never left the Lakers. Again, ladies and gentlemen, Shaquille left the Lakers in 2004 because of Kobe. That's the only reason him and Kobe should have more championships. Kobe and Shaq should have way much more championships than they have, because they should have never broken up. But Kobe did that. We got to blame Kobe. We got to call somebody out for it. It was Kobe's fault. He didn't want to wait his turn. He wasn't ready to give up the reins to Shaquille O'Neal in 99, let alone give it up when they were, obviously, Shaquille was the better player. So Vince Carter is another player that you want to add to this scenario. You can add Gary Payton to this scenario. Between 2000 and 2004, Gary Payton played over 400 games, averaged about 21 points per game and 8 assists, and he was a solid defender. There's no way you guys are going to tell me Gary Payton cannot help, because Gary Payton helped Shaquille O'Neal win a championship in 2006. at the tip end of both of their careers, playing together, and would have won a championship in 2004 if Kobe didn't cough that one up as well. So Kobe lost the one in 2004. Then he gets rid of Shaq, and Shaq goes to Miami. A year later, he adds Gary Payton back to his roster on his team. He wins a championship with a lesser Kobe Bryant and a Dwyane Wade. So don't tell me he can't win more championships if he's playing with a prime GP in 2000 and 2001 who's still making all defensive teams. Then this was going to even get y'all even more upset when I bring up this name, Jerry Stackhouse. Now, Jerry Stackhouse was very inefficient as a shooter, but he didn't have Shaquille O'Neal in the triangle offense to work with. But he was still averaging 23, 4, and 5. Solid player. If he's playing with Shaquille O'Neal, all that changes. Everything opens up for him. He gets to blossom like Kobe got a chance to blossom. He's playing with Shaq. Shaq makes it easy on everybody. Another player that's probably going to get y'all completely upset, Michael Finley. Michael Finley, in this same span between 2000 and 2004, was averaging 20 points per game, 5 rebounds, 4 assists, shooting 45% from the field and 37.5% from the three-point land. That's a shooter. And y'all keep sleeping on Michael Finley. He used to play Jordan one-on-one all the time. Jordan gave him nothing but respect. Jordan tipped his cap to Michael Finley. And the checks means that these guys were top 15 in fourth quarter scoring as guards at least one of the years between 2000 and 2002. So all these players are capable of being the fourth quarter scorer that Kobe Bryant was. And I will prove it furthermore. Because this is all I do here in GOAT James Kingdom. So hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Don't be afraid to become a member of the channel, because we are going to continue to expose Zesty Jeffrey lies and logic. We have too many Zesty Jeffreys in the Kobe Bryant fan base. And they're running around here bullying Gilbert Arenas, Tracy McGrady, and everybody to just submit to that. Kobe is by himself just this obsolete, different player, when we know that while he was playing with Shaq, that wasn't the case. I lived through it. This was one of the reasons why I had a problem with Kobe and Kobe Bryant fans from the beginning. Because they were only Kobe Bryant fans thought Kobe Bryant was who he was. Everybody else knew he wasn't that. T-Mac apologizes because y'all got mad at him for bringing up Kobe. But he did not back down and said that he's not winning championships with Shaq. He said he's winning championships with Shaq. And he's winning more with Shaq than Kobe did with Shaq. Because he's not going to argue and be frustrated that Shaq is the man on a team that he's winning championships on. The only person who would be that upset in that scenario is Kobe Bean Bryant. Those are just the facts. Those are just the facts. So let's continue the list. As you can see, we're moving on to Ray Allen. Ray Allen played over 360 games during this span. Between 2000 and 2004, averaged over 22 points per game, about 5 rebounds, 4 assists. Obviously, lights out shooter, lights out creator. Also a player that was top 15 in fourth quarter scoring as guards between 2000 and 2002. Easily could have supplemented what Kobe Bryant was bringing the Lakers without the drama, without the playing outside of the offense and playing rogue basketball on his own. You guys get mad. You guys get upset. Ray Allen won a championship with Kevin Garnett and Paul Pierce. Just 4 years later, after Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe Bryant dismantled themselves. He could win it with Shaq, because you guys cannot find me nobody that could replace Shaq. I'm finding you who can replace Kobe. And someone go tell T-Mac, stop letting these Zesty Jeffreys bully him. He was right. He was right. He played Kobe plenty of times one-on-one. He knows he's just as good as Kobe Bryant, if not better, especially in that span. The difference between them, again, is longevity. Kobe has the longevity. Kobe worked on his game and kept working on his game, and he ended up playing a 20-year career. And he had a longer prime than Tracy McGrady did. Tracy McGrady's prime was about 7 years. Kobe was obviously longer than that. So when we sitting here saying who can replace Kobe, I'm naming them. I'm keep going down the list. Eddie Jones, who got traded in the middle of the 99 seasons to give Kobe the reins because Kobe couldn't follow suit. So they had to get rid of Eddie Jones because there was too many problems. They got rid of Van Exel for the same reasons. He couldn't keep Kobe in check. Couldn't keep Kobe in check. So we got again, Jerry West is not trying to fail. He understands Kobe and Shaq's going to win him some championships. Got to get rid of him. We're going to bring in Kobe. We got Kobe. Kobe is going to eventually fall in line, and Kobe does fall in line because when they get Phil, Kobe accepts his role, and you clearly see they win 3 straight championships. But these players would all do the same thing. Eddie Jones would do the same thing under that span. He's definitely a better shooter than Kobe at that time. He's a solid defender at that time, just like Kobe made an all-defensive team multiple times during that same span. So he's not having to score as much as Kobe does, but he's still effective enough to do that. He's still effective enough under the triangle offense, playing better in a real system where he doesn't have to be the main guy. He can do his thing. It's leisure. I'm playing with Shaq. And again, he's another player that was a fourth quarter scorer for a shooting guard in the NBA at that time. One of the best. Then you have Allen Houston, another sharp shooter that you cannot leave alone. So imagine whoever's guarding Allen Houston cannot go double team Shaq. He can't. Whoever's guarding Ray Allen cannot double team Shaq. Whoever's guarding Eddie Jones cannot double team Shaq. Whoever's guarding Michael Finley cannot double team Shaq. Vince Carter cannot double team Shaq. These guys are going to hit the three-pointer. You're in trouble. The offense is going to be too deadly. You're not going to stop Shaq. You're not going to have nothing. Kobe kept teams in games playing outside the offense. We probably don't have a 7-game series against Portland if Kobe Bryant's not out here trying to beat Kobe. But let's not do that. Let's continue. Paul Pierce, another lights-out dagger player. 396 games during that span, averaged 24 points per game, over 6 rebounds, and obviously another player that was very clutch and could play fourth quarter. And he would have no problem playing in LA, his hometown, with Shaquille O'Neal, winning multiple championships. He would have never ran Shaq out of town. So he's definitely winning more championships. Like I said, the stars tell you they're winning the 3 plus more for a fact. And the checks means they can win the 3 with Shaq. Then the last player here I'm going to throw in your face is Jalen Rose, which is going to be the one that you guys are going to be the most upset about. That's the one you're going to be the most upset about.
Boo this man!
Oh, no, I'm not naming players. I'm naming stats. What they did, their production. This tells you what these players are capable of doing. See, unlike you, I understand I can look at the stats, understand what these players' ability are all about. But you guys get upset because there's players out here who didn't get the luxury of playing with Shaquille O'Neal. They didn't get the luxury of playing with somebody who was dominant as Shaquille O'Neal. They didn't have that luxury that Kobe Bryant had for the first half of his career. Then they say, I don't even want to play with Shaq no more because you already got 3 championships, and basically kick Shaq off the team and start losing, and people act like you wasn't losing when you kicked Shaq off the team. I'm not doing this to get y'all upset. I'm not. And I hope you're not upset. You should. That means you're showing some maturity, some growth as a human being, as a man. If you're not upset about the conversation we're having tonight, because the conversation tonight is factual. You can't argue stats. That's what you zesty Jeffries love to do. Argue stats. You can't argue stats. Numbers are real, actual things. Can't argue them. But you're going to try to tonight, and you will be exposed, like I said. If not, go to somebody else's channel. DreamersPro went live. Go watch his live and watch him disrespect Tracy McGrady. That's all you want. You guys don't care who gets disrespected as long as it's not Michael Jordan and Kobe. Well, guess what? Here in GOAT James Kingdom, we will definitely disrespect Michael Jordan and Kobe to Zesty Jeffries, Michael Jordan fans, and Kobe fans alike, because they are the ones who can't accept facts. It's not my fault. You believe in lies. It's all hypotheticals. Your expectations. Like Lo was talking about, when you don't meet your expectations, that's how we judge you. Your expectations of a player is also a hypothetical. Your expectations of Tracy McGrady is a hypothetical. That's what that is. The facts of the matter is he didn't win. So since y'all want to say that, just stick to that. He didn't win. But guess what? He didn't have Shaquille O'Neal as well. And that's the facts. He didn't have Shaquille O'Neal as well. So these are the players here that would easily win 3 championships. Easily win 3 championships with Shaquille O'Neal. And the ones with the stars are definitely winning more, and they're going to play further than 2004 with Shaquille O'Neal, because they themselves would not be upset at being Shaquille O'Neal's teammate and winning championships alongside Shaquille O'Neal, or because Shaquille O'Neal wasn't getting in shape, or whatever reason Kobe was all upset about. Because again, it wasn't like he just had beef with Shaq and what Shaq was doing. Kobe actually had beef with the whole team. The team was calling out Kobe, the entire team.
We wanted as a group to kind of address Kobe being selfish on the court.
Something wasn't right. Something wasn't right. I mean, I go to practice and I feel a little uncomfortable. What's this about?
The mood in the locker room was not good. So I asked the ball boys, the trainers, Jerry West, Mitch Kupchak, to leave the room. I want to talk to these players alone. And then I started out on what's going on out there, what's going on with you guys. They didn't want to talk.
It was about them thinking I was out for myself and I was being selfish, and which was totally not the case.
I talked to Jerry West about it at the time and said, Kobe doesn't really want to win if he wants it to be about him. Maybe it'd be best to move him on.
Peace and blessings, Adrian. Yes, I am a little bit, let's not say upset, but I am a little bit hyped and a little bit passionate about this discussion because the disrespect for Shaq stops here now. That's it. Shaq's winning the 3 championships with or without Kobe. And in fact, he's winning more if it wasn't for Kobe. The Lakers were winning championships under that type of situation with that lack of chemistry. As a team, as a unit. That shows you how great Phil Jackson is as a coach. He has to deal with all of this. He did the same thing with Chicago. And maybe that's just the way the NBA teams are. Maybe there isn't a bunch of teams that get along and a bunch of guys that get together and they have fun that way. Maybe that's just a fantasy of us NBA fans. But the fact of the matter is, Kobe wasn't liked by his own teammates. And the only person who was out here defending Kobe in most of the situations was Shaquille O'Neal. Because even when they were winning all these championships and Kobe was playing his role, doing what he had to do, everything was fine and dandy. Because Shaq understood I'm Shaq. Kobe's not stopping Shaq from doing anything. He's not forcing Shaq to get in shape. He's not forcing Shaq to get surgery. He's not doing nothing. Him and Shaq don't get along. Shaq don't invite him to any of the events that they don't go to dinner together. They don't hang out. They're not buddies. But they're still winning championships together. And there's no problem with that because they're professional basketball players. And Shaq understands I need to win championships and I'm winning them. And if this young kid could just keep me in line and just let me do my thing, we'll be fine. But Kobe couldn't take it anymore. Kobe wanted to get away from this. And another reason why he felt that, because it was guys like Shaq boosting his head up a little bit. Having players like Shaq talk about him like this.
Take that jersey and put your own jersey on, player.
About time now?
Yeah.
How?
Baddest duo ever, Superman and Batman.
3 rings.
Sacramento who? What? Rick who? Hi, Tara. Hi, Tara. Crazy.
Oh, when the link is up, don't go running. When the link is up, don't go running. That's all I got to say. I'm obsessed with what? Talking basketball? You obviously obsessed. You're here. You saw the title of the show. You saw the thumbnail. You know who I am. You know how I talk the game. Again, you guys are very sensitive. All you do is focus about me. Shout out to you. Peace and blessings, a GJK member.
LeBron James, LeBron James, LeBron James, LeBron James, LeBron James.
So with that being said, right, we already got, look, already being disrespectful. I'm ready for it. Because y'all are some liars. So there you have Shaq, right? You have Shaq praising Kobe, telling Kobe, man, stop acting like Mike. You your own man. You got 3 championships now. We 3-peated. We the best duo out here. I'm Superman. You Batman. You're really the next Robin. He was considered Pippen. That's calling him Pippen. Not in the sense of play style or how they play the game with their numbers and identical play style. No, as far as being the best sidekick to the most dominant force in sports, which was Shaquille O'Neal at the time, or i.e. Michael Jordan at the time. So now you have that scenario. That's why Kobe Bryant was upset. He was tired of it. Then Shaquille O'Neal decides to not even go into surgery. He decides to enjoy his offseason, just like every NBA player did at that time. I told you guys, Kobe was the guy who changed the work ethic in NBA players. During the summer, people took their time off. Like Shaq said, if I got hurt on company time, I'm going to rehab on company time. Shaq didn't come up with that on his own. That was something that was passed on from generations of NBA players who enjoyed their summer. Because back then, the reason players were playing through injury and playing tough was because the teams kept telling them, play through injury, play through this. And then only to tell them at the offseason, well, oh, you really need surgery. So now the player has to spend his offseason, instead of enjoying his money, enjoying his family, recovering, while they could have told him he needed surgery in the middle of the season. But they didn't tell him that because they forced you to go play. So Shaq had the right to go take this time off. He was always ready. Shaq was a baller. He was ready for 03 season. He was ready for 04 season. But it was still too much turmoil. Him and Shaq, and then especially what happened in 04, between the 03 summer, right? We all know what happened then. So him and Shaq completely, there was no turning back there. And then they didn't win the championship because of Kobe in 2004. So they had to disband, and that would have never happened with any of these other players that I mentioned here. Not one of these players that I mentioned here would have that happened with. Not one. Not one. So I got some GOAT James Kingdom members here first, but I'm going to bring up Mr. Magoon or Mr. McGann, whatever your damn name is, and let's see what he has to say. So go ahead and speak on the conversation. I want to hear why you think Shaquille O'Neal's not winning without Kobe.
Yo, y'all hear me?
I can hear you. It's no y'all. It's me, by myself. You and I, one-on-one. No cowardism. Bring the fire. What you got?
All right, calm down, bro.
Now, it's not calm down. You called me a hoe. Now speak like a man.
Blah, 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 blah. All right, bro. So the name of the show is like Kobe held Shaq back, right? That's what y'all, that's the whole thing.
The name of the show is Shaq is winning championships with or without Kobe. My statement is Kobe held Shaq for more championships. Yes.
All right, so I just got a question to that, right? If Shaq ain't win championships with Penny Hardaway, then why do we know that he's gonna win without Kobe? If he ain't
Because
win
the Shaq.
Hold on, let me finish, brother. If he ain't win championships before he got Kobe, then how do we know he winning without like what are you even saying with that?
Because the Shaquille O'Neal that was of 2000 was not the Shaquille of 95. The 95, 96 Shaquille O'Neal is not the same 2000 Shaq. The 2000 Shaq is a 2000 Shaq predicated off of Phil Jackson's regiment offense, and he basically told Shaq, you need to do this, that, and the third. Shaq did it, and that's why they won his championship in 2000.
Okay. Orlando was in better shape though,
no? What happened was he was in shape in Orlando. The best Shaq was in Orlando as far as shape-wise, as far as the size-wise. What happened was he moved to LA, and he played under Dale Harris. From 97, 98, and 99, Shaq, he ballooned. He went from that 270, 280 to the 350, 340. And when he got with Phil's like, you got to get down to the 325. And he did that.
Well, here's my thing, right? Before I just had to get that information from you. My thing is this: great players winning without other great players, bro. Like what? Why are we sitting here like Kobe in top 10? Kobe a piece of shit. Shaq could have won without Kobe. Like what's with all this energy to just piss on Kobe grave after he gone, man? That's what I want to know. Like why we all that? Why we gotta retroactively just dismantle the man's whole legacy now that he gone? Like why are we going there now?
Well, there's nothing about Kobe's legacy that's being dismantled other than your false perception of his legacy. His legacy is still great, whether he won those 3 championships with Shaq or not. I still think we're going to have a conversation about that on GOAT James Kingdom this Saturday, about how Kobe Bryant could be 2 championships with everything else that he has and still be a top 10 player. No one's disrespecting Kobe, but the fact that y'all are disrespecting the other great players, like I said, because yes, it does take great players to win championships, and I'm naming some great players here that Shaq would have won championships with, because Shaq was the ultimate greatest of greatest players, especially during that span. And we cannot deny that for the sake of whatever Kobe's greatness is. During that span, Shaq was better than Kobe, and Shaq was one of the most dominant players in NBA history. We've never seen nothing like this in our lifetime. This is more dominant than Akeem. This is more. None of us really see Kareem play, so we can't say we can't. That's the people we have to go to, and this is why Shaq was motivated in 2000, because he was chasing Kareem, Wilt, and Bill. Those were the people he was looking up to. He wasn't looking at Akeem Olajuwon. He wasn't looking at Patrick Ewing. He wasn't looking at Zoe. Those were his contemporaries. He was looking back at these legends, and that's why he had to win championships, and that's why he wanted Phil Jackson in town. So nobody's disrespecting Kobe. It's just the fact that Kobe was fortunate enough to be drafted and play alongside Shaquille O'Neal and have these opportunities to win these 3 championships, which, like I said, any other player that was just as good as Kobe could have done it.
Okay, but I can sit here and say that Shaq was fortunate enough to get a young dog like Kobe on his team when he was at a point in his career where he needed to win a championship to be validated. Kobe,
yeah, and you're correct. No, you're correct. He was very fortunate because he could instead of having Kobe, he could have Steve Smith. And there is that. Then right there, you could say, well, they might not win 3 championships, right? But we're not saying that. When Tracy McGrady was saying that, like again, he was saying this to let people know that I'm not really disrespecting Kobe. I'm just saying if you play me alongside Shaquille, which is an undeniable force, there's no way I'm not winning championships. There's no way, especially at that time. That's all Tracy McGrady is saying. And again, like I said, Kobe Bryant proved to everybody who he was afterwards because he went out and won 2 more championships outside of Shaquille O'Neal. Same way Shaquille O'Neal went and proved he was what he was because he won a championship outside of Kobe. But either way, when they won those championships together, it was Shaq's team. Shaq was the best player, and Shaq could have won with multiple players, which I showed you guys. Because like I said, he won with Dwyane Wade at the tip of his prime.
I mean, yeah, D-Wade was cooking that year. There's absolutely no denying that. But Shaq had to learn a lot about leadership. I think when he got to D-Wade, Shaq was a better leader by that time. So that's just a watch. My whole thing, man, like, I appreciate you letting me on the platform. I know I came in the chat kind of hot, but my whole thing is like, I feel like we done a whole lot of hating on Kobe for no reason. Now, all of a sudden, if you say Kobe top 10, you don't know basketball. All of a sudden, if you got Kobe in your top 5, you an idiot and all this shit. My thing is like this, and I'm gonna just say this one thing, then you can go ahead and let somebody else up, whatever you gotta do.
Mm-hmm.
Man played on both sides of the fucking ball for 15 fucking years. I saw this man guarding point guards at 35. I saw this man locking up Russell Westbrook in the so why do we get to now retroactively he gone and now we gotta talk about what people could do? Like you toss him away and you say it's not disrespectful. But why else would you say something like Shaq could have won without Kobe if you're not trying to disrespect him? That's a disrespectful thing to say. Now, if I came up here and I don't agree with this and I say LeBron wouldn't have won nothing without D-Wade, I'm sure a whole bunch of people in the comments would jump on my ass, probably including you. But
no, I wouldn't. No, I wouldn't.
Like Kobe, that's lame as hell.
No, again, I'm not. If you tell me you're gonna replace Dwyane Wade, like I said, with Mo Williams, no, they're not winning a championship in Miami. Of course not. That's the point. That's what makes it so crazy because the expectations placed on LeBron because he's playing with Dwyane Wade is that he should win more championships. But now this idea of giving Shaq some hypothetical player, we can't say he could win those same championships, and that's the disrespect to Shaq. Because just as much as y'all thought LeBron James was dominant enough to where no matter who was on his team when he joined the Heat, it's the same thing with Shaq. Once you put Shaq on that position and we have that type of a player, we're talking about once of a lifetime type of player. You only get them in the Shaqs, in the Michael Jordans, in the LeBrons, in the Wilt Chamberlains. You don't get that out of anywhere. This is something that we needed to cherish. So disrespecting Shaq is my problem tonight. Because I didn't even get to this point to all of the whole week worth of nonsense. But listen, Mugun, I'm going to have to let you go because I got some players in the background that I want to bring up. And again, that's how we have a conversation. But I'm not here to disrespect you. I'm not here to try you and make you feel bad about whatever way you feel. I'm just here to let you know, man, Shaquille O'Neal's that dude. And he was that dude. Shaquille O'Neal made Kobe and it doesn't take away from Kobe by saying this. I don't understand why that is. But let me bring somebody else up, a GJK member in the building, and my boy West Coast, who's also a Kingsguard member. Peace and blessings, brother.
LeBron James.
What's good with it, bro? I see you. And I disagree, bro. I disagree, but it's not because I question Shaq or how great Shaq was. I think what a lot of the people who are sticking up for Kobe have yet to say is they probably don't believe you could just plug in a T-Mac or whatever other elite wing or shooting guard was because the level of play Kobe hit or was playing at with Shaq was also all-time dominant. Like he literally set like a playoff steals and blocks record. Like you're telling me you think T-Mac is setting a playoff steals and blocks record and also being the best player in more series than not with Shaq? I don't see that. That's why I disagree.
Yeah, but nobody's saying that. Who's saying he has to do exactly what Kobe did? He just had to be good enough and talented enough and have the abilities enough to help Shaq win. And he had that. That's the point. Like you guys are making it
Right,
seem like
so-
he's going to do the identical. No, he has the same skill set, same ability. He can play defense. He can block shots. If you're telling him for 3 quarters, you don't have to worry about scoring, Tracy. Play defense. Oh, what do you think you're going to get out of Tracy? Instead of the
No,
Tracy
but
you got in Orlando, who has to give you 4 quarters of a baller of offense. He can't really take all his energy on defense. He has to have the energy for the 4th quarter. Kobe was able to legitimately rest and not worry about playing both sides of the floor all game long because he had Shaq. And even with that, he was playing out the offense. Like, that's the point. If Kobe's on Orlando, he's not winning anything because he didn't have a sidekick. He don't have nobody there. I don't even think he's going to be as successful as Tracy was. But he'll have all the stats.
Yeah, no, so the thing is this also, here's the disconnect, another thing people haven't really told you about Kobe. And I know you're probably going to disagree with it, but bear with me and let me get this off. In my opinion, after the first championship, especially when Shaq would either get injured, come in out of shape, whatever, Kobe proved if you gave him the touches, if you gave him the shots, he could be your number 1 player. So that's where the tug of war began because
yeah, you can be the number 1 player. Hold on, wait.
So hear me out.
Go ahead.
So hear me out. So that's where the tug of war started because Kobe became that player that demonstrated. Phil literally had to tell Kobe, "Hey, dial it back, man. We gotta keep the young fellas morale in, and we gotta feed him touches, pause, points, whatever." The point was, Kobe was good enough to be the number 1 option. But that's where Shaq didn't want to relinquish it. So that's where they started butting heads as well as other stuff off the court. But the point is that if Shaq had chose to be the second option, he could have been the second option to Kobe and they could have won titles. But that's where their egos clashed. There's 2 alpha men who didn't want to relinquish or didn't want to surrender ground to the other. That's where it became inevitable.
Shaq didn't have. That's the point. Shaq didn't have to till later. Kobe didn't want to deal with it anymore. That was the problem because that same span you're talking about, while Shaq was going, I think the Lakers started out 3-9 that season, so they didn't even start off good, letting Kobe lead and be the main guy. So that's what I'm trying to say. The Lakers were under 500 when they didn't have Shaquille O'Neal and they had Kobe during that span. So it's Kobe's. I don't care how great you are. Like I said, you still need that sidekick. So they both need each other because again, he's not winning it if Shaq's injured. That's what I keep telling you. Don't bring up the injury aspect of it. But the fact of the matter is that no one else is going to be upset that Shaq's the man and demanding the ball. They're going to dial it down because they're going to be winning championships. Kobe didn't care. Kobe wanted to be the greatest of all time. He already got the 3 championships. And he went and it didn't take Kobe till after he kicked Shaq off and after he started losing till he started realizing what he had to do to start winning. And I'm gonna show you why with this. But before I get to that, let me bring up Chris Ford's comment here. He says here, you got Shaq praising Kobe and a whole Michael Jordan outfit. That's kind of goofy. I don't have that. Kobe Bryant during that 2002 finals wore a different Legends outfit or jersey, full jersey uniform each game. And for that game that they won, he was just had to be wearing Michael Jordan's outfit. And Shaq felt like telling him, like, yo, bro, you need to stop being Mike. You now you're your own man. You done blossom to your own now. You don't have to act like Mike. You don't have to pretend to be Mike. That's what everybody was saying about Kobe back then. This dude wants to be Mike so bad. He walks like Mike, talks like Mike. His whole mannerisms was Michael Jordan. So he had to tell him, man, take that jersey off. Put your jersey on. You the man now. That's why he put on the 24. That's why he put on the 24 to let you know. That's what Kobe was talking about. Kobe had aspirations that were bigger than just being Shaq's sidekick. And that's what he didn't want to be, Shaq's sidekick. He did, I don't want to be Shaq's sidekick. That's it.
He did, but the reason why I brought up the injuries was because that played a reason into why Kobe got mad at Shaq, because he'd come in out of shape. So after he'd come in out of shape, Kobe'd have to pick up the slack, be the best player while Shaq either played into shape or nursed back his injuries or whatever. Right?
And that's what teammates do.
But my point is that he became the number 1 player due to injury. So then he felt like, okay, if I'm putting in the work, if I become the number 1 player, and if I'm showing you I can score 30, 40 consistently, and then this dude comes in and he's fucking lazy, like, why do I got to give him the team? Like, this should be my team. I'm putting in the work. That's why
we're winning. Because we're winning. We're not gonna win with you. I don't care how many 30-point, 40-point games you're giving me. We're not winning with you. We need Shaq. He's at his prime. We need him. We need Shaq to be Shaq. That's how we got the 3. Kobe, you need to step back. It's not your turn.
Here's the disconnect.
Because this is, you guys fall into the Kobe. That's how Kobe felt. I don't care how Kobe felt. Kobe was wrong. because he could have won more championships. And even he agreed they would have won more championships together. He only was happy because he got the 5 after Shaq. So he was good after that, but he still could have won more with Shaq, but he didn't do his job. And he says it right here when he was talking about Bill Russell.
What have you learned from Bill Russell?
Wow. So tactically speaking, because, you know, I always geek out about the game. He said, when I played, I could score the ball. I could handle the ball, and I could pass the ball. But it was really important, in order for us to win, I had to look at my teammates and say, okay, there's other players here that do that better. Therefore, I must allow them to do that. And what I do best is defend and rebound. So I'm going to completely focus on that. Let Kuzi handle the ball, right? Let Sams be the shooter, Havlicek be the shooter. And I thought that was a very, very insightful thing that I used in how I was able to go on and win those 2 championships post-Shaq.
So that's Kobe there explaining to you how he had to learn to truly be a leader, that he didn't learn until he went through that spell in 05, 06, and 07. But right before he told the Lakers, I need you to trade me because I need to go somewhere where I can be around some people that I can do this with, because I can't do it with these guys. So that's how he learned how to win those other championships, was becoming that 2007, 2008. Also learned how to be a better leader after the 2008 Olympics as well. So Kobe Bryant and all this other stuff that y'all want to talk about was very fortunate to have Shaquille O'Neal to develop into all that thing, and everybody could sit back and just say, well, he had the points and he has the championships. Because if he just had the points, he would be another Tracy McGrady. But he was fortunate enough to win those 3 with Shaq, and luckily or unluckily, they didn't win more because of Kobe. They should have won more.
Well, yeah, I'm with you. They definitely could have and should have won more. But here's another thing, though. Here's where, whether you see it the way I do or not, they were both so dominant after a certain point that because of that, that actually was a reason why Shaq doesn't have more MVPs, like league MVPs, or Kobe. Like, they both could have had more league MVPs, but because they were both so good together, the MVP voters kind of docked both of them. And that's kind of why Shaq didn't get more league MVPs pre-Miami.
I mean, listen, Shaq didn't win MVPs because, again, Iverson had a great year. Shaq, like you said, Shaq was chilling. Shaq was coasting. Shaq knew how to turn it on. Phil showed him how to do it. He understood that I can turn it on. When it's time to turn it on, I'll be ready. You don't need me in December. You don't need me in January. When do you need me? In June. I'll be ready then. Now, mind you, you can knock Shaq for that. And I knock Shaq for that because I believe Shaq would have took his craft more importantly. Yeah, he would definitely be higher on my list because he would have accomplished more. But still, he was still able to do all of that. And like I said, if Kobe would have played in line, it would have been good because by the time you get to 05, 06, Shaq is giving it up to Kobe then. And then Kobe would have by then 4 or 5 championships. But Kobe didn't care about the championships. He cared about the actual stats and what people were saying because he was tired of people saying he's just the sidekick. He's just Scottie Pippen. That's it. But let me let somebody else up. I'm going to let y'all back up, but I want to let Herm up, so I don't want nobody to disturb Herm because I know Herm's got a whole thing, a bunch of things he want to say. So I'm not going to say nothing. I'm going to let Herm go. Go ahead, Herm. Just go ahead and do your soliloquy. Go ahead.
Nah, but I'm going to ask you something. I'm going to take a different approach with you. Why you always skip to 2004? Why you skip 2003 when it comes to Shaq and Kobe's dynasty and their reign together? Because that's a forgotten year that a lot of people forgot about when it comes to Shaq and Kobe. When Shaq clearly was outplayed by Tim Duncan. Shaq basically posted Anthony Davis type of numbers. Basically only gave you 25 and 14. And the only reason they won those games because Kobe Bryant had to basically play hero ball to win games 3 and 4. But primarily they struggled due to Shaq's inability to make free throws. He wasn't as aggressive late in games because of he couldn't make any free throws in that particular series. Why you don't harp on that instead of jumping into game 4? Jumping into 2004. We understand Kobe basically threw a bitch fit and he caused mayhem in that 2004 run. But we don't talk about the year that ultimately ended their 3P when they was on verge of possibly making history in the modern era to actually get a 4P. Why you don't harp on that and just harp on 2004?
Well, that's what I did harping on. I told you that. By the time you get to 2002, Kobe no longer wanted to play that second fiddle role. He wanted to shine. Like Shaq told him, you're no longer that dude. Take off that jersey. Be that man. And he took that to heart. And he thought he was going to lead the Lakers, and he didn't allow it. He was playing out of the offense. It was so bad that they had to bring in Gary Payton and Karl Malone just the next season because it got to a head again. As bad as the Lakers was chemistry-wise in 2000, 2001, 2002, it all came to a head by 2003 because, again, Kobe was at his prime, his peak season, one of his best NBA seasons of all time. And he felt it was his team, but Shaq wasn't relinquishing. So you have this tension. Kobe's not really talking to teammates. He's not really cool with teammates. Teammates are cool with Shaq. You have a divided locker room trying to battle the Spurs in the playoffs. So they lost because of lack of chemistry based off of Kobe not realizing how to play his role, when to play his role. That's the facts.
That's actually not the case. If you look at those numbers and you go game by game, and you can look at every fourth quarter in that series, and we can run through it if you want to. That was primarily on Shaquille O'Neal. Shaquille O'Neal normally is a guy that's aggressive. He was passive in that whole series, and he was clearly abused on the defensive end because Tim Duncan, that's when he was automatic mid-range. And also Tim Duncan, Tony Parker, Manu Ginobili was basically exposing Shaquille O'Neal at every rip in the pick-and-roll actions as well. Kobe Bryant scoring actually kept him in games. It's just that Kobe had a bad showing in that game 6. But outside of that, primarily Shaq disappeared later games due to his inability to make free throws. And plus, he was getting so abused on the defensive side of the ball by Tim Duncan, Manu, and Tony Parker with the pick-and-roll action that they was doing. Shaq wasn't primarily himself. I hear a lot of guys all the time basically was killing Anthony Davis due to the fact that he put up great numbers. He gave you the stat line, but late in games, the Lakers could have never counted on Anthony Davis late in games. Shaq primarily, honestly, did the same thing Anthony Davis did. So we niggas could try to ignore that 2003 or jump to 04, in which I'm not gonna argue with anybody about 2004. But why people ignore 2003 for Shaquille O'Neal not being himself, for being the guy that's the most dominant force in the game for 2000 to 2004, from a guy dropping into basically looking like a normal guy, looking like just an all-star big with the 25 and 14 that he averaged in 2003.
Okay, so let's go to what Herm said, because like he said, I go to the stats. Game 6, fourth quarter. Spurs win this game 110-82, so I don't even know how. Well, they got blown out in the third quarter and in the fourth quarter.
We could go
okay,
no,
but
I
just want to go to game 6 because you brought me here first. I'm here now. Let's establish this. Kobe Bryant, 1 of 7 from the field, 0 of 3 from the three-pointer with a turnover, no rebounds, no blocks, no steals, no assists, no nothing. 2 points in the fourth quarter. No, I'm bringing up the fourth quarter numbers. He scored. That's what he did in the fourth quarter. Shaquille O'Neal, 2 of 4 in the fourth quarter, 2 rebounds, 1 steal, 1 block, and 5 points in that fourth quarter. The Lakers, as a team, put up 13 points outside of Shaq, who only scored 5. Medvedenko came off the bench with 4 points, and Kareem Rush scored 2. So it looks like the Lakers in general was not good enough to win this game. But for this game, in a game 6 where Kobe's supposed to be the man and take over for the Lakers, he shot 9 of 19, played 43 minutes more than Shaq, had 7 turnovers on 6 assists, which is also bad, only had 20 points in that game, while Shaquille O'Neal was 13 of 21 for 31 points and 10 rebounds with 3 blocks. Shaquille O'Neal's game score was 27.5. Kobe's was 6.7. I'm not blaming Kobe Bryant for this loss. I'm just bringing up the numbers that this man asked me to bring up. Let's go to the game before that, where they lost that game as well by only 2 points in the fourth quarter. Let's see what the Lakers did. In the fourth quarter, Shaq had 5 points, 1 of 1 from the field, 6 rebounds and a block. So that means, and Shaq went to the free throw line and hit all 3 of his free throws in this fourth quarter game versus the San Antonio Spurs. Kobe was 5 of 13, playing outside of the offense, taking bad shots. Scored 13 points. To have 13 shots and score 13 points, 3 of 8 from three-point shooting. The Lakers lose this, and mind you, the Lakers outscored the San Antonio Spurs in the fourth quarter, 30-16. But they still
was down 20 in that third.
So obviously Kobe Bryant's fourth quarter scoring did not help them in these two games. The game that they did win, which was game 4 to tie the series 2-2. Okay. If we bring up the fourth quarter scoring in that game, right? Because this is what I'm glad you brought up fourth quarter scoring. Shaquille O'Neal, 1 of 2 from the field, 9 of 10 from the free throw line in a fourth quarter. Playoff game. Crucial game 4. 11 points. Kobe, 2 of 5. 5 of 7 from the free throw line, 9 points. So Shaquille O'Neal does exactly what you said he cannot do. For that game, in game 4, Shaquille O'Neal had 29 points, 17 rebounds, 5 assists, 4 blocks, 2 steals. Kobe balled out, 35 points, 7 rebounds, 3 assists, 2 steals, 1 block. Shaq was 6 of 17 from the field. That was horrible shooting from Shaq. But in the free throws, Shaq was 17 of 23 from the free throw line. Kobe didn't have too much of a great shooting night, but he did shoot better than Shaq. He was 10 of 24, but he was 14 of 17 from the free throw line. So all this notion about Shaquille O'Neal being such a horrible shooter at the end, which we all know Shaq always told you he hit his free throws at the end of the game. And I'm glad that you brought up the fourth quarter scoring, because the fourth quarter scoring is what Kobe Bryant did. And the guys that I mentioned, this is what they did during the fourth quarters. During that same span, Kobe Bryant was winning championships for Shaquille O'Neal and the Lakers. So Allen Iverson, Vince Carter, Ray Allen, and Paul Pierce. And mind you, I told you those other players I mentioned also were dominating in the fourth quarter. And these are their year by year points per game in the fourth quarter and where they rank as guards in the NBA and what they shot during each individual year. Take your time, look at it, get your feelings in order. I'll put the link up. It's all fun and games here in GOAT James Kingdom until you get exposed. But like I keep telling y'all, go get a real Kobe Bryant fan, because every last one of y'all going to get exposed lying on Shaq's name tonight. I am not having it. I'm staying here till I can find a real Kobe Bryant fan to admit that Shaq is why Kobe has those 3 championships. And Harmon, I'm going to bring you right back up. I got Juan Boy back. Juan Boy's in the building. Peace and blessings. A GJK member. Always represent. Just like Herm. Shout out to you, Hollywood Herm. But I'm going to let you be a Kobe fan, Herm, because I know you're a real Kobe guy. But tonight, sir, you need to bring that fire. I told y'all, I got nothing but flames for y'all.
LeBron James, LeBron James, LeBron James, LeBron James, LeBron James.
So, Juan Boy, you heard what they got to say. Is anybody out here ready for the flame? Yes, Herm, go get him, Herm. Let's go. West Coast, I'll bring you back up. What you got for me, Juan Boy?
I'm hearing a lot of I'm hearing about a lot of moments from the time Kobe played with Shaq. Moments. Let's be consistent and talk about the overall aspect of it. You know what I mean? So when we talk about these moments, don't forget about the bad moments. The 22 game span where Kobe was shooting less than 50% in 14 games. Out of 22 games, he was shooting less than 50% in 14 of them. So let's get now that that's out of the way. Look at what happened in 2003. Kobe got into his what's the name? What did Kobe do? Well, Shaq did it. I know it might have not been no visual discourse for the fans to see it, but that's gonna destroy your locker room. Like, you know, cheating is wrong, and you know if you marry you shouldn't cheat or whatever. But if you get caught, you don't tell on your homie who didn't get caught. So, on top of mimicking his game after Michael Jordan, I did some further research on my own, because you know I've been posting the footage, right? I'm listening to what Phil Jackson said about Kobe on the defensive end. Now we having a different discussion. This is exactly what Phil Jackson said. The media spoils Kobe for his defensive tenacity. Like, let's say if he's playing on-ball defense, it's going to look like he's guarding hard. Yeah. But he said Kobe ball watches. I went to the tape, to a specific series without Shaq. Boris Diaw was driving on Kwame Brown. Kobe ball watching, thinking that Kwame needs help with Boris Diaw when he's about to take a shot. He goes in and tries to strip. What does Boris Diaw do with his high IQ? Kicks it out to Leandro Barbosa for the 3 because of Kobe ball watch in Game 3 of the 2004 finals. What was Kobe do? I posted that too. Letting Rip Hamilton take open jump shots. Letting Rip Hamilton get back past him so Shaq can draw the foul. Now we know Tayshaun Prince is left-handed, right? Kobe lets him drive right and finishes over him for Gary Payton to step up and contest this shot. So it's not just the Mamba mentality that was continuously having destroyed amongst the Lakers organization. It was this overrated Kobe Bryant defense. If we start breaking down Kobe's defense by film and see everything that Phil Jackson was saying, we got to do our own assessment on Kobe Bryant, not just as an overall basketball player, but definitely as a defender. Because the stuff that I'm seeing, that doesn't say all NBA defense 12 times.
Well, listen, that's another story. That's beyond the conversation because nobody's sitting around here saying Kobe's winning championships with Shaq because of his defensive prowess. Although we know, I think Kobe was a very intelligent defender. I don't think he was a ball watcher. I just don't think Kobe was willing to take risks for steals and blocks and fouling under those situations. So Herm said something. I got some other people in the background. I'm gonna put you back up here in a second, one boy. I got some other folks in the background. But I understand what you're saying about Kobe Bryant. He was definitely overrated at this time, but he proven his point. I had to stop hating on Kobe. I had to stop realizing Kobe is one of the greats of all time, bro. He's definitely top 10. And if you don't count like the 60s, like some people don't, he's definitely top 5. So we definitely got to give that respect there. But let me address somebody who's in the comments saying something real silly because they can't handle the information. Again, y'all spent too much time on Kobe and other players. All y'all do is compare who is better. Why can't y'all just talk about how great players are instead of saying who is better? That's what I'm doing tonight. My job is not here to say that Shaq is better than Kobe or not. My job is to say that Shaq is winning the championship without Kobe. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Shaq is not better than Kobe on my all-time list. I have Kobe 8th. Shaq is 11th or 12th, depending on what day I feel on it. So Kobe is better than Shaq in my eyes. Overall career, accomplished more than Shaq. But we're talking about between 2000 and 2004. Because for some reason, Kobe fans don't like 99 and 98. They like to mention that when it comes to what's his name, but they don't like to bring that. But let me bring Mac up here, and I got Herm back here because Herm said I was lying. I was trying to figure out where he said I was lying at. But again, I'm here to bring facts here tonight. The disrespect for Shaq has to stop. You guys are not going to go find me any player that you can replace so Kobe Bryant could go win 3 championships that's doing this. You're not. You're not going to go find it. You guys sat here and lied about Shaq's free throw shooting. I just want to look at a series where Shaq was balling on the free throws. The season he decided to take off and come back out of shape, he was balling in the fourth quarter, and Kobe wasn't. And this is what Shaq was doing while he was with Kobe Bryant from 2000 to 2004. And they would have won more championships if Kobe Bryant would have played real basketball. I'm talking about real basketball. Again, y'all think I'm lying. Y'all always say I'm lying. Look what Coach K had to say about Kobe in 2008. Let's not talk about Kobe from 2000 and 2002. Let's hear what he had to say about Kobe. Hold on, wait. Before we do that, let me bring up Mac. I don't want to do that. Let me bring up Mac. Mac is in the building. Peace and blessings, Mac. What do you got for me for today's discussion? As you can see, I brought up players here that could win championships with Shaq, and Shaq's winning championships with or without Kobe.
Who are you replacing Kobe with?
Here we go. Start off with Allen Iverson, Vince Carter, Gary Payton, Jerry Stackhouse, Michael Finley, Ray Allen, Eddie Jones, Allen Houston, Paul Pierce, or Jalen Rose. These are the players and their stats between 2000 to 2004, 5-year span. The star represents players that would definitely win the 3 championships with Shaquille O'Neal and actually win more because they would have not have been upset at being sidekicks for Shaquille O'Neal, and they would have won more after 2004. And then I'm going to add, obviously, the check marks for these are, again, the stars are also to add that the players with the stars are players who were top 15 as fourth quarter scorers between 2000 and 2002 in the guard position, and the guys with the checks are the ones who were at least that for a year or two during the span of that time, and they were top 15. So those are the players, and those are the players I'm naming. That you put them alongside this Shaquille O'Neal, you got championships.
That's cool. I like how you replaced a number 2 option sidekick with number 1 option. So I don't think that goes in your favor, but cool. You replaced the number 2 option sidekick with number 1 options. That's number 1. Number 2, ain't none of those guys better than Kobe Bryant defensively and would have took up the mantle of being the best perimeter defender. I think Shaq wins without Kobe as well. Don't get me wrong, because Shaq was that dominant. Maybe Allen Iverson, no brainer, they winning. Maybe a Vince Carter at that time. I don't. Other than that, like no, they're not as good as Kobe defensively. They were number 1 options for their teams, and they couldn't even make the finals out of the weak ass East. So I, you win all those players. They probably win one with Shaq. Shaq will get his one. I'm not going to doubt Shaq, but
You are
three-peating with
doubting
those
Shaq. That's
players,
exactly what you're
nah.
doing. And tonight's show is about that. For you to think that Shaq's not winning 3 with any one of these players, you're disrespecting Shaq. And that's not going to happen tonight, sir. But continue your conversation.
Okay. No, those are facts.
No, that's not fact. Shaq
is
is winning 3
dominant to get his
championships
one.
with or without Kobe Bryant, sir. That is the topic. You can't prove wrong. These guys do things that Kobe was doing at the same time. In fact, these 4 players are doing exactly what Kobe Bryant did.
Better than Kobe. They're not.
It doesn't matter.
defensively-
Lakers were not winning because of Kobe's defense. Stop praising Kobe's defense when these guys are just as good as Kobe defensively.
No,
They
they're
can all do it
not.
under the philosophy
Allen
of the
Iverson.
again.
Paul
Allen
Pierce,
Iverson
Ray
is a perfect.
Allen,
Again,
they're
all
not Kobe Bryant on defense.
okay, the same way you just said that they were first option, so they had opportunities to do things. If they had the opportunities to be like Kobe was the sidekick and have other opportunities to play defense and do that, yes, they could do that. Vince Carter has the length, the athleticism, and wisdom and the effort to play defense. Ray Allen, Paul Pierce, Allen Iverson, all these players I mentioned. Eddie Jones, he went to all defensive selections during this span. We're talking about Michael Finley. You can't tell me Michael Finley doesn't play defense. You can't tell me Gary Payton doesn't play defense. You're just making up nonsense, sir. These guys are good enough to take Shaq and win 3 championships.
In the 90s.
Huh?
What are we doing? Eddie Jones played with Shaq in the 90s.
So did
They
Kobe.
couldn't even get past Utah.
And Kobe, because Kobe was the airballing.
Oh, okay. So as a rookie, who else was going to take the shots? So that's what I'm saying.
No,
Johnny.
Kobe wasn't supposed
putting
to
up
take the shots.
It's cool
Okay.
to put up stats and numbers to go with Kobe, but you're taking number 1 options on franchise teams that put up those numbers. Anybody as a number 1 option for a franchise can put up the same numbers, I would hope, as a number 2 option. So that kind of kills your point right there. And then
No, it doesn't.
for Shaq to win 3 for Shaq to 3-peat with those Lakers and what Kobe had to do, Ray Allen never averaged 28 and 29 through a playoff run and was as good as Kobe defensively. Not Vince Carter, Eddie Jones, Gary Payton, Michael Finn. They're not averaging no 28, 29 throughout a playoff run, bro. Like Kobe did. They never did in their career. And all of a sudden you're trying to take Kobe away and say they can do that. And they not him defensively.
They can do that if they're playing along Shaquille O'Neal, who has the space and giving them the space and the freedom to do that. Because at the end of the day,
they're not going to
everybody's
have the
playing through Shaq.
ball enough to do that with playing
Mac,
with Shaq.
when you're done, let me know. Let me know. Mac,
limited.
let me know when you're done, because you're not going to cut me off ever again after tonight. Please go ahead.
You said that they can do that because Shaq creates spacing. My question to you is that if they couldn't do it as a number 1 option with all the shots in the world, how are they going to do it with a number 2 option when the game is definitely slowed down because of Shaq's pace?
Because they don't have Shaq. With Shaq, they have all of the ease that Kobe had to do what Kobe did, on top of the fact that Kobe was doing that outside of the offense. Kobe was jacking up shots that he wasn't supposed to take. He was scoring when he wasn't supposed to score. He was playing outside of the offense. They won in spite of Kobe's inefficiency to play along with his teammates. That's not happening with any one of these other players. They're all going to play system basketball and don't need to score the 28 to win. Only Kobe thought he needed to do that. Shaq could get us there. We are good enough. They all have the ability. That's what those stats say. Those stats say that they have the ability to do exactly what Kobe did. You can't accept it because you want to attach things to Kobe that doesn't exist.
No,
Kobe.
you can go ahead.
Okay,
Go ahead.
you said this. Tracy McGrady averaged more points than Kobe Bryant during this span. Why are you saying he can't average 28, 29 and win 3 championships because of defense?
No, Nobody said nothing about Tracy McGrady. When you put those
Tracy
names up
McGrady's
there,
the start. Tracy
I saw
McGrady's the
Allen
start.
Iverson, and I said, yeah, Allen Iverson can. They three
Oh
peat
yeah.
with AI.
Yeah, Vince Carter plays good defense. 6'5", long wingspan, athleticism, playing along Shaq, in Phil Jackson's system, under that system with the other. And mind you, Kobe was not the stopper. That's why they went and got the Rick Foxes. That's why they went and got the Von Harpers. That's why they went and got those other players to help, because Kobe wasn't the stopper. Stop giving Kobe things that he did not do.
Vince Carter's not the scorer. Gary Payton.
He is the scorer. He averaged 24 points during that span. Kobe only averaged 2 more points, jacking up more shots.
No, Tracy McGrady, T-Mac,
Gary Payton as well. Gary Payton plays solid
defense.
defense, and he shoots better than Kobe. He's going to definitely win, and he creates better plays for Kobe than Kobe can. So he's going to create more points just off of his assists alone. Jerry Stackhouse, the same thing. Now you can say Jerry Stackhouse can't shoot, but again, Jerry Stackhouse is not playing alongside Shaq, who is literally creating everything for everybody else. Michael Finley plays solid defense. Ray Allen plays solid defense. Eddie Jones, solid defense. You can say Allen Houston doesn't play solid defense, but he's a lights out shooter. You can't double team Shaq with him on the floor. He's lights out, and he can score on his own basis. So all these guys are still winning. Paul Pierce, let's not even mention what Paul Pierce did, because in reality, all Kobe was a fourth quarter scorer. That's all he did was score in the fourth quarter. That was his job, to close out games. All these guys can close out games, and none of them are going to be upset that Shaq's getting the praise for it. And they would have won more championships.
Oh, hold on, Johnny. Number one, Shaq played what before 2007 seasons. He played with Penny. He had Eddie Jones on his team.
Kobe, don't forget Kobe. Yeah, Kobe.
Yeah, before Kobe was in his prime. So you're talking about a rookie, second, third year Kobe.
So that was before Shaq was Shaq.
If Shaq played with Eddie Jones,
Mhm.
Nick Van Exel, who were all stars,
Mhm.
bona fide all stars, Penny Hardaway and the crew, he did not win a he didn't win a championship. The nothing changed as far as the talent and the players that he played with. Penny Hardaway was third in MVP vote in '96. He played with great players and all-stars before Kobe reached his prime. He did not win a championship. When they won a championship on the 2000 run, it was Kobe who closed the game and hit the game-winning shot over Jason Kidd. It was Kobe who scored the most points and rebounds in Game 7 of the Portland Trailblazers series and took over the game. It was Kobe when Shaq fouled out, I got it, don't worry, and ended the Pacers in Game 4 to take the 3-1 lead. It was Kobe who was down when they was up 2 with 15 seconds left, hit the 2-shot free throws to put the game out of reach in the fourth quarter to win the championship. All I'm saying is that Shaq had the opportunities with all-stars and great players, because Penny Hardaway was a great player. He had all the opportunities, but it didn't happen until Kobe became prime, and Kobe proved in the closing minutes in the fourth quarter that he could take over. I don't know if all these other players are doing that because they couldn't even do it as number one options on their own team and get to the finals.
Okay, stop lying on people's name, including Shaq. Kobe was the best player that we ever seen on the Lakers with Shaq in 2003 in their loss. Please tell me why Kobe didn't win in 2003.
First of all, they went up against a great Spurs team. Number one, number two, Game 5 when they was down by 20, Kobe brought them back in the fourth quarter. Robert Horry missed the game-winning shot. So boom, Game 5 goes to the Spurs. They up 3-2, and then they demolished them and kicked their ass in Game 6. I mean, you got to give credit to the Spurs first and foremost, but that ain't on Kobe and Shaq or why they lost. You got to give credit to the Spurs, but it came down. But if I had to choose, it came down to that Robert Horry shot. If Robert Horry hits that game-winning shot for Game 5, I think they ended in 6 because no Spurs or Lakers series ever went 7 games. So that Game 5 was the crucial game of that series.
That was I'm glad that you brought up that Game 5, because Herm said that I was lying about that Game 5 series as well when I brought up the numbers and how Kobe really wasn't the one who helped them out. In fact, like I said, Kobe cost them from winning that series as well. Just like I always say, because again, these are the fourth quarter stats for the players that I told you that would win those same 3 championships alongside Kobe's fourth quarter stats during that same time they've won championships. And again, in 2003, Kobe was supposed to be the man, and the Lakers did not win a championship. Why is that, you say, ladies and gentlemen? Well, let's go ahead and look at it so that we can all see it for ourselves. If you look at it clearly, Kobe was jacking up a bunch of shots and missing. He says Kobe's bringing them back, but Kobe's not bringing them back. Kobe's just jacking up shots. To score 13 points, he took 13 shots. Shaq hitting clutch free throws, 3 for 3. Again, stop disrupting me, sir. You're going to take this exposure like you're supposed to. When they lost in 98, you didn't blame it on the other team. You blamed it on Shaq. When you said they lost in 95 and 96, this is Kobe top 3 in MVP, just like supposedly Penny was. But the difference between 95 and 2003 and the 2000 Shaq is that it's Shaq, sir, not Kobe, not Penny. They were lucky to play alongside Shaq. Herm said I was lying bringing up these numbers. These are the same stats that he brought up because he thought that 2003 would save him just like you thought, because you guys go run with other Zesty Jeffries and lie amongst each other and decided that this lie is the best lie to run and go tell everybody else till you pop up on the GOAT James Kingdom stream and get exposed for lying. Kobe was supposed to take him home in a game 5. Well, let's not go to game 5 because they still got another game. Push to game 6. What happens in game 6? You're going to blame Shaq? You're going to say they were just a great team? Or are you going to be truthful and honest and say that Kobe didn't show up? He took 19 shots to score 20 points. Kobe didn't show up in a game 6 to win an elimination game. Show up. It's your team. You said he was why Shaq didn't. He had to be in his prime. He's been in his prime for 3 years now. Where is this Kobe Bryant at? Why is there losing? Shaq's there. Shaq's putting up his 30 points per game. What did Kobe do in the fourth quarter, ladies and gentlemen? Of a prime Kobe, who's supposed to be the reason why Shaq won 3 championship rings and took over this Laker team in 2003, went 1 of 7 in the fourth quarter in a game 6. While Shaq was 2 of 4. Kobe didn't get a rebound, didn't get an assist, didn't get a steal, didn't get a block. Kobe didn't do a goddamn thing, and that's why the Lakers lost. When they have Shaq balling, they win. When Kobe's in line, they win. When Kobe's not in line, they lose. Those are facts, sir. Kobe needed to play the sidekick role few more years, and he would have more championships with Shaq. Luckily, he won the 2 without him. That now y'all can act like he didn't. Stop lying on Shaq's name. Shaq winning championships with or without Kobe. And he's winning more if he doesn't have Kobe because he doesn't have somebody trying to take up shots just for the sake of trying to look like Mike. The floor is yours, sir. Again, I ask you, why did they lose in 2003 since Kobe was the man?
First of all, Kobe was not the man on the Lakers team. Shaq was the best player on the Lakers his whole entire time there. Kobe was not better than Shaq. I'm a Kobe guy. I got him top 5. But on the Lakers, no, Shaq was the guy. And even Phil Jackson told Kobe to reel it in after Kobe's 9 straight 40-point games. We're losing the big fella because Shaq was not getting the ball. So, okay, I won't even score 40 points again no more. We'll give the ball back to Shaq and we'll go about our team. He did do that. They lost to a great Spurs team. That's their rival. That's number 1. Number 2, when somebody in the chat say, well, 96 Penny, they lost to. Well, they lost to a great team in the Chicago Bulls. Like, I give Shaq all the credit in the world. He lost to great teams. He lost to dynasties. But he would have won a championship with or without Kobe. I agree because he's that dominant. But to say that he would have three-peated the way he did without Kobe and any other player in that league at that time, maybe Allen Iverson.
I named you
and that's
12
about
players.
Other guard, Allen Iverson, and maybe T-Mac. That's about it.
I named you more than 12, and they all did what Kobe did in the fourth quarter. And if, like I said, and they weren't even worse than Kobe. Like I said, Kobe was so bad. I mean, like y'all really just be saying stuff just to say stuff. Y'all really don't be wanting to be honest about stuff with Kobe, man.
About Kobe?
You guys brought up this series with Kobe. I didn't bring up this series with Kobe just to find out that
no series.
You brought up 2003, and I asked you why did they lose? You
brought it up. You said why did they lose in 2000?
Because I wanted to make because you brought up Shaq before Kobe, and I wanted to make sure you keep the same energy for Kobe when Kobe was the man. Because guess what? The same way Phil Jackson told Kobe to dial it back in 2004, he told Kobe the same thing when he got hired and said, "You are going to dial it back because it's Shaq's team. You're the second option." Kobe was the guy that kept going rogue to the point that Phil Jackson said, "Yo, just trade him. He doesn't want to follow the system. He doesn't want to be a part of the team." You think I'm lying? You guys always think I'm lying, but all I do is bring facts to go
nobody
James
say that.
We
Kingdom.
wanted as a group to kind of address Kobe being selfish on the court. Something wasn't right. Something wasn't right. I mean, I go to practice and I feel a little uncomfortable. What's this about?
The mood in the locker room was not good. So I asked the ball boys, the trainers, Jerry West, Mitch Kupchak, to leave the room. I want to talk to these players alone. And then I started out on what's going on out there, what's going on with you guys. They didn't want to talk.
It was about them thinking I was out for myself and I was being selfish, and which was totally not the case.
I talked to Jerry West about it at the time and said, you know, Kobe doesn't really want to win if he wants it to be about him. You know, maybe it'd be best to move him on.
So again, the players I mentioned are not only going to be able to assist Shaq in winning those 3 championships, because that's what you have to do, because Shaq's the reason why you're winning. You need to be the sidekick. Kobe didn't want to be the sidekick. He was trying to not even be the sidekick in 99. He wasn't trying to be the sidekick in 98. He got beef with Shaq all those times. He was not trying to be the sidekick, never. They were winning championships, and because they were winning championships, all that got dumped under the rug. But that rug was not hard enough to handle it, because by the time 2003 came along, Kobe had no more of it. Then 2004 came along, Kobe said, I'm done with it. And he bounced. And he's like, I don't even want to deal with this. They was like, no, stay here. We'll get rid of Shaq. Shaq went and won a championship just 2 years right after that. So I'm going to bring you back up, Matt, because I got somebody else that I want to bring up who's also a Kobe fan. I believe this is the brother, if this is the brother that I know from social media, Best Takes Podcast.
Let's go with it, man.
What's good, man? Peace and blessings. Thank you for joining the GOAT James Kingdom channel. As you know, I am here exposing Jesse Jeffries and Kobe fans alike. But you might be the Kobe fan that don't get exposed because you actually are an intelligent young man. So what do you got for me on this topic, sir?
Honestly, bro, I just wanted to say, honestly, I've been agreeing with you on this whole thing because I've been arguing with fellow Kobe fans myself. And one of the main things that's been pissing me off arguing with Kobe fans now is that they get so emotional to the point we can't even debate basketball without people getting emotional because Kobe is not unfortunate. Like, he's unfortunately, dead and gone. You know what I'm saying? And that's unfortunate. But that doesn't mean we can't talk basketball. And every time you disagree with a Kobe fan now, they just say, oh, you're just saying this because Kobe ain't here no more. Like, no, bro. I said this on one of my streams. Like, I was live on TikTok and I told a Kobe fan that Shaq was the best player throughout the entire time Kobe and Shaq did their three-peat. And Buddy was talking about Kobe was better than Shaq. And I was like, okay, whatever. Then he tried to call me a Kobe hater because of that. So with this whole thing right here, I mean, it's true. Like, you brought up the players. You have the stats. You have the evidence to show that there's other players that in Kobe situations and when he was with Shaq three-peating, they could have literally done the same thing based on the production they were actually doing on their own teams. I literally said this same thing with the whole T-Mac comments. Everybody ruling, like, I don't know if you saw it today, but I saw that T-Mac had to come out and basically say that he wasn't trying to disrespect Kobe's legacy. And respect to him, but if I was him, I wouldn't even done that because if you're
there you go, facts, exactly. Fuck them Kobe fans, bitch ass niggas, man. Go ahead, bro. I'm sorry. Fuck them bitch ass niggas, man. Go ahead. That's just my soundboard. Go ahead, brother.
Because Kobe bots, like, they just get emotional. You know what I mean? Like, if you're a real Kobe fan, you would have been on Kobe and T-Mac been friends since T-Mac first came in the league. So why would T-Mac wait till now to just start disrespecting him? And nothing that he said was disrespectful anyway. All he said was, if I was Shaq at that time, I would have three-peated. But Kobe bots sit over here and get emotional, and then want to bring up injury-prone Yao Ming. And they want to bring up, oh, well, he would have won a Paul Gasol. No one's talking about Mr. Gasol.
No, listen, this is the thing. Hold on. This is the thing, brother. This is the thing. What's your real name, brother? Or name I can call you? What's your name, brother? Because you got
David.
All right, David. So check this out, David. Tell me who you replacing Shaq with so Kobe could win 3 rings.
Nobody. Not no big man at that time. Who you?
Now, granted, I think if you team him up with Tim Duncan, they probably winning some championships. But again, they got to go up against Shaq. Who does Shaq have? Right. So that's the thing too. I think he could win with Kevin Garnett. Right. That's another good big man at that time.
Yeah,
right.
He almost teammates with KG anyway.
No, he
That
can
also,
definitely. Yeah, and this is my thing. My thing is that Tim Duncan and KG will both play second fiddle to Kobe. They'll let Kobe play Kobe. Only Shaq and Kobe couldn't get along with each other for some reason. That's just two idiots. And I'm not going to say Shaq is completely right about what he did, but I understand that in the NBA at that time, he's the veteran. He has the seniority. The coaches everybody's on Shaq's side. Kobe just couldn't wait. Kobe didn't want to wait his turn. He had to wait another 2-3 years. Kobe was like, no, I need it now because I'm called Scottie Pippen.
yeah. Again, Kobe's whole thing, and this is why I hate when these irrational Kobe fans want to sit up here and just say, "Oh, the whole time Kobe Bryant was playing, it was about championships." Yo, if it was about championships, he would have had no problem being the second option. I don't like Kobe fans have this thing where like they want to remix second option names. So instead of just calling him a sidekick, they'll be like, "Oh, he's 1B." Nigga, B comes after A, so I'm still the second option. Like B is the second letter in the alphabet. So if you call a nigga A1 or A-B, you calling him a second option. You just don't want to say sidekick because you know that disrupts or basically kills your whole narrative that Kobe was never a sidekick. Like, it's okay. No one's disrespecting Kobe.
Sidekick was only invented for Scottie Pippen. Sidekicks were only invented for Scottie Pippen. It was never a title invented for no one else. That's why it's biting him in the butt right now. Because I said, when Kobe's being called Scottie, he knows he's not Scottie. We all see that. He's being compared to T-Mac. He's being compared to Michael Jordan. His game isn't compared to Scottie, but his role is compared to Scottie. Being the best sidekick to the most dominant force in the league. That was what Kobe was doing. And they were able to win 3 straight championships because of it. And that's what Kobe should have kept doing. But Kobe let those people get in his head, which was, like you said, the media guys and all these outside Kobe fans telling him, well, you ain't nothing without Shaq. So he ran Shaq out of town for no reason. For no reason.
I said the same thing when it came to the T-Mac stuff, too. Because all these Kobe fans, they love to bring up that Detroit series with T-Mac took a 3-1 lead. And I was like, do y'all not remember Kobe in 06? Kobe was literally the best player in the world. He literally won the scoring title, averaged 35. The 62 and 3/4, 81-point game, and then in the fourth quarter, in a game 7, where we need you the most, you sit up here and give us 2 points in the fourth quarter. Don't even take a shot. You don't even. It's like I said a few days ago. If that had been LeBron at any point of his career, I don't even have LeBron to go like y'all do. I respect y'all having Bron to go because y'all have good actual reasons why y'all have Bron to go. That's fine. But, like, if that had been LeBron at any point in his career, and you know this because you're a LeBron fan, at any point of LeBron's career, he showed 3-1 lead, that would be talked about more than 2011. That would be talked about more than 2011. If LeBron had showed like Curry did in 2016 or like Kobe did in 06, boy, you wouldn't hear the end of it. You wouldn't hear the end of it. But since it's Kobe, like this other Kobe fan told me, no, Kobe didn't show. Kobe was just trying to show the team that he needed him. So Kobe didn't realize that his team needed him when he was averaging 35 the whole year. Really, nigga? Really?
The teammate he wasn't even talking to, the teammates he wasn't even speaking to.
Came out, was like, I'm in the locker room with this dude. Kobe told me to my face, I don't have enough on my resume, so you can't speak to me. What teammate is that? Like, Kobe, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, I love Kobe, but that was, come on, bro. That's just undefendable, bro. You can't defend that, but.
Yeah, listen, brother, plug in your channel because, people don't know who you are, and I know who you are. I'm quite sure they say you're not a Kobe fan, but I know you're a Kobe guy. Go ahead and plug your channel. Let them know who you are, and I'm going to bring up some GJK members so we can continue this conversation. Go ahead, brother.
Bro, yeah, I think I put it in the chat. Let's take part. I'll be on YouTube, I'll be on TikTok. Yeah, I think we see each other's content all the time, so.
Yeah, I do. I see your content all the time, man. I appreciate you and what you do, man. Because again, you're one of the objective Kobe guys, and some of these guys, they're just not objective. They just can't be, and that's fine. You could be subjective, but at least admit to it. Just admit to it. Just admit to it.
Biased. Don't try to sit up here and come into unbiased territory and then want to say, "Oh, I'm not being biased, bro." You clearly are, bro.
Now, I got to play this video clip right quick because I want to get to this so we can get to the show going. Now, remember I told y'all about how Kobe had to change the way he played the game, had to learn to be a better leader and everything. And I believe that him and LeBron together learned how to be better leaders amongst each other when they were on the 08 team. And here's an example of that. And again, and Kobe understands how he's doing what he does. It's not like this is just Kobe knows what he's doing. And this is why I'm going to tell you this right now. Ladies and gentlemen, pay attention to what Coach K says about Kobe Bryant in 2000.
With your talented players, your talented people in your organization, every once in a while they go off the rail. That happened to me during the 2008 Olympics, our last exhibition game before we went to Beijing. Our leader was Kobe Bryant. He was our best player, and he was terrific. But in that particular game, he just started taking horrible shots. And my players, LeBron James, Dwyane Wade, they looked at me like, okay, what are you going to do? And I just said to them, I'll take care of it. Now, that's a confrontation that you don't want to have, but you know you have to have. Before we left for Beijing, I had Kobe's shots on tape, and I brought him in. This is early in the morning, we're leaving, and I said, I want to show you something. I said, you know, you're taking Lakers shots when you have a big lead. You're not taking Olympic shots trying to win a gold medal. And I showed him, I said, they're not good shots. I can't let you take them. And he looked me in the eye, he said, is that all? I said, yeah. He said, I agree, they're really bad shots. Coach, I won't take them. And I was so relieved. I said, you don't know how the most talented player will react.
So, you clearly hear Kobe being coached. So Kobe's coachable, right? And another thing, you hear Kobe clearly understanding when he's doing what he's doing as far as taking up the shots. He understands when he has to play his role and when he doesn't have to play his role. And like I told you, after 2002, after Shaq told him, take off that Michael Jordan jersey and step into your own, he really took that to heart and thought that he can be better than Shaq, but he still didn't wait his turn.
Take that jersey on, put your own jersey on, play.
About time now?
Yeah.
How?
Baddest duo ever, Superman and Batman. 3 rings. Sacramento who? What? Rick who? Hi, Tara. Hi, Tara. Crazy.
So imagine this, Mr. Charles Chuck Foster Jr., my son. I'm 4 years old. You're terrified of a 4-year-old. You won't hit the link. You're in my DMs trying to send me Kobe Bryant, Michael Jordan topics. I have a topic for you tonight. Come explain to me why Kobe Bryant could win 3 championships without Shaq, or explain to me how Shaq's not winning 3 championships without Kobe during 2000 and the 2002 season. You cannot do that. You're going to bring up 96. You're going to bring up everything else but what we need to talk about tonight. That's what you Zesty Jeffries do best instead of the topic. I've proven my point. Like I told you, if Shaquille O'Neal could win a championship at the tip end of his prime with a 2-year Dwyane Wade for Marquette on bad knees and ankles, he's definitely winning championships with all these other players I mentioned here. You guys cannot sit here and lie. You guys have to accept the facts. Stats are real. Numbers are real. Your emotions aren't. How you feel is a part of your mental mind state, young man. And you need to grow up. Because all you're going to do is get exposed by the exposed. I'm glad I got a real Kobe fan here. They said you're a fake Kobe fan here, David, but I know you're not. You're a real basketball fan. Just like T-Mac is, just like Gilbert Arenas is, and just like all other Kobe fans that I know. Because they know that for a fact, Shaquille O'Neal is why Kobe has 5 championship rings. Because he won 3 alongside Shaquille O'Neal.
Yeah, Kobe fans or Jordan fans, they're kind of like, if you don't agree with certain narratives about their favorite player, then all of a sudden you're not a Jordan fan or you're not a Kobe fan. Like, I told somebody this, I said,
come on, Herm, don't do that, Herm. We're not trying to have that show today, Herm. I'm not trying to have that show today. You want to argue something? Bring facts tonight, sir. I keep telling y'all that. Stop being mad at people. But go ahead, David.
I heard him to shut up. He was on here before I was, and I really heard him get cooked. So I don't know why he's telling anybody to shut up. We heard him get cooked earlier, but it is what it is, man. Like Jordan fans and Kobe fans, like they do this all the time. You don't agree with certain things, like or certain narratives that push their legacy, then all of a sudden you're not a real Kobe fan. You're not a real Jordan fan.
No, you like LeBron too much. That's your problem. You like LeBron too much, and they can't trust you. They can't trust you. Now, this is what I want y'all to do. Since y'all say David's not a Kobe fan, that's fine. Herm, you had a chance. MacDef, you had your chance. Go
Hey,
get
I ain't
Dookie in
really
them.
talk. I just told you to go through a series. I told you.
I did, and you told me I lied, and I brought up the numbers that you said to go bring up, and you lied.
I ain't lie.
You did lie because you said I lied. Where did I lie at? The numbers are real. You see
I
what
ain't,
Shaq
I
shot.
ain't lie. Shaquille O'Neal, and he
Mm-hmm.
was getting criticized heavily. It was passive in that series. He didn't really want the ball in that series at all like he normally would. Because end of the day, the same thing y'all accused Anthony Davis of, but y'all was still cooking AD despite an AD averaging 26-12. Y'all was still cooking AD because AD later games really wasn't coming through for his team, despite numbers could show otherwise. But it was other factors to why y'all bring up how Anthony Davis didn't come through for the Lakers to help LeBron James really have a number two guy behind LeBron. So you could do the same thing, correlate with Shaq. Yes, Shaq had the numbers. Yes, the stats would look like that Shaq did something, but now Shaq did not play like his dominant self in 2003. At the end of the day, Tim Duncan, without a shadow of a doubt, for game 1 to game 6, was outplaying Shaq from start to finish in most of those games. That's why the Spurs won. And that's why they did ultimately dominate that series. The Lakers, they defended home court games 3 and 4, but after that, the Spurs took care of business after those games 3 and 4. Game 1, really, if Shaq would have played like his normal self, like he typically does, they would have won that close game 1. Game 2, that was a blowout. Game 3 and 4, the Lakers did that. Game 6, but game 6,
Choppy
the
ass
game was
Wi-Fi.
already out of hand, honestly. So, so honestly, when you look at it, yes, I could be honest and tell you guys, Kobe Bryant in 2004 did not play the Laker way. He did not play within the system, and he let his ego and let his attitude get in the way of what they could have done against the Detroit Pistons. How probably they could have probably still now won because Detroit were just together. They're just clicking at the right time. But it could have been a better series. That's Kobe Bryant fault. But in 2003, if Shaq played his normal dominant self that you highlighted from 2000 to 2002, that's a whole typically different series that they should have easily, honestly won. But Shaq did not play like himself because he was passive. You could look into the game he had 20 points. You could look into the game he had 15. Shaq was not himself in that series, and everybody know it, bro. Everybody pointed that out.
All right, Herm, I need you to stop lying on Goat James Kingdom. All right, I need you to do a favor, brother. I need you to figure out what emotional status that got you to this point in life. But
I'm
what you
not
need to do is
lying.
stop lying. Okay, then here goes game 1. You're telling me Shaq's not his normal self with 24 points, 21 rebounds,
That's
3
not the
assists,
dominant Shaq.
4 blocks, 24 and 21
I,
and 10
I
of
seen
Bro,
nah, but I seen AD do that, and you cook him, and you cook Anthony
who,
Davis when he does that. So
no, wait,
yeah,
I did not cook
I'm
Anthony
keep
Davis.
the same
Herm,
keep the
Herm,
same
Herm,
energy. You
Herm.
cook Anthony
I'm gonna
Davis
ask you
all the
again,
time.
Herm.
Keep the same
Herm, I'm
energy.
gonna
Keep
ask
the
you
same
again, Herm. I'm
energy.
gonna ask you again. No, you're not keeping this in, Herm. I'm gonna need you to answer this question because you're not going to deflect. You're not gonna go running to something that has nothing
I'm
to do
not
with tonight's
deflected. That
focus.
was my whole
You
premise.
are
That was my
no,
whole
no.
premise, actually.
That has nothing to do with the
Will you
conversation.
let will
You
you
said
actually
Shaq.
let me talk? That was my
You
whole
I'm
premise.
sorry, Mr. Handicap Man. I didn't mean to offend you. Do you speak sign language? Can you read lip? Let me break it down. If you don't answer me when I speak to you, I'm gonna put my foot in your ass. Is that clear, dummy?
So I'm gonna ask you again, Herm. Shaquille O'Neal in 2003, I believe, averaged 22 points per game for the regular season and like 11 rebounds. He shows up game 1, puts up 24, 21 on 10 of 20 shooting from the field. Not only that, gives you 4 blocks plus 3 assists, is what he normally does. And you're saying Shaq did not show up in game 1 versus the Spurs?
I didn't say that. That's for one. For if you listen and then actually listen to what I'm saying instead of coming to the conclusion that you're saying, I said end of the day, things that I know that you guys have cooked Anthony Davis on. Shaq primarily did the same thing. Not saying that Shaq didn't play bad, but Shaq did not play like the dominant Shaq from those 2000 to 2002 when they did win the three-peat, when Shaq was dominating, when he overpowered teams, when he was so dominant to the point where teams did have to double and triple team him. End of the day, in that 2003 series, you could look it up, ChatGTP it, you could do whatever you need to do. The Spurs were
I'm sorry, Mr. Handicap Man. I didn't mean to offend you. Do you speak sign language? Can you read lip? Let me break it down. If you don't answer me when I speak to you, I'm gonna put my foot in your ass. Is that clear, dummy?
I'm gonna ask you again, Herm, a very simple question. It's a very simple question, Herm. David, did he or did he not say Shaquille O'Neal did not show up in game 1?
Yeah,
And be his normal self.
He had me messed up when this man literally ignored 25 and 14, and then you
Okay, no,
ignored
24.
I just want to make sure. Don't. I just want to make sure I heard that correctly. Did I hear him say Shaquille O'Neal did not show up and be his normal self in game 1? Correct? Yes or no?
He been saying that since he first got
West Coast. Did Herm just say that Shaquille O'Neal did not show up in game 1 and be his normal self?
He said that game 1 Shaq wasn't like the dominant Shaq we normally see. And I think he's alluding more to like a 28 to 30 plus per game scorer. He's basically saying that game 1 is the equivalent of an AD stinker.
Okay, again, who says 24 and 21 is not dominating? When in NBA history have somebody have 24 points, 21 rebounds, 4 blocks, and they were not dominating?
No, the rebounds, I'm with you. That's dominance. I'm guessing it's just a points thing.
10 of 20
Again, I don't know.
But Mr. Kobe Bryant, who shot 16 of 38 for 37 points, was somehow dominating? That's what I'm saying. He wants to deflect to Anthony Davis. I don't want to talk about Anthony Davis bum. I don't respect Anthony Davis. He's never did shit without LeBron James. Just like Kobe couldn't do shit without Shaq. You just admitted that if Shaq is the Shaq from 2000 to 2002, Kobe wins no matter what. But Kobe puts up 37 points on 38 shots, and the team loses.
That's crazy.
But Shaq, 24 and 21, is not dominant.
Versus Tim Duncan and David Robinson.
I didn't bring up this series. He thought he had something. What the fuck does Anthony Davis got to do with 24 and 21? When did Anthony Davis score 21 and 24 and LeBron had 37 and the Lakers lost? Can you tell me that, Herm, since you don't answer the other questions I had? Can you tell me that?
You keep putting
when did Anthony Davis have 21 and the Lakers lost and LeBron had 37? Tell me that.
So fuck you, honestly.
Yeah. See, look, you get in your emotions. This is why y'all get mad. How you gonna get mad at me? Because you can't cook me. You can't expose me. Go get Cricket TV.
I mean, you ain't shit with that to me.
Go get the rest of the Jesse Jeffries home because your bitch ass cannot handle the smoke, nigga. I'm Ajani the Exposer. I'm exposing all you bitch ass Kobe fans tonight. I'm staying live all night for this shit. Just for y'all.
See, Johnny, you like to bring up stuff like that in the
I get tired of you. This nigga made me go look up stats and said Shaq didn't bring it. The motherfucker had 24 and 21, but he would have had 40 if Kobe's not taking 39 fucking shots.
And this Shaq doing this against David Robinson and Tim Duncan. 24 and 21.
I'm not emotional because one can't have a conversation like a grown man. I asked him a simple question. What about 24 and 21 is not dominant and not Shaquille O'Neal? What?
Yeah, that's just, I've never heard that
They
before.
just care about the points. He's a Jordan fan. They only care about points.
Yep.
All this shit
I've never heard that
scoring.
in my life.
All these arguments that we be getting into because they always want to deflect or change the narrative on shit is because of scoring. You just said that nigga took 38 shots. 38 shots?
So answer my question. What is it about the 24 and 21 that's not dominant?
Nigga, fuck your question, nigga. Because you on what you on, you like to mute niggas. Fuck your question, nigga. I ain't with all that because I don't mute niggas.
Answer it.
I don't do that.
You don't got a fucking show.
You got
I'm sorry, Mr. Handicap Man. I didn't mean to offend you. Do you speak sign language? Can you read lip? Let me break it down. If you don't answer me when I speak to you, I'm gonna put my foot in your ass. Is that clear, dummy?
First off, let's start off here. Let's get back to me being by myself. Because Herm, you's a snitch. You's a snitch, Herm. Go get your own show, Herm. Don't become a GOAT James Kingdom member. I don't want you as a GOAT James Kingdom member. Because you belong to Cricket TV and them people over there. Go with Dookie and them. Go lie with them. Because you's a snitch. You's a snitch. The other night, we had a bitch-ass Zesty Jeffrey claim that he's going to come see me in Miami. The motherfucker put his phone number for everybody to see, talking about call me. This nigga want me to call him. When I exposed the man on the GOAT James Kingdom platform for my GOAT James Kingdom member, snitch-ass Herm went and told everybody that I did it. A snitch. That's what
Does
you
Herm
are,
know
nigga.
that
A
nigga?
snitch.
Does Herm know that nigga?
A snitch. No, because Herm comes in GOAT James Kingdom trying to spy, but only gets fucking exposed. So I don't want you as a GOAT James Kingdom member.
I'm gonna keep it respectful.
Don't subscribe again as our membership. When you got bitch ass niggas like this talking about me, I don't see y'all defending me, but what you go do is go run and hide and instigate shit. So you went and snitched on me as a GOAT James Kingdom member for some bitch ass nigga who you probably don't even fucking know. All for the sake of hoping Ajani something happens to me. You's a snitch and a bitch ass nigga, Herm. I said it. Come to Miami, come see me about it. I didn't even want to get to this point, but I knew I would get to this point with you Zesty Jeffries tonight because I'm exposing Kobe Bryant and his fake ass fans in line. Go get Low. Go get Real Talk TV. Go get Mars. Go get any Kobe Bryant fan on the internet today. Say, hey, Johnny's looking for them. I guarantee you they say I'm leaving him alone. I guarantee it. I brought facts.
I'm about to start falling back from Low too because he came on FYF talking about, oh, I don't be making content about what other people make content on, and literally put up a fucking video about Sam Acho.
Nah, listen, it's fine. Low is a great content creator. I watch all of those videos.
Same,
but tonight, if he show up here, I will expose him for lying on Kobe. Talking about Kobe's the only one that will hold Shaq accountable when Shaq wasn't being held accountable.
So why he punched Kobe then?
No, Shaq wasn't being held accountable.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Shaq was not being held accountable. That's a lie.
At one point, Shaq's middle name was accountability. The only person, and now if he was to say that Shaq wasn't holding himself accountable, then okay, because of like him getting out of shape and everything and stuff like that, then okay, I wouldn't agree with that. But other people not holding Shaq accountable, that's false. Do you not remember who his coach is? His coach is Phil Jackson. That man's middle name is accountability. What are we talking about?
There's a reason why they went and got veterans for that locker room because they needed it because Kobe was too hyped. There was something wrong with Kobe. And that's fine. Kobe wanted to be Mike. There was something wrong with Kobe. He had the desire to be great. And nobody's taking that shit from him. Low ain't cooking shit. Go tell Low, come here right now and watch what happened to Low. I ain't Gil. I don't let people punk me for my sneakers. I ain't Gil.
Hey, Johnny, I'm at least glad you did say this though about Kobe. You did say that, and I wanted to ask you about this. Had he played with another player like Duncan or Garnett, he probably could have gotten the same amount, if not more rings, because the ego thing wouldn't have been a problem with KG or Duncan.
No, I don't know if it's 3 though, because we still got Shaq in the league. So who's Shaq's playing with? Because it's easier for Shaq to win a championship with a lesser talent. You got to go give Kobe Tim Duncan. And hope that him and Tim Duncan get along. Because Tim Duncan is still not as dominant as Shaq was. Go get him. Go get him. Low is live right now somewhere on some internet. Tell him, go James Kingdom. Hey, Johnny's talking about him and saying how he would get cooked here, lying on Shaq's name. Shaq's winning 3 championships with or without Kobe. And in fact, he's winning more if you give him the players I mentioned. I said it. And I'm gonna keep saying it. That's why y'all hate this. Because everything I say is recorded. None of your people gonna go run and talk about it. Maybe Low will do this. Maybe Low will bring up something from this live. Maybe he will.
So, question: are you saying like Shaq was still 3P without Kobe?
Yes, Shaq is 3P with no matter who's on his team. I'm not saying no matter who's on the team. No, let me bring up the players. I don't want to say that. Not
like the guys that you brought up, like
the guys that I brought up. The guys that I brought up. Yeah, but think about that. That's 12 players. How many good players are there in the league? That's what I'm saying. But you can't replace Shaq. You can't find this much guys to replace Shaq with. You can't.
And none of them guys play with anybody as good as Shaq.
Exactly, none of them did. Literally, like that's what I'm saying. I really do believe Kobe.
So their job is going to be easier playing alongside Shaq.
Yeah.
That's why McGrady said that too.
Like I am live right now, and there's 350 people watching because they always want to make sure that we got followers. There's tell them FYF and GOAT James Kingdom is live talking shit. Go tell them.
Yeah, and all y'all niggas cheerleading in the comments, why don't y'all hit the link?
No, listen, Tyson, that's what Herm does. I told y'all, go read the description of the show. They're disruptive, they're disrespectful. Herm didn't want to answer the question. He got exposed. He brought up 2003, and now he's lying. And then remember, he brought up game 6, he got exposed. He brought up game 5, got exposed. Brought up game 4, got exposed. Then he had the nerve to go to game 1 and got exposed again.
And it's
lying.
Bad. And it's bad, bro, because I still go listen and watch y'all old shit. Herm been doing this same shit for years. Like, grow the fuck up, my man.
And again, let me go back to Tyson. He is a GJK member. Here go. We got Obi-Wan Kenobi in the building. Let's let Obi-Wan up. Go ahead, Obi. What do you got?
Shit, wait a minute.
Huh?
Wait a minute. Let me come back.
What you mean? These niggas are the funniest, bro. These niggas are the funniest, bro. Okay, Tyson. I'm gonna ask you this, Tyson. Simple question. I need you to answer this, Tyson. If somebody has 24 points and 21 rebounds on 4 block shots on 10 of 20 shooting from the field, is that a dominant game? Yes or no, sir? Y'all see the game score. Which one's the dominant player? Is that Shaq not showing up and being his normal self? Eventually, y'all bring it out of me because I was being very good. I was behaving very well. But Herm knows how to do it because Herm saw that I was cooking. So Herm says, man, let me just make him crash out so we can tell people, oh, Ajani's just crashing out again so that people can lie. And lie on my name because they want to talk about me, not what I'm talking about. That's why you a Zesty Jeffrey. You will always be a Zesty Jeffrey. And tonight, I buried more Zesty Jeffreys than I've ever did in any night.
Welcome to Zesty Jeffrey Cemetery, where we have identified, marked, and cataloged all Zesty Jeffreys for their final resting spot. No longer will you hear Zesty Jeffrey logic like 6-0 and the toughest era ever. This is where all of that ends, right here at Zesty Jeffrey Cemetery. Subscribe to the GOAT James Kingdom channel and also check out the GOAT James Kingdom membership.
Tyson, that man said you gotta go check with your lady first.
Yep. But hey Johnny, real quick, right? Remember so you remember the other night when I bought up the records with Shaq and without Kobe for the Lakers? The 39 and the 31 and 10 record, while the Lakers had Shaq without Kobe, means that everybody else for those 41 games was going to buy the game plan. Kobe going 23 for 25 without Shaq on the Lakers, that means to tell me that the team was in disarray. Like they didn't even win half of the games.
Bro, the man said, listen, this is why, Tyson, I keep telling you, brother, you're going to be a better basketball fan being a GOAT James Kingdom member. You cannot subjectively grade stats. They are what they are. 24 points and 21 rebounds is still dominant no matter how you cut it. To sit here and think whether it's Shaq doing it or if it's what's it called, Nurkic doing it. It could be DeAndre Ayton. If DeAndre Ayton has 24 and 21, nobody's going to say he didn't show up tonight.
Fuck no. Especially
like you guys don't accept that. Let me let Olo. Go ahead, Olo. What you got to say, brother?
Yeah, people might disagree with the logic that Shaq would
would have this impact on winning without Kobe. Because with Penny, he didn't win with Penny and all of this stuff. But I mean, he had an impact on winning in Miami.
Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. My boy's in the building. Let's bring up Low. Shout out to Low.
What's up, Low?
I love my fans. Shout out to Low.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I have no idea what's going on because I was just doing a free agency stream, so I don't know what's going on.
Free agency?
Yeah, free agency.
It's close to July. I mean, it's about to be July tomorrow. Yeah, free agency's talk. There was some good moves today. There's a lot of moves.
I want to say there's a bunch of moves that just happened today.
I'm not gonna lie to you, Lo. For me, it's easier for me at my age to just wait till 2K comes out and then I know everybody's rostered in. Then I can assess who's on what. It's too early to start assessing it. I can't really assess how good Ty Jerome's going to be right now. I don't know who else they're going to, New Orleans. Everybody's making moves. This is going to be a great offseason, though. This is going to be a great offseason, though. And I'm going to be watching all your streams and all you other guys' streams who pay attention to it so I can stay updated. But like I said, when 2K come out, I'll go look at the rosters there and I'll be like, okay, this guy's here, this guy's there. I can mentally picture it. I'm not going to remember what happened in July when October come around, to be honest with you.
Just remember, just know that Houston and Denver had a really great day today. That's
yeah, they actually. I heard Houston picked up Capella and
DFS, and then
DFS from the Lakers.
Yeah, Houston picked up DFS, Capella. They re-signed Adams. Of course, they traded for KD, and then Denver traded MPJ for Cam Johnson, and they brought back Bruce Brown.
All right. Well, listen, I know you're a busy man. I'm just gonna get right to the point, Lo. This is my stream.
Let's get it. Let's get it, Ajani.
I don't even know what's going on. I don't know what's going
Shaquille
on.
O'Neal. Here it is. Shaquille O'Neal is winning his three-peat with or without Kobe Bryant. And I will tell you this: there are players that Shaq would have played with during that span that he would actually win more championships between 2000 and 2004 because Kobe was not accepting to the sidekick role long enough to allow them to win more championships. The players that I'm going to give to you, again, I know you had the stream with Gil. You also had the stream with what's the young man's name? JT? Is that his name? JT? You guys mentioned years outside of the prime Shaq and all this other stuff. You guys also mentioned why was Shaq the guy that people go to this? And I believe exactly what Gilbert Arenas said. Tracy McGrady used Shaq because of Shaq. Because of Shaq's dominant force. There's only a few players in NBA history that we can state this with. Shaq's one of them. Jordan, LeBron, Wilt Chamberlain, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar at some point, right? These guys are impacting the game because they're just that dominant. Simple and plain. You put them around the good guys, good group of guys, you're going to win a championship. And that's what Shaq was. So this is what Shaq was doing during that span between 2000.
How long was Shaq at that point?
This is Shaq between 2000 and 2004. So this is after 99 season. So 2000. This is when him and Kobe were the two dynamic duos that they were under Phil Jackson's offense between 2000 and 2004.
Okay.
So that's 5 seasons. And that's also what he did in the playoffs. Now, my stance was, again, because the whole argument is nothing to the whole argument derailed because you Kobe fans can't take Kobe Bryant's name being mentioned unless we say it the way you guys want us to talk about it. But again, Kobe was phenomenal during this same span. I'm not taking that away from Kobe. You see the numbers, you see what he did. I said during this same span, Tracy McGrady is not only winning the 3 championships, he's probably winning more because he would take the second fiddle road that Kobe didn't want to take, that Kobe was so ready to relinquish from even before they even made the run. He didn't want to do it before they got on the run, and after he got on the run, he was ready to really get away from Shaq because he wanted to be his own player. He did not want to be called a Pippen for being a sidekick to Shaq, one of the dominant forces in league history. So he wanted to do it for himself, which we all know he did do that. But again, this is what we're talking about, 2000 to 2004. So when Shaq was this dominant, who can you replace Shaq with? Really nobody. There's no Shaquille O'Neal in this span. But I give you these players right here, Lo. Can you see these players, Lo?
Mm-hmm.
Right, you can see them? It's Allen Iverson. Now, this is the same span, 2000 to 2004. Allen Iverson, Vince Carter, Gary Payton, Jerry Stackhouse, Michael Finley, Ray Allen, Eddie Jones, Allen Houston, Paul Pierce. And this is the one where you can go in on me first if you want to and have fun with me, because this one I definitely did the troll y'all. And I would see how good I can debate this, but Jalen Rose.
Yeah, Lo, he's pretty much saying Shaq was so dominant, you can plug these players in and they would still three-peat. Like, that's the premise.
So why didn't Penny win with him?
Because the Shaq of 96 was the Shaq of 2000. This Shaq right here.
So let's look at the numbers. Let's look at the numbers.
Didn't I tell you they were gonna mention that?
Shaq in 95. No, put the number. Put Shaq's numbers up. Shaq
Go
in 95 led the league in
go
scoring.
from 94 and 96 with the 3 years.
I'm just asking 95. Shaq in 95 averaged more points than this stretch you're talking about. He averaged just as many rebounds, assists. He shot actually shot better from the field as well. And he went in the postseason. He averaged 26, 12, and 3. Why didn't they win?
Because Shaq still wasn't the same Shaq. This Shaq was better.
Okay. So what are you? How
this
you
is
coming
this is again. You're comparing a 5-year span to a 1-year span. This is 5 years we're talking about, Lo.
How was he better? How was he better?
The 2000 Shaq to 96. Compare those two. Go ahead.
How was 95? How was 2002 Shaq noticeably better than 95 Shaq?
I didn't go to 2002. Lo, don't be a Kobe Bryant fan.
How was 2002? How 2002, 3, and 4 Shaq better than 95 Shaq?
Again, they won in 2002, so they lost in 2003 and 2000.
How was he better? How was Shaq better in between 2002, 3, and 4 than he was in 95?
Because Shaq had developed all of his skills and the maturity level to play the game at the right. But he knew how to turn on the switch by that time. He knew how to play his game. He had a system that worked well with him. He knew exactly what to do while he's under Phil Jackson's system. You got to remember that.
He was also heavier. He was heavier.
Oh, yes. It's also the fact that the reason we have this Shaq that you see here on the screen is due to Phil Jackson's ability to bring that out of Shaq. So I ask you again, Lo, can you please bring
the Shaq that's on the screen is very similar to the Shaq in 95 if you're just looking at numbers, Ajani.
Again, this is a 5-year span, Lo. You're not bringing up a 5-year span. Bring me up.
I'm
telling you
I'm bringing up a year where he played with someone that's better than a lot of the names that you just named, and he didn't win.
Again, you're bringing up the time at a time that he was not the same Shaq. The Shaq of 2000s were better than the Shaq of 96.
Why?
Because you're using 1 year. You're not.
I'm asking a year that he played. There's a year in which he played with an All-NBA caliber player, and he's posting up numbers that were better than most of the years that you're referring to. Why is it that they couldn't win then?
Because it wasn't that Shaq.
But what makes him not that Shaq?
I just told you, Phil Jackson's triangle offense and the system that forced Shaq to be the dip again. So you think that when Phil Jackson no. I would kick all you guys out to let me and Lo have this conversation, please. People want to hear me.
Go ahead.
It's one-on-one.
It's Lo and I. We're having a great conversation. You think that Phil Jackson didn't give Shaq and regimen understanding of what he was going to do, how he was going to do, and what was going to take to help them get over the hump so that they could win a championship in 2000?
If you're going to say coaching is the difference, that's fine.
That's a part of it. That's why I use 2000 and 2004, because the part of it is that once you get that Shaq with Phil Jackson, that's why they could win it all the way. So you're only replacing Kobe. Again, if Kobe's injured, they're not winning because you're not replacing Kobe. I'm just saying you have to replace Kobe with somebody who can do what Kobe was doing at that time, which was basically being their fourth quarter scorer and basically playing good defense for them as well. And just being a solid player across the board. Because like I said, we look at Kobe's numbers, 26, 5, and 5 is nothing to shy over. That's incredible. 5 All-NBA teams, 5 All-Defensive teams, 3 first teams on both sides of the ball. So Kobe was a baller. I'm not taking that away from him. I'm just saying that as dominant as Shaq was for those 5 years, which you refused to go get the 3 years he played with Penny, and you've been doing this for a while. You've been arguing around here, lying to people about Kobe and definitely disrespecting Shaq. But you won't go get Penny and Shaq numbers for those 3 years.
Well, Shaq came in the league averaging 23, 94, 95, and 96. Though that's a 3-year stretch. Shaq was averaging 28, 29 points, 12 rebounds, 2.5 blocks. So there's a 3-year stretch of Shaq where I can, without it, why you go
do that? But why you go do that? I got to ask you this because I asked Herm this. He got upset with me. I don't know why he got upset with me. Since it's because of Kobe as well, because you said he would win 1 with Tracy McGrady, if that, and all these other guys. So okay, let me ask you this: if he's not winning 3 with these guys, is there any one of these guys he could win 3 with, or none of them?
I don't. My issue with the three-peating is that I think that there's a lot that goes into three-peating beyond just looking at numbers. Like Shaq himself wasn't really that motivated to also three-peat either. So that you would have to like find someone who would also be motivated enough to do those things. Also, you said that Kobe wasn't willing to be a sidekick. Why did Tracy McGrady leave Toronto?
He left Toronto for one because they were not trying to make him anything in Toronto. They kept him on the bench. He said he didn't like the coach, and if I'm correct, shortchanged. He got more money in Orlando, and he was playing at home, and he was going to play with Tim Duncan and Grant Hill, so he was willing to play second fiddle easily.
Well, Tim Duncan was later on. That wasn't and Grant Hill at that time. Grant Hill at the time was going to be more of a passer. If I am not mistaken, I think he's come out of his mouth and said that he did not want to play. He did not want to be a sidekick and not want to play second fiddle to his cousin.
Nah, we had this conversation the other day about that because for my part, my partner B. Lee thinks the same thing you think, that he doesn't think that he would be a good sidekick to Shaq because he was jealous of Vince Carter. He would definitely be jealous of Shaq. But we went and found a clip of T-Mac saying that no, he had nothing to do with Vince Carter at all. It was basically Toronto's the way they ran their organization, how they shortchanged him, and he said, and overall, he got paid in Orlando, and he was going to play at home. That's what he said.
So why wouldn't he do the same thing? Why wouldn't he have left LA? Because also in the beginning of LA, he wouldn't have played either because he was coming off the bench as a rookie because he was a high school player just like Kobe. And then there were also several.
Kobe was starting by 99. Kobe was playing by 99.
I know, but Tracy McGrady. You think Tracy McGrady by 99 was good enough to start?
Yeah, that's what he was upset about. He was definitely good enough to start. He wasn't put in a bad position.
So why wasn't he that good when he started in 2000?
He was good. He averaged 26 points per game or something like that.
No, he didn't. His last year in Toronto, he averaged 15 points.
No, you said when he went to Orlando. As soon as he went to Orlando, he blossomed.
Well, let me repeat.
Yeah, he came off the bench. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, he came off the bench. He played like 30-something games.
In Orlando, he started 34. They went to the playoffs. He started those 3 games in the playoffs as well. And he was terrible in the playoffs in those 3 games. So why is it that he's going to get a starting role? They were already starting him in Toronto. They were already starting him.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. They didn't give him that promise. They would have told him that. Remember, they even fired Butch Carter, so he didn't have no promise in it. It wasn't a well-run franchise. They didn't promise him anything. He went and found out what was best for him, and Orlando basically to him gave him the best deal to leave. More money. Right, the franchise was handed to him. He was going to have a sidekick in Grant Hill for sure, and they were going to get Doc Rivers. I think with Doc Rivers, I don't know, he probably was there still, but probably were there before they got there. But yeah, again, he did not leave because he didn't want to be a sidekick.
There was no coach in LA in '99. They had fired Dale Harris. They brought in Kurt
Rambis.
Had
Kurt Rambis.
Yeah. So Dale Harris notoriously was not playing any young players.
That's true.
So again, I'm saying if we go into the summer of '99 and he's a free agent or he's looking to be moved, why would he not? Why would he not be looking to move if you're in a situation that isn't promising to pay you, doesn't have a coach yet, doesn't have a structured coach in Phil Jackson yet? Why would he not just move as well?
Well, you got to remember, Dale Harris didn't play Kobe a lot because Kobe wouldn't follow the system. Kobe kept playing outside of the system. He kept taking up shots that he was not supposed to take. So Kobe got benched not just because of Dale Harris' refusal to play rookies. Kobe was playing like a rookie. He was playing outside of a professional basketball play. He couldn't understand that there's ways to do this. He had to take his time. And it took Phil Jackson because, again, as soon as they hired Phil Jackson, that's the first thing he told Kobe. This is Shaq's team. You're the second option.
So why did Kobe under Dale Harris, that last year Dale Harris, he played 50 games, started all 50 games, and was an all-NBA player? Why is that?
Yeah, because Jerry West drafted Kobe to be that guy. So he eventually had to make that role. But like I said, you talk about him. Like I said, you said, hold on. You said that they would not start Tracy McGrady in his second year in '99.
Yes.
Is that what you're saying? Okay.
I'm saying his first 2 years. His first 2 years, why would they
start? His first 2 years.
That?
Okay, his first 2 years. In '99, he would have not gotten the start. Again, we're not talking about '99 Tracy McGrady. We're talking about 2000 Tracy McGrady and on. In '99, Kobe was a starter. Tracy McGrady wasn't a starter. Even in 2000, Tracy McGrady wasn't a starter. But that's what I'm trying to explain to you. When Tracy McGrady's on a team with Shaq and in an organization with Jerry West as the guy who's promoting you, because that's what he would do, because he would have been the one that drafted Tracy McGrady. So he's able to develop like Kobe was able to develop. The only difference is that Kobe's mentality is, I can do this now. Kobe was 19 at 20. He was basically, was a 19-year-old with a 25-year-old mind. In his mind, I'm ready. I'm here. I'm there. They wouldn't. He didn't get it yet. It took him some time, and that
Yeah.
that he was able to do that because for one, they had a Eddie Jones, they had a Van Exel, which they got rid of those guys as well because it was a lot of turmoil with the Lakers. They were trying to really build a championship roster. They were trying to figure out who's going to do what. So,
Okay.
and they knew Kobe was going to be that guy because Jerry West kept saying that. Because remember when Phil Jackson said to trade Kobe, he had to go to Jerry West, and Jerry West said, "No, let's be patient with this young man." And then you should be patient. Kobe is a talent that you should be patient with. But you have Shaq.
So I'm assuming you're also saying that the 2000 Tracy McGrady also isn't good enough. So which version?
No. Not that Tracy McGrady is still good enough because remember Kobe only averaged 22 in 2000 and
T-Mac averaged 15 in
15 or coming off the bench. That's what I'm saying. And T-Mac is going to start on the Lakers. He's not going to be put on the bench with Phil Jackson, the system, and all that talent. That remember they were going to draft T-Mac to replace Scottie Pippen. So Phil already knew how good T-Mac was.
That doesn't. What evidence that you have that in 2000 he would have been good enough to average 22 and
coming off. Okay, so if you go look at their per 36 numbers, I believe Tracy McGrady was around 18 points per game, and Kobe was about 21 points per game.
What was he doing as an actual starter when he was actually starting? What was he doing?
Oh yeah, we can go. You can look up those. I never looked up those numbers, but that's great. Bring up those numbers. Now I do know that he had about, if I'm correct, about 10 or 12 games over 20 points, something like that. If I'm correct, he didn't score nothing over 30 that year. I did look up that information. You can find him. He did start like 30 something games.
So
but a lot of those games he started in, he did do well. Go look at the numbers. He did. I looked up the most minutes games he's played that season. He did well. Again, there's nothing. Again, we have to stop this. The reason Kobe is great.
I'm just trying to figure out which version of T-Mac you're referring to.
You don't have to figure it out, brother. Open up your eyes, clear your glasses, do something. Figure it out. It's in your face. 2000 to 2004, brother. They're winning 4 or more because he's not going to be upset that Shaq's helping him win 3 championships like Kobe was.
But why do you believe? You think that T-Mac will be motivated enough to also motivate Shaq to finish the 3-peat? Because Shaq wasn't even motivated enough to do the 3-peat.
Shaq was. They did it.
No, he wouldn't. No, yeah, actually, Shaq himself has openly admitted that he wasn't.
Mm-hmm.
Shaq himself openly admitted that during the regular season he would coast, that he would coast, and he did not need to play as hard as he needed to. Shaq himself said that.
Yeah, that's true, and they still won 3-peats, right?
Okay, so you're saying, how would Shaq stay motivated enough? I'm asking you, do you think T-Mac will be able to motivate Shaq enough to stay engaged enough to finish a 3-peat?
Yeah, enough to where Phil Jackson could do his job, because it's really Phil Jackson's job to motivate Shaq, not the teammates. Shaq was loved and beloved by his teammates, so they all love Shaq. Shaq made it easy on everybody.
Shaq himself openly admitted that Derek Fisher wasn't the one motivating Shaq to. What are we saying?
Again, they had Ron Harper, Rick Fox. They had a whole team full of veterans.
Those were not the people that were challenging Shaq. Also, I got the numbers. In the 30 games that T-Mac started, he averaged 17 points. He shot 43% from the field and 32% from behind the arc and 75% from the free throw line.
Okay. So he averaged 17. How many minutes is that?
38.
So he played 38 minutes per game, averaged 17 in the 30 game. Okay, that's good. I still think that's good enough because T-Mac had the ability to do the things that he had to do. So he was, again, he's not.
What though? What evidence is there?
This is the evidence. What did Kobe Bryant do, Lo? What was the things that Kobe Bryant did to help the Lakers win 3 championships for them to have the 3?
We're going year by year. So in 90 and in the 99-2000 season,
yes,
that year for them to win, Kobe was averaging more points, more rebounds, more assists. So what exactly what's the evidence that in the year 2000 T-Mac will be ready to win if he's a worse player than Kobe?
Shaquille O'Neal.
If that is your answer, that's fine. I think that's
no, because I just want to make sure because you asking a question when I keep explaining to you that Shaq is the dominating factor that you keep ignoring and you're disrespecting. Shaq would make Tracy McGrady better than an 18-point per game scorer, like he made Kobe a 22-point per game scorer, because Shaq makes the game easier. And with the triangle offense and Shaq, Tracy McGrady is playing better than what he did in Toronto, because he's playing with Shaq.
So if we go watch the footage, especially in the playoffs when they matched up against the Knicks, and T-Mac in the playoffs that year as a starter, T-Mac in the playoffs that year against the Knicks when they got swept, he averaged 16, 17 points and shot 38% from the field and 29% from behind the arc. If and I want to be very mindful to people, we pulled up footage of McGrady even when he was in Orlando. He would have one-on-one scenarios and he would just miss. So if we pull up footage of McGrady playing with Vince, you're telling me he's not getting adequate enough looks to be a better producer than that?
I didn't say he would get adequate. He's not getting the looks he's getting with Shaq.
I'll repeat what I said again. You don't think that he's getting adequate enough looks to be a better producer than 17 points per game on those shooting splits?
I will repeat myself again, Lo, because you're avoiding Shaq, not like he would with Shaq.
No. Right now, I'm trying to establish how good do you think T-Mac was in 2000?
As good as Kobe was in 2000.
How? How do you know that?
Because they have the same skill sets. They have the same abilities.
What lets you know that? You're a numbers guy. You are the numbers guy. So
I just
what numbers in the year 2000 let you come to that conclusion? What numbers?
The numbers that tell me that, okay, is the fact that he came off the bench at averaging 15 points per game, 31 minutes per game, and he was not playing alongside Shaq in the triangle offense that would have assisted his ability to score more. Tracy McGrady was a good basketball player. He was, first of all, a scorer first. So that's you're never really going to take that from Tracy. Everything else he has to develop in the game. We all know he eventually get a chance to develop. So like I said, I'm putting him on Shaq's team in 2000. He didn't have the luxury to be like Kobe to play and develop his game behind all of that. But I'm just going to put him on 2000. If he's the starter on the Lakers with Phil Jackson as the system, he can average the 20 to 22 points or the 22 points Kobe's averaging at 2000. Because as soon as he went to Orlando the next year and was given that option, he went to averaging 27 to 26 points per game.
That's a first option though. But
that's what I'm saying.
No one doesn't know the development that happened in between then and now to make that assessment. There's actual games that this man played in the year 2000 as a second option. And I'm not even saying he has to play as good as Kobe or put up similar numbers than Kobe, but he shot worse from the field and produced fewer points while playing similar minutes as well. So if you're going off of, which a lot of this is a hypothetical of what you think he might have been at that point of time based off of your feelings, which I find very ironic from you. You are the main person who always says that you go off numbers, that you utilize what's in front of you. This man played, he started 34 games and then went in the playoffs and started. So you are the one who always goes off of numbers. There's irrefutable evidence of this man starting games. So what evidence are you using? If you want to say 2001, 2002, hey, have at it. I don't think that would really change much of anything. My thoughts on who's a better player between Kobe and T-Mac. But if you believe that T-Mac would be able to motivate Shaq, which I don't think so either, because there would have to be a lot of evidence. There's a lot of evidence pointing in the opposite direction that T-Mac himself openly admitted that he was not a heavy practicer. He was not someone who went hard at practice. He's not someone that routinely did the things in which Kobe did. That's another thing that T-Mac himself, T-Mac himself admitted. T-Mac himself admitted.
Wow.
So I need to know, how are you jumping to these conclusions about who he was in 2000? And also I need to understand, where is the evidence and proof that you're getting that T-Mac would be the same person that would motivate Shaq enough to not just a three-peat, but more, because you're saying now let's finish it off.
You gave him the three. You gave him 01, 02, and 03. Correct?
No. I don't play this hypothetical game that you niggas play.
You do play.
No, I don't. No, I do not.
You call it expectations. Continue.
That's not what. How's that hypothetical?
Your expectation, sir, is a hypothetical. Continue. It's just a hypothetical of the future. Continue.
Do you know what the definition of a hypothetical is?
Yeah, a made-up scenario. It's made up. Go look it up. It's still the same thing. Your expectations of Boston being a championship this year, was that correct? Was that reality? Was it real? No, it was false. It was an expectation. It was a hypothetical based off your belief, based off of something you have nothing to hold on to.
That is true by definition, Lo.
No. Expectations is.
Hold on, wait, no. Before you defer, no. This is my stream. I let you cook, and I'm gonna cook you now. And while you go read the definition and set yourself up for that exposure. No. You're not gonna answer because I gotta answer your question first. Before you do, I gotta answer you.
What is the question you're answering?
About T-Mac in 2000.
Okay.
What did I see from T-Mac's game? And you lying about T-Mac. Okay. So what I saw from T-Mac when he left Orlando, when he left Toronto to go to Orlando, he didn't
That's not
develop.
2000. That's not 2000. 2000 his last year in Toronto.
Okay, I get that. We're talking about 2000. The difference between I'm trying to explain to you why the 2000 T-Mac will still win the championship alongside the MVP Shaquille O'Neal Lakers in 2000. Because that's what you failed to realize. At the end of the day, we're talking about Shaq at the best of his peak. Your boy Kobe ain't helping nothing there. You lied and said T-Mac wasn't interested in working out. Well, that's also a lie. You also brought up his playoff performance in 2000. But
prove that. No, stop. Prove that. Prove what I'm saying is a lie.
I'm about to prove it to you. Just give me
Stop. Prove
when you guys first got to know each other as teenagers, did you recognize right away you were kind of kindred spirits in the way you approached the game?
Well, yeah, but he was freakishly more athletic and taller than I was.
And I had to get his work ethic. Because I was a little bit more reserved and never been around, somebody worked as hard as he did. And I learned that from him. Yeah, I had the athleticism, but the work ethic part I had to get from being around him.
So how old were you when you guys met?
I think I was 18, he was 19.
Right, because you're a year ahead.
Yeah. This is when I knew, okay, he likes to play mind games, and he always trying to get an edge on whoever, his opponents, whatever. I don't care if I'm his friend, whatever. Right. So, I told him, I said, I'm about to go work out. And he was like, what are you going to work out for? You're in the off season. Like, you don't need to work out. And I'm looking at him like, okay. So, all right, go back to my room, change.
Take it easy.
Chill for a minute. I go to the weight room. Who's in there? This dude. And I'm looking like, what? Okay. So I had to start taking notes like, this dude right here. So he's always going to have an edge on somebody.
He had a hard time understanding what sarcasm was. I was just being sarcastic. But I remember in the playoffs, you guys were playing the Milwaukee Bucks in one year. And me and Vanessa went out to lunch and went to a restaurant. And they had TVs in a restaurant. I remember sitting there and watching. You just were cooking big dog. Just like, I think he called him Puppy Dog, was it?
Puppy Dog.
And I remember sitting in the restaurant watching that and telling V, I said, man, that dude's the real deal. He's made it. We started out like as youngins together, but I remember feeling like such a sense of joy because of what he was doing. So even though I've never actually told him that, there's a sense of pride. And that's as mushy as I'm going to get.
Now, before you respond, I'm not done. So
I have on my screen if you want to show them that team.
Hold on, wait.
I have on my screen.
And listen, I heard Kobe praise him in 2001 playoffs. Although he lost, he said he played well. I was proud of him. I heard him say that Kobe told him, you don't gotta work out. Who does that? And what did T-Mac go do? Go work out. After Kobe, his friend, told him, you don't need to go work out. Where did he meet Kobe at? The gym. Because that's where he was going to go work out. So he had the work ethic. He was going to be drafted by Jerry Krause to replace Scottie Pippen. We're talking about T-Mac, a high school phenom. 6'7", 6'8", wingspan, all the athleticism, all the skill level, left hand, right hand. He had the skill. You ask me, where do I'm getting this from? Because the stats say he had the skill. And as soon as he went to Orlando and became the number one option, like I said, if he would have came the number two option with Shaq, which is like being a number one option, it's actually easier than being a number one option. Because the number one option has everything game plan towards you. You heard Kenyon Martin and them say, we only game plan towards the main guy. We're not doubling Kobe. We're doubling Shaq. So he's getting doubled in Orlando and proving you wrong because Kobe Bryant, your favorite player of all time, said that Tracy McGrady was that dude in 01. And I'm telling you, he was that dude in 2000, but he wasn't allowed to be that. The same way Kobe wasn't allowed to be the dude until Shaq had to leave. That's why he said, Shaq, get out of here. I need you to leave to show I can show people that I'm doing this. Because even when Kobe was averaging 30 points per game in 2003, they lost. And we have a bunch of Zesty Jeffries and a bunch of Kobe Bryant fans lying on 2003 Shaq when it was obviously Kobe's the reason why they win, but they couldn't win in 2003. Prime Kobe, better than Penny, better than Tracy, better than anybody. and he lost with Shaq. Out here jacking up 38 shots for 37 points. Out here jacking up 1 for 7 in fourth quarter clutch games. Then y'all want to blame Shaq. Have somebody here tell me Shaq wasn't his self low because he scored 24 and 21 rebounds. That's not normal Shaq. He's supposed to be more dominant than that. So Kobe could win a championship as the lead dog. When he was the lead dog in 03 and 04, the Lakers lost. That's facts. So when Kobe's the sidekick and playing his role, Shaq wins. The players I mentioned are going to play the sidekick and play their role. So again, Tracy McGrady in 2000 would do enough for Shaq MVP season to still be a champion, and he wouldn't run Shaq out of town by 2004. That's my stance. Now bring up the hypothetical definition and Tracy McGrady's words.
I'm already sharing my screen, so I just need you to
let me see. Okay, there we go. I got you, brother. This is all fun because they needed you, Lo. There was too many Kobe fans out here getting cooked. They needed you. They needed somebody out here to say, "Hey, Johnny needs to stop line." So you want to read it,
Tracy McGrady admits he didn't practice hard. Not exactly an Iverson rant. We can just get to T-Mac fesses up that he rarely went hard during team practices. The two-time scoring champ and seven-time All-Star, far removed from his marquee days following numerous injuries, didn't believe he would attain even higher levels had he worked harder. I just wasn't a great practice player, McGrady said. I just wasn't. I wasn't. This is something that also Van Gundy and Daryl Morey acknowledged as well. Then you brought up the 2003 playoff run.
Yes, sir.
You think they lost because of Kobe in 2003 against the Spurs?
I believe they lost because Kobe tried to hold Shaq accountable and he messed up the chemistry of the team, which is why they went and got Gary Payton and Karl Malone to help quell all the nonsense that was going on in the locker room, because they also lost Robert Horry, Brian Shaw, and a couple of other veterans that was keeping that locker room together for the three-peat team, because Kobe wasn't.
Let me repeat one. I'm not saying 2004, 2003.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. And 2003. Yes,
2003, they have Robert Horry and Brian Shaw. Robert Horry and Brian Shaw is on the team. In 2003, why did they lose?
Did you just hear what I said, Lo? That's why I said after the 2003 season, they went and got Gary Payton. They went and got Karl Malone because they lost Robert Horry and Brian Shaw after 2003. Did you remember?
I'm asking. I'm not asking about after. I'm asking the 2003 playoff series against the Spurs. Why did they lose?
Because Kobe's inefficiency to lead the Lakers.
Okay. What makes you believe that Tracy McGrady would be an effective leader in that series?
I was going to answer your question because I knew that's what you were going to say. Now you have to be patient and get this exposure happen. Okay, Lo? Now, you asked me 2003. Well, let me tell you why. Because first of all, that's when Kobe really got the biggest head of his biggest head. Because while he was beefing with his teammates for the last 3-4 years, Shaq went around and told him this after they won a 3.
Take that jersey and put your own jersey on, player.
About time now?
Yeah.
How?
Baddest duo ever, Superman and Batman. 3 rings. Sacramento who? What? Rick who? Hi, Tara. Crazy.
So after 2002 season, Kobe got it in his head that he can lead the Lakers. He can do that. What did Shaq do? What Shaq normally does? Party, enjoy his summer. What did Kobe do? Work out, do everything that he does. He didn't like the fact that Shaq wasn't prepared. I believe that, if I'm correct, you could correct me. That's the summer Shaq took the toe injury and he was late.
I think that's 2002. I'll double
2002 offsides. The 2002 going into 2003. Correct?
Yes. Okay. That's what you're saying.
Yeah. Right after they won the 3-peat, Shaq took his time out, and then Shaq is quote unquote saying, "I got hurt on company time. I'm going to rehab on company time." Right? Correct?
I'll double check what summer, but it's one of those summers.
But yes, we all know that's true because Kobe did not like that. Like you said, he wanted to hold Shaq accountable for things. He wanted Shaq to be prepared. He wanted Shaq to do the right things. Shaq wouldn't do it, and we all know Kobe hated a lazy player, which he called Shaq lazy. When he saw that, he thought it was his team. It's my time. Shaq's not here. I'm going to show everybody this is my team. He averaged 30 points per game in 2003. He balled out in 2003. Prior to that, Kobe was not getting along with his teammates. They did not like Kobe Bryant. Kobe didn't get along with them. They didn't hang out. They didn't do nothing. And like I said, Phil Jackson was ready to trade Kobe in the middle of the 3-peat. You don't believe me? I'll bring it up.
We wanted as a group to kind of address Kobe being selfish on the court. Something wasn't right. I mean, I go to practice and I feel a little uncomfortable.
what's this about?
The mood in the locker room was not good. So I asked the ball boys, the trainers, Jerry West, Mitch Kupchak, to leave the room. I want to talk to these players alone. And then I started out on what's going on out there, what's going on with you guys. They didn't want to talk.
It was about them thinking I was out for myself and I was being selfish, and which was totally not the case.
I talked to Jerry West about it at the time and said, you know, Kobe doesn't really want to win if he wants it to be about him. You know, maybe it'd be best to move him on.
I got a couple of more things here, and I'm going to let you go, Lo. Here we go. So now that we're getting into the 2003 season, Kobe feels like he's the man. Shaq told him, take that Jordan stuff off. Stop being Jordan. Stop pretending to be Pippen. Be Kobe. Be number 24, not number 8. So Kobe got that in his head. In 2003, he took off with that and thought that it was still his team, but the team didn't think that. The team was still thinking it's Shaq's team. We just waiting for Shaq to get in shape and for us to get into the playoffs, and they lost. And what did Kobe say? We're not going to make excuses. We're just going to get to working today. Kobe no longer wanted to lose a championship predicated on Shaq's laziness. And this is why we get this Kobe Bryant.
You saw that you couldn't motivate others. They were lazy. How did you respond?
Go up to Phil's office and Mitch's office, and we have a nice salary cap conversation about how we can move these players and get them out of there, pack them up and move them out.
So you were the general manager?
Well, no, but I was the one that was like, listen, at the end of the day, when the career is said and done, you know, I'd be damned if I lose these championships because I'm playing with a bunch of lazy dudes. This is not happening. So either, you know, this train is going this way, one way or the other. You're going to be on it, you're going to be off it, or you're going to be under it. It is what it is. I like to motivate players to be better. I don't want to have to motivate you to get in the gym in the first place.
So the false narrative that you keep spewing out here that somehow Kobe held Shaq accountable is a lie. Kobe did not hold Shaq accountable, didn't do nothing. Like he said, when I couldn't get a guy to motivate a guy, we just traded him. And what did he do when he couldn't motivate Shaq to be my sidekick? Got rid of Shaq. So in 2003, that was the first time Kobe no longer accepted his sidekick role. And due to that, the Lakers had a horrible season and they couldn't get past a team that had better chemistry because you had two big dogs who refused to accept their role. Whether Shaquille was supposed to play the sidekick or not, I don't know. From what I understand, it was still not Kobe's turn yet. But Kobe felt like it was his team. So they lost in 03 because Kobe couldn't play team basketball.
So they lost because Kobe couldn't play team basketball.
You asked me to answer the question. I gave you my proof and my evidence to why I feel the way I feel.
I think that's full of shit. I think you should watch games. I think you should watch basketball games. I'll let you talk. I think you should watch the games. I think you should watch the games. A lot of things that were said at that time were not only misrepresentation of what was actually happening, but there was other people's perspectives. I can understand why somebody might have perceived Kobe as a selfish player at that time. I find it pretty ironic that no one never called Shaq Shaq lazy and selfish himself for deciding not to take a surgery to properly prepare himself for the season. Would you agree that is a selfish thing as well?
I would say that if it wasn't common in the NBA. Kobe changed that though.
To wait to take a season-altering surgery? That was common to wait?
Plenty of players, especially in their veteran years, decided to enjoy their offseason and their summer and took surgery later. Because again,
selfish?
Huh? No, because not when it's common. It's not. It's common.
Things
it's selfish. It's selfish.
Things can be common. The
real question you're asking me is there anything about that would say Shaq's held responsible for not being prepared? Yes. No, Shaq, I agree with you. Shaq, listen. The same way everybody else saw Kobe's work ethic and that affected them to have a better work ethic if they wanted to be a better player, Shaq should have also did that. Shaq didn't see Kobe like that though, because like I said, at that time, all other veterans did that. All they saw that was Kobe was just some young kid that was crazy trying to be like Mike. No one understood at that time when Kobe was working out in the middle of June that he was preparing himself for a 20-year career. And that's why Kobe was able to surpass the Tracy McGrady's, the Jalen Roses, all those guys I got mentioned, because Kobe put in that work ethic from the beginning. A lot of those guys never seen nobody work out like that. Shaq did. So Shaq should have took the time out and say, damn, if this young man is doing this, I should do that. But Shaq was so dominant and things were so easy for Shaq, just like Iverson, just like Dwyane Wade, just like Randy Moss, just like Charles Barkley, that they never took their skill and their craft good enough so that when they did lose their athleticism and their great physical abilities, that they could still affect the game. So yes, I will knock Shaq for that.
I want everybody to acknowledge these are very simple yes or no questions. It is selfish for someone to look at not only Kobe, but the rest of his teammates as well, and effectively tell them, I'm not going to get prepared for y'all. I am not going to get prepared for, I am prioritizing what I want over everything else. Part of the problem that we structure around the relationship between Kobe and Shaq is that for whatever reason, it's as if like no one else in the entire time did anything wrong. Furthermore, there's a lot of things that Phil Jackson did that was not only wrong, but was factually incorrect with representing what was happening at that time. Something that Kobe acknowledged and Shaq acknowledged and Pippen acknowledged and Jordan acknowledged. That's not to say that his perception was not accurate through the lens of his POV, but everybody can view it differently. I personally believe that both of them were selfish. However, if Kobe's selfishness is attempting to motivate and drive his teammates to get prepared, while Shaq's selfishness could have always got him properly prepared, but not the rest of his teammates, it kind of keeps pivoting back to the point, and especially when Shaq himself admitted that he was not the greatest motivator, himself admitted that he did not properly prepare for regular season play to get through a deep postseason run because he could rely on Kobe. He admitted that himself. So these are things that he is admitting, and we know that how taxing it may be to get through a three-peat, a deep postseason run every single year. I don't understand how anyone can casually claim, especially at that time, when a lot of the other players around that point in time did not take it as serious either. Iverson also openly admitted that he was not willing to practice and dedicate his life to this. Yeah, there's plenty of players at that time that did not. It openly admitted that. And so when you're asking for a three-peat, it's not just about skill. It's not just about talent. It's about availability. It's about how dedicated are you to stay healthy and available throughout that entire period of time. There's a degree of motivation that comes along with that that's really hard for me to just throw around to anyone willy-nilly. As much as I might not like Scottie Pippen in many regards, I give him credit for preparing himself outside of the 97-98 season, but outside that season where he prepared himself for a three-piece. I give Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum a lot of credit because every year they prepare themselves for a deep postseason run. Duncan did that. KD and Curry did that. Kobe did that. It's hard for me to believe a three-peat is such a unique circumstance that there's plenty of teams throughout the course of NBA history that might have had the talent to win more, but there's certain things that prevented them from doing that. Like the Spurs throughout this time never repeated. I don't think it's because Tim Duncan was a terrible leader or he couldn't motivate. It's just other factors that come into play. And so when you're talking about these other factors, it's beyond talent. It's beyond talent. It's beyond who you have on the floor. A lot of that stuff has to do with other things. I've watched this series as a sidebar as well. The team just wasn't good enough. It really was a top-heavy team with Shaq and Kobe. And they were trying to figure out a lot of other pieces because Glenn Rice was no longer on the team. There really wasn't any third option. So in 2003, it's hard for me to then believe that Tracy McGrady, from a talent perspective, can produce more than what Kobe was doing in that series that would have altered a different result. Devin George got hurt in that series as well, so he didn't even finish that series. So there's I don't understand like how you could come to conclusions when players got hurt throughout this run. I don't think that T-Mac could produce more than Kobe in 03. And unless you're saying that, they'll be fine with Shaq leading and then McGrady taking the back seat, I don't even know if that would have been enough either, because it's not as if like Shaq in that series didn't put up really good numbers either. So if Shaq is averaging 25, 14, and 4 with 3 blocks, and Kobe is averaging 32, 5, and 3, bro, there were series, there's games where they're not even close to getting enough points to competing with the Spurs.
Yeah, because again,
what's happening, there's just not enough.
Yeah, because again, you see now you want to avoid the stuff that like some people say the context. The chemistry matters, Lo. That the fact that there's a locker room beef between your two top players, and you're not going to have that with Tracy McGrady. So as an example, when we get again, I didn't even bring up this series. Like I told you, one of these Kobe Bryant fans brought it up. But I also want to say this about this thing about you and Shaq's motivation and his offseason thing. Nobody else was upset about what Shaq was doing. So it's selfish for Kobe.
That's not true. Jerry.
Okay,
West,
so hold on. Okay, no, well, okay.
They did tell him. They told him.
Okay.
They did tell him.
I listen. This is why I brought you up here because I know you're a real Kobe Bryant fan. I know I'm older than you and I was alive around then, but you do your research. So if you can help me understand at that time, if there were some other Lakers on that roster that was upset with Shaquille O'Neal for his laziness,
Lakers
alongside
or coach and GM.
The Lakers, because I never heard Phil say it. You said Jerry West said it. I would probably agree. Jerry West probably was upset with Shaq for not being in shape and decide to go get toe surgery in August. Like I can see Jerry West being mad at that. But I could also see Jerry West understanding because again, Jerry West didn't even want Phil Jackson as a coach because he understands it's about winning. They know that the real Shaq that they want and need is the Shaq that needs to be there in June. So as long as that Shaq's there, which he's been there for the last 3 Junes, we should be good. And he was ready in June. The only difference was Kobe was like, no, I've been the leader this whole time. I'm going to stay the leader. I'm not going to relinquish it to the point to where in game 1 versus San Antonio, he's jacking up 38 shots. Tracy's not trying to prove no point. He doesn't care that he's the second fiddle to Shaq. Kobe's trying to prove a point. So he's jacking up 38 shots to score 37 points in a crucial game 1 versus a very good San Antonio team who doesn't have no egos. Everybody's playing their game. Everybody's playing a part of the system. That's the difference. That's what I'm bringing with Tracy McGrady. And the Kobe fans don't want to accept that about Kobe because y'all want to lie about Kobe's mentality. Now, and I get this is where I always tell people, you're right. The guys that you mentioned about Kobe's work ethic, the Jason Tatum, Brown, and KD, these guys came after Kobe because they all witnessed what Kobe was doing. But prior to Kobe, you had the Scottie Pippens, you had the Shaq. These are not the only players to do this. Remember, your boy, Akeem Olajuwon, got suspended for faking an injury. So it's not like those guys back then had the integrity to just play through. Like they were forced to play through injuries, just like Wilt Chamberlain was forced to play 48-minute games. Then just to tell them, well, oh, you always needed surgery this whole time, so go ahead. That's why Scottie was going to take off 98. He was like, I'm already getting paid. I'm not coming back to the Bulls. I'm gonna get back surgery done, get a free paycheck for the rest of the year, and wait till 99 season and get my money. But Jordan begged him to come back. In fact, like I said, they were going to trade him to have Tracy be there. So Jordan could have been the one that mentored Tracy into the 2000s. So again, this idea that Kobe's work ethic somehow affected Shaq positively is false. It was actually a negative because the players, like I said, the whole team was full of veterans. You said it: Brian Shaw, Rick Fox, Glenn Rice. All these guys were taking their summers off, bro. They were all coming back fat during the training camp. They all were. The only one who wasn't was Kobe. That's why Kobe is top 10 on my list. And Lamont, he should be on yours. That's all I'm saying, bro. Kobe's still great. But you can find that information for me because that's great information. That's great information because, like I said,
Phil Jackson understood Shaq being overweight. Shaq being overweight has been Shaq's major issue throughout his playing career, in addition to his free throw shooting. Hold on.
Oh wait, is that mine or yours? Hold on, wait.
No, just me right here.
Okay, that's you. Okay, go ahead.
No, shit.
Come on, man.
Phil Jackson understood Shaq being overweight. What has been Shaq's major issue throughout his career, in addition to free throw shooting. At one point, the Diesel even revealed that he weighed nearly 400 pounds after his third championship season with the Lakers. However, he didn't bat an eye, knowing Phil Jackson would give him the green light to do whatever he wanted to do on the court. So yeah, everyone knew that was a problem. There wasn't too many people who were willing to like contest what he was doing, but people knew that was a problem. That was a problem.
I agree, especially when you have your young star. Especially have your young star giving you the example. So I agree with you. I'm not saying Shaq didn't have no culpability in this. I'm just saying he doesn't have that issue because if Kobe just decided to play his role, they still would have won with Shaq doing all of that. They still could have won.
But what I'm asking is that again, these are hypotheticals. To believe that Shaq would have continued to put on weight and just allow anybody to be there, and for him to just be available to finish these series. Like I genuinely believe not even believe, he's admitted himself that part of him being able to coast but also stay motivated enough is because of the back and forth that him and Kobe had. Kobe being Kobe also motivated Shaq to make sure that Kobe also stayed in his place. And that's something that
I haven't heard you say that, Lo. I've heard you talk all week. I've never heard you bring up that point. That's actually a great point. Go ahead.
So there's a lot of things that Shaq, and I've learned this talking to not just one but two NBA players this week, where Shaq used to say some wild stuff, like very, very, very wild things. And it don't really surprise me, because the more I learn about Shaq, the more crazy he actually sounds. But Shaq used to say some wild stuff, some real wild stuff.
Yes.
And so I
do crazy stuff. He used to do crazy stuff too.
And used to do a lot of crazy stuff as well.
Yes.
So well, it's really hard to even absolve Kobe from any of the things in which he did, because it's very well documented. The problem that I have is that there's a lot of things that transpired at that point of time that it's really hard for me to just by default say someone would come in when someone like Iverson would have been right along Shaq, not practicing in the club, doing whatever he wanted to do. And I don't know how that functionally works when the team is slowly getting worse as the years progress, because they're just losing talent. Like that's the point
listen. I kind of got you on that, but that's why I was saying the disrespect of Shaq and players like Iverson has to stop. Because I'm not gonna lie, it does sound crazy to think that these guys were drunks, right? That a lot of them were drunks in the 90s. They played drunk. They were drinking there in halftime.
They were doing no.
They were drunk, right? So we hear the stories, right, Lo?
That's wild.
Have you ever heard the story? Wait. Have you ever heard the story though of one of Iverson's teammates saying that they tried to get Iverson to stop partying? And they did it for like a week. And Iverson had his worst stretch of his career during that week. As soon as they told Iverson, you can go back to the club, he went back to balling like normal Iverson. Some players, right, they just have that natural. That's why I said once they lose that physicality or that physical ability, everything goes out the door, because they really rely on how, like, just like Michael Vick. Michael Vick said he barely watched film because he was just that talented. It was hard. Barkley was out here eating... You know this, Lo. Barkley was out here eating cheeseburgers,
donuts.
Yeah. So I'm not saying, again, that's one thing I love about Kobe Bryant. And this is another thing too. That's why I'm glad you're here, Lo, because when I was watching Kobe, I got all those lies that Kobe was the selfish one. And to a certain degree, Kobe had the right to be selfish.
And you was right.
He was the one working out. He was the one doing everything. He was the one. So Kobe felt like, I have a right to be this way. Again, like I told you, Kobe just thought of himself bigger than everybody else saw him as. The only person who saw Kobe as what Kobe thought he was back then was Jerry West and Kobe. And we can't knock him for that. Hold on.
Let me say this, Lo.
Let me say this one more. Two things. There's two things that I've learned about Shaq in my time in Atlanta, with him living in Atlanta, and I've bumped into certain NBA players that's been around him. Two things. The first being, Shaq, without a doubt, needed motivation throughout his career. Without a doubt. That's the reason why he lied and faked that David Robinson story. That's the reason why
what David Robinson story?
There's a David Robinson story where he lied about how David Robinson treated him bad as a kid, and he mushed him aside and he didn't give him an autograph. And eventually he came out and said, "Oh yeah, David Robinson was always nice. I just needed to make up something to find an edge against D-Rob." And it's not just David Robinson.
Shaq's
it's
weird.
Stuff that he used to do about Chris Webber and Tim Duncan that are some of the most ridiculous things I've genuinely ever heard. And some of what Kobe was doing, viewed as selfish, understandably so, I just have a hard time believing that after winning one, maybe two, that Shaq would have continued to be motivated, because he himself said that he wasn't even motivated enough to go win another one until all the noise was circulating around how that one that they did win was a fluke. He needed even further motivation to go win another one. As the best player and dominating the way in which he did throughout that postseason run, he needed even more motivation to win another one. And then openly admitted that if it wasn't for Kobe helping him coasting throughout the regular season, that he just wasn't going to be motivated enough. So Shaq used to make things up to attempt to motivate him because he just wasn't motivated. And the second thing that is irrefutably true about Shaq, and a lot of people, this is another thing that really blows my mind with Shaq and the way that we perceive him and why he's not viewed as selfish. Shaq undeniably went into the organization and made demands, regardless if it was financial or if it was through roster construction. I have heard Shaq out of his own mouth say this, that he did that in LA several times.
He did it in Miami. He did it in Miami. He did it in Miami too. Yeah.
And so the point I'm making is, and the problem that I have is that there's a lot of things that happened at that point in time. And I agree with you. Not being able to win more, did lack of chemistry aid that process that Kobe participated in? Sure. But to believe, it's just hard for me to believe that we could genuinely think that Shaq, as the best player on a team, as a leader, would stay motivated enough for a 5-year period to win 5 championships with other people who also lack some level of motivation traits, and also they don't show any signs to ever being able to step to someone like Shaq and challenge him the way that Kobe's challenges resulted into a better and more motivated version of Shaq. I just have for example, I hear people say that about Jason Kidd. Jason Kidd is notoriously known for being passive aggressive, going around people, getting people fired without actually going to them. He is notorious. He did that every stop along the way. He did it in Dallas. He did that in Phoenix. He did that in New Jersey. He's notoriously known for being passive aggressive. So I don't believe that he would have been the one that been confronting Shaq to challenge him in ways in which that was necessary at that time. I just don't. Vince Carter is another one who's notoriously known for being passive aggressive. He's another one.
I got you, but like I said, I believe where you had me, and I agree with you. Kobe's play and that work ethic, I believe, motivated Shaq to the point of saying, "Man, I can't let him just overtake me yet. Like I still have to do it." I agree with you. The other stuff, I don't agree with you. But let me address this low, because you got people out here thinking that they can talk the way you talk and articulate themselves the way you articulate yourself. This guy here, Herm, said that he said the same thing you said. Y'all were here when Herm was up here. Herm didn't say nothing that Low said. Not one thing. Not one thing. So with that being said, Low, I do appreciate you thinking it.
Let me ask, because the bigger question, because even me and Gil had an hour-long discussion after our conversation. Do you think, even if T-Mac won 3, do you think that would have really changed the way that we perceive T-Mac? Because that was the crux and crevice of what we're trying to get to, and I think a lot of people missed it.
Listen,
he changing the subject.
Hold on, wait. I'm gonna get you. Dave. Hold on, Dave. I'm gonna let you get. You're gonna get first. That's a great question, though. To be honest with you, that's the point of the ring culture. That yes, even with his resume being the same, those 3 championships completely changed how everybody view him. Now, mind you, the problem is that now we have to make the hypothetical playoff run, because we don't have a Tracy McGrady playoff run to fall back on. So I get you there. That I got you. But let me ask you this, and think about it, because I want to let Super Dave in. He really wants to speak. My partner thinks that if Kobe actually didn't win with Shaq for those 3 and still had his career with the 2 with Gasol, he would be perceived even greater. Do you think so?
No, I think it'd be worse. I said the same thing to Gil as well. If T-Mac only thinks that he could win 1, I actually think that might be worse. If you go play with, like, if
Shaq can only win 1,
3, yeah, that's what I'm saying. If they only win 1, I think it's a worse perception, because at that point it's viewed as a failure. But what is the brother?
My point of the whole Tonight Show is that the Shaq that we saw from 2000 was motivated and built with the foundation of what Phil Jackson brought to the Lakers in 2000. And from there, we have a Shaq that we've never seen. And like I said, the greatest peak of all time. Most people say we had idiots on PC talking about Kawhi Leonard's peak versus Shaq's peak. It's nonsense. Shaq's peak is one of the great. And how old were you at that time, Shaq? Go.
Oh no, I was like 7. But 2000, you're right. 2000, you were absolutely right. That version of Shaq was motivated. Part of the reason why he was motivated, though, is because there were conversations about Shaq being lazy. He just came to LA for money. He was just doing a bunch of movies and rap music videos, and he got pissed off because there was a lot of people. And also Kareem was shitting on him and saying he ain't win. Kareem and Will actually were shitting on. So there were factors that forced him beyond even Kobe to kind of get to that point. But I am telling you, out of Shaq's own mouth, that I've heard, and other people who are around at that point in time, or through secondhand information from other NBA players, bro, Shaq used to do some wild shit, bro. Shaq
No,
used to
Shaq
do
was
some wild shit, and then would go demand a lot more wild
Shaq,
stuff.
and he would treat his teammates really bad because he was a bully. It was hard to
I'm gonna
fight
say,
him.
yeah, and
he would do nasty stuff.
That's my point.
Yeah.
Even what you're saying about how everyone was Team Shaq, it
Mhm.
wasn't because they were like, oh man, Shaq is just this great old teammate. It was because of the presence he had. It was like, fuck, like, am I gonna be combative against Shaq? Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, no, Shaq was beloved, right? Because Shaq's a goofball. He's a big kid, but he understood his size. He understood that I can do a lot of things and nobody's going to do anything about it. But let's let Super Dave in. Go ahead, Super Dave. It looks like you got something to say to Low, but please be respectful. Low is my guest. This man has a lot of things going on, and he did not have to come on my little small channel. So please give him some respect. Go ahead. Go ahead. And then we'll go down the line. Go ahead.
I just want to say
No, not you, Dave. My bad. Oh, my bad. Not you, Dave. There's two Daves here. Not you. Not you. There's a Super Dave down. You're not Super Dave. You David.
So,
go ahead, Super Dave.
so Low, being that okay, so you criticize Shaq for not being in shape, right? You say that Shaq didn't practice, okay, but at the same time, you praise guys like Bill Russell, right? You praise all those other guys, man. So Bill Russell himself said that he never practiced, right? So that's why I never understood.
Hold on, wait. I don't think Low praises Bill Russell. That's Mars.
Nah, those guys that win, you said because he won 11 championships. But this is the thing. Bill Russell is the
I'm not a ring
metric.
culture guy. I'm not a ring culture guy. I'm not.
Right. Okay. So check this out, though. But Jerry West, Kobe Bryant is a copycat. That's all he is. Jerry West used to get on Wilt Chamberlain about how he used to. This is like deja vu between Shaq and Kobe. It was Wilt and Jerry West at first. He used to criticize Wilt the same shit. Like it was like deja vu, bro. I'm telling you. Kobe, all he did was did the same thing that Jerry West did. Another thing, Kobe Bryant got his work ethic from Michael Jordan. All right. And then like Kobe, that might have been him trying to outwork Mike in the offseason, practice and all that. That might have been to his detriment. He probably ain't rest enough or recover enough.
Kobe, I'm sorry. Hold on. No. I gotta stop you there, bro. You said, hold on. Wait, no. Where did you get Michael Jordan had the work ethic of a Kobe Bryant ever? Where?
What you mean?
Where?
The work? Okay, so check this out. I said the work ethic of Kobe Bryant. I said that Kobe Bryant had the outdo Mike. Like Mike showed him. Kobe said how he was inspired by Mike. Hold on, bro. You asked me a question. Kobe inspired.
Not work ethic wise.
Hold on, bro. Hold on, man.
Let him answer. Go ahead.
All right, bro. Here you go. People that don't really listen to the game. Kobe said himself, he quoted that when he saw how hard Michael Jordan worked out, that inspired him to work out harder. Hence, when Kobe went to Team USA around Carmelo, Wade, and LeBron, he passed that on to the rest of those players. They saw him working. You know what I'm saying? But it originally came from Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan showed him so much stuff ins and out. This came out of Kobe mouth. I'm not going to listen to somebody else tell me when I heard out of Kobe mouth that he was inspired.
Go find it, Dave. You've been disrespectful.
But what is it? But what does it matter? I'm kind of confused.
No. Listen, bro.
No. I'm trying to tell you all of this.
No, because you're lying. Because you're lying.
No, hell no, I ain't lying, bro. What you talking about?
Michael Jordan didn't start to shoot around till 1990. Jordan didn't pick up weights till 1989.
Listen,
Jordan used to drink beer at halftime. In fact, in 2002,
absolutely.
Don't cut me off. I let you lie. You guys like think you're gonna run here and come up on Goat James Kingdom line. Michael Jordan had nowhere near the work ethic of a Kobe Bryant. Kobe Bryant learned how to do his own work ethic on his own. Nobody's gonna see that. I'm not gonna tolerate that. There was never a player that had the work ethic of Kobe. Listen, there is no player that had the work ethic of Kobe prior to Kobe Bryant.
Stop
Stop
changing the narrative, bro. Stop changing the narrative. You know what I'm saying? Stop changing the narrative. What I said was Kobe Bryant learned how to work out from Michael Jordan himself.
That he didn't. He did not.
Yes, he did.
Jordan did not have
You
that
don't know
much.
everything, bro. You don't even know the history of the game. What?
Nigga, don't tell me that. I've been watching basketball since I've been 1990. You niggas is lying. Go find me that shit and then come back and show it to us. I don't believe your words. You a liar. I don't believe you. Go find me
Put
that
the link
shit.
in there, Dave. Put the
Even
link in the
Moses
private
said
chat.
that
with the
here.
topic,
Yeah,
though.
share the screen real quick.
Wait, hold on, wait. Let me make sure. I want to
Wait,
see this.
hey, Johnny, real quick, I do want to tell you, bro. When Lo told you like, what's the difference between Lakers Shaq, bro? You should have told him he was like 70 pounds heavier, bro. That's getting stronger.
And
That's it.
in the Grover book, in the book, Grover outlined the similarity and differences between Jordan and Bryant's approach to their training regimen and mental approach of the game of basketball. According to Grover, who again trained both of them, they varied widely as Kobe was prone to putting in longer, grueling hours of training and working out in the gym, while Michael was more likely to maximize his training by prioritizing efficiency so he could get the most out of his training and reap all the benefits without putting in unnecessary stress to his body. So
Exactly. That's what I said earlier, that it worked against Kobe.
I mean,
You got Loudmouth wanted to jump in.
But it's
You're
not.
liars.
But Kobe did. He trained harder. I don't know. Like, what are you? Well, what about what is a point? What's
You can overtrain.
what's the point? What's the point?
Bro?
You said Kobe overtrained.
That you can overtrain. It worked to his detriment, bro. It worked to his detriment. You know what I'm saying? You can overshoot. That's the point. That's the reason why my man said, which I agree with the dude, Go James, that T-Mac would have worked out better for Kobe. But y'all come on here, y'all romanticize Kobe as if he didn't that he asked to be traded. Like he didn't want to be play for Charlotte. He said, any team that draft me, I'm not going to play for them. I'm going to go overseas, right? So Kobe did not even want to play for the Charlotte Hornets and get it out of the mud. Yeah. He is not who y'all say he is, bro. He ain't who y'all say he is.
Please
Oh,
go
Moses
to the
is
question,
lying.
man. He's
No, hold on,
He is not who y'all say he is.
I got to find out.
He
Lo,
trash in the clutch. He trash in the clutch. He shot Shaq. He shot Detroit
Super Dave, you got to listen.
against Detroit. He shot.
You got to
He shot him out of the champion.
You got listen. What other channels have you been on? What channels do you normally go on? Whose channel do you go on?
What you mean?
What other? Because you got to go to another channel that thinks you be saying the right stuff. Because you come here and everybody's looking at you weird. Never heard of this before.
Man,
I just don't understand.
Bro, I ain't looking for no validation from nobody around here. They don't put in no kind of work I put in to study this shit, man. What are you talking about?
Man, get the fuck out of here. What the work you put in? Nigga, nobody knows you. Get the fuck out of here.
I don't understand. I'm not going to criticize a man who played 13, 15 years of basketball before he got injured with a torn Achilles, and then question if he worked good enough or well enough, or he optimized his ability to train. Niggas, we do some weird shit in the community where we just we're questioning Kobe Bryant's work ethic when it translated, regardless of how you feel.
He's trying to end it. He's trying to give it to Jordan and say, "Well,
that
he
was
took
the
it from
stupidest
Jordan
thing I heard all week."
And it took it to another level and fucked up his career. That's dumb. Nobody ever says that. What are you talking about? Kobe
That nigga said he got his work ethic from Mike.
Listen, look, I
do gotta go. I gotta go somewhere. If somebody got something like pressing to say, but at the end of the day,
I don't want nobody talking to you no more. You go. It was between you and I. You showed up. They went and got you. Appreciate you, brother.
The point I just want to make is that I think that we toss around the ability to do a three-peat a bit too loosely. I've already admitted the idea that could T-Mac win a championship with Shaq? Sure. I don't, and again, I don't really think that does much for his career, his standing of how people perceived him at that time. I don't really think that it would have done that much. But in terms of winning a three-peat, bro, I just think there's so many things that go into winning a three-peat that it's really, really difficult to just blindly say that someone will be able to three-peat, especially when the person that you're trying to three-peat when you're trying to three-peat with is someone who is openly admitting that he's not going to properly prepare himself for regular season play. He's not getting ready for anyone outside of Tim Duncan in the finals. He's not going to put himself in a position to stay adequately healthy enough and train with his teammates during certain moments. I just don't understand. It's really hard for me to just then believe anybody, and especially Iverson of all fucking people, would then go on that team and also share the same level of degree and dedication to translate to a three-peat. I think that is difficult to do, bro. Ray Allen,
is crazy.
Ray Allen and Vince Carter is another one that's like really hard for me to believe. GP towards the tail end of that isn't the same GP.
Who's double teaming Shaq off Ray Allen? Who's doing that?
But they weren't double teaming off of Kobe though.
You can double team off Kobe though. You can.
That's what I'm saying. Like I don't know. So I'm like even like GP. Like by the time we get to 2002 GP, he's not the same GP that he was in like 2000 or 2000. Like so I like there's. I'm not. Yeah, I get it. But like you would need a certain degree of like shot making and like he wasn't the same shot maker in 2002, 3, 4 than he was like in 99 or 2000. But like a lot of these players. Again, maybe one, bro. It's really hard.
Yeah, I think a lot of those players will win one, but three-peat is wild.
Y'all disrespecting Shaq. You gotta forget.
No, I think
they're playing alongside
Shaq before Kobe. That's why we're saying it.
I seen Kobe before Shaq and after Shaq. So let's continue.
He won two. He won two after
Shaq. He won two after.
No, he did. No, and that's why I told you. That's why all that stuff that he worked hard for. That's why I give Kobe all his props because he knew it. He saw it. And he did his thing. I'm not going to take that from Kobe. Kobe got 5 rings to me. Whether he has the 3 as the sidekick with Shaq, he still got 5 rings. He's a 5-time champion. And he contributed to the 3 champions. I'm not saying Kobe didn't contribute because he obviously did. I'm just saying there's other players who could have contributed just as good as he did. That's all.
Well, that's why I was saying it because if you got a Penny Hardaway in that
that's a disagreement, though, bro.
They didn't win. And then you got Nick Van Exel and Eddie Jones, who were all-stars.
Kobe was on that team. They lost. Stop bringing up somebody where Kobe was on that team. Where was Kobe then?
Yeah, but Kobe wasn't the player that we know.
Thank you.
But that's the point that we're making, that there still had to be a certain level of player to play, because even when Kobe was there, and Nick Van Exel and Eddie Jones, apparently that wasn't enough either. So before I go, what's the difference? What is the difference to you between 99 and 2000, Shaq? Why couldn't they get it done in 99, but then they can get it done in 2000? Shaq wise.
Like I told you, the Shaq that came into the 2000 season came in way much better shape than he ever had any time prior to that since he was in Orlando. And that was because of Phil Jackson. Phil Jackson motivated him, showed him how he can dominate with all the assets and all the tools he had. So he was able to put up his biggest season scoring wise, right? He had a good season rebounding wise. He had one of his best field goal percentage seasons as well. Not his best, but one of his best field goal percentage seasons. He took a lot of shots. This was one of his first times he took 20 shots a game or more. So he was motivated in all aspects of the game to do what he did. And we saw the prime Shaq because of it. We didn't get a chance to see that in 98, 99, 96. Shaq, like you said, in 96, he played 52 games. So, and we're talking about Shaq played 79 games, completely motivated, 40 minutes per game on top of that. Let me see here. He didn't play 40 minutes ever again. So Shaq, like you said, he came in completely motivated after losing all those playoffs, all those times. And this was the year he had Phil Jackson. Phil Jackson gave him, again, it's a part of it is the Phil Jackson thing. We can't take away the triangle offense of Phil Jackson. And remember what the
it's not a Kobe take. I'm saying there clearly was. I'm saying that this not even a Kobe.
Yeah, we're talking about Shaq. We're talking about Shaq.
Yeah. I'm saying that there is something there had to be motivating factors that came in the summer of '99 to get this result that wasn't there, that he just clearly just didn't possess. That's what I'm saying. And regardless, I'm not saying it had to be Kobe.
No, Phil.
So that's what I'm saying. Shaq clearly needed other factors to motivate him to get to that level. Shaq wasn't just going to do that on his own, and Shaq openly admitted he wasn't going to keep doing that on his own. He openly admitted, and that's some shit I'm not going to do every year.
He still wasn't doing it.
I'm not about to do that every year. No, I'm not.
But I think even with a peak Shaq, those players are not winning with a peak Shaq. The other players that you put up.
That's what I'm saying.
That's what I'm saying. I'll see y'all later.
So look, he kept going down every other. So let's let some other folks in. I appreciate you, Lo, man. Thank you for joining me. Y'all know where to find Lo. Lo's all over the place. Hey, Lo, stop starting basketball beefs, please. Okay? Stop starting basketball beefs. Stop it.
You gotta have.
You are. You an instigator. Don't do it.
No.
You from Atlanta. Y'all Atlanta dudes always do stuff like that. Atlanta dudes always starting shit, bro. Always, bro.
That's them. That's them.
Yeah. And as far as Super Dave, I wasn't gonna let you back up, bro. You was too disrespectful. We're having such a great show. Appreciate you, bro. Appreciate you, Lo. Yeah, man. So again, Lo tried. Go get Skap Attack, y'all. Somebody said Skap Attack needs to come up. Low tried. Let's bring up
Hey,
Skap
yeah,
Attack.
please get Skap Attack. Skap
We
Attack, I ain't
already
gonna lie.
proved our point, bro. Y'all wildin'.
I respect some of his takes, but Skap Attack be talking like he be yapping sometimes. Especially when y'all start. I think I didn't fully watch because I think it'll work, but I watched that one stream I think he was on, and he was talking about LeBron, and some of the stuff he was saying was just like I told you, bro. Like I don't even have Bron as the GOAT like y'all do, but some of the stuff he was saying about LeBron was just flat out stupid. Like just some of it was just ridiculous. It really was flat out ridiculous in my opinion.
Low tends to have some zesty Jeffrey logic sometimes when he wants to talk. Because again, Low's been doing this for a very long time. Low's been talking basketball for a while, y'all, and he's heard of everything you could possibly hear. So I wish I could have the freedom Low has to talk basketball, to just be a basketball fan and just talk the game, have my fan base. Everybody listen to me. Nobody questions what I have to say. So shout out to Low again. Thank you for joining me. So we got guys like this who says back to screaming and yelling and not letting folks talk. Again, you see when you come up here and be respectful and we have a conversation, there's no problem. But when you want to come up here and not learn, because again, there's two L's you can take in this scenario: an L as a loss or an L as a learn. You can learn from this situation, like Low just learned. Low understands now why people say that Shaq could win 3 championships without Kobe and could win more without Kobe. He went to something that was a little bit harder to prove, Shaq being motivated. But again, Shaq's a professional basketball player. Shaq's one of the greatest players of all time in the middle of his prime. I don't think Kobe, again, I'll give him this. The fact that Kobe was such a dog, Low was on point on that. That one I didn't touch on.
Yeah.
Because Kobe was such a dog, it made Shaq think to himself, man, I can't let this young kid take me. I still got to be on my game. But Shaq was. That's the whole point. When we talk about 04, 03, 02, Shaq was on his game. When he went to Miami, he was on his game. We went from 42 wins to 59 wins because of Shaq. So
was he second MVP voting that year too?
He should have been the MVP. Shaq was supposed to be.
They gave it to Boo Boo Nash.
They gave it to Nash.
Nash deserved 05. He didn't deserve.
No, I'm not saying I'm not saying Nash didn't deserve it, but I'm saying though, because Nash did almost the same thing. I think they went from 30 games to like 60 game wins. So he won like over 20.
Hold on, Ajani. You don't go nowhere. Finish that. Guy above me. What's your name?
David.
David. David.
Yeah, what's up?
You think Steve Nash didn't deserve that MVP in 05?
Not necessarily really 05, but I really don't like the 06 one. 05, if you think he deserved it, okay, but 06, I'm not even gonna get into 06, bro. I'm sorry. Really, to be honest with you, like Steve Nash's back-to-back MVPs is really the most suspect MVP awards I've ever seen in my life. The fact that we're giving a guy 18 and 10, over guys like Shaq who went to the Eastern Conference
his team
and literally took a new. Wasn't they still kind of like new into the league anyway? The Miami Heat, had been in the league for too long.
Playoffs before that.
They went to the playoffs the year before.
Who was the second? Hold on. Who was the second best player on the Suns that year? Ajani.
Amari Stoudemire.
How many games did he play? How many games did he play that year?
I don't know. I think he played 50. He was hurt.
He was a rookie.
Yeah, he got hurt in those. He was hurt in the 05-06 season. But since we on the topic, you gotta understand, like,
and they won
54
games.
That 18 and 9.
Oh, let Juan Boy go. Go ahead, Juan Boy.
That 18 and 10 that Nash
go ahead, Juan Boy.
You hear me, right? All right. So that 18 and 10 that Nash averaged, that was for a 62 Suns win team after they finished 29 and 53 the season before.
Thank you. And the year after
that turned the whole franchise. The Suns were a Joe Johnson injury and that shit in 07 where Robert Horry ran Steve Nash into the what's the name, and then Amari Stoudemire ran over there because Steve Nash is the captain of that team.
The second MVP year, he won 54 games.
Yeah, when Amari Stoudemire was out the whole season. They went from
without
62 wins to 54. With Amari Stoudemire
finals. And they went to the conference finals.
Yeah, they went to the conference finals in 06. Yeah, Joe Johnson got hurt.
That got nothing to do with the MVP. It's really on the regular season. So yeah.
I mean,
But that's what we
And
said.
Nash had a
So
hell of a year.
in
They were number one in
2005, the
scoring.
leading scorer of that team was
Amari.
Amari Stoudemire, but they lost Amari Stoudemire, like y'all said, the next year, and they went from 62 wins to 54 wins.
54
So
without
Amari
without
Stoudemire
their
basically was an
leading
eight game win difference for them.
No, Johnny.
Yeah,
The
without their
point,
leading scorer, and they lost Joe Johnson too, because Joe Johnson was
Yeah, he went to free agency. In free agency, he went to
Go ahead, I'm
Atlanta.
listening.
Yeah, the point I'm making, and I'm gonna let you go, one boy. The point I'm making is the fact that he was able to lead that team to 54 games and the conference finals without Stoudemire. That's the point I'm
Yeah,
making.
and
In 06.
I get that. I get that, but my thing, this is just my personal thing with the whole MVP thing, is that it's called the most valuable player. When I hear something like that, like I'm going off of like who's very, very valuable to their team. And I felt like that year, especially those specific 2 years, 05 and 06, like you can argue like Kobe was more valuable to his team because of what he had around his, like he didn't have Amari Stoudemire and Sean, Mary, and all those pieces on his team. He didn't. And then LeBron didn't have those pieces on his team. Like,
But that's no point. He had Shaq. He got rid of his team. He don't deserve that. He doesn't. You guys don't deserve to say Kobe didn't have anybody when he fucking ran Shaq out of town.
well, no. I get that. I'm just using that for an example. Like, I get what
That's
you're
why he's
saying.
not the
I'm just
MVP,
saying
because he doesn't have
there's
MVP
other
status.
players.
37 points per game is not MVP status. That's jacking
the
up a bunch of
Lakers
shots.
and the Lakers in that year, the Lakers finished.
No, it's not even
22
just that. I'm talking about LeBron as well. That same year, like the Cavs really depended on LeBron in
42
that year as
wins is
well
not
too.
enough. 42 wins is not enough. Or what? He won four.
Yeah.
That when he doing two.
No, they went to the playoffs in 06, right?
I know, and you're talking about
Yeah,
06.
they lost to Detroit. They lost to Detroit. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. LeBron James brought a team to their first ever playoff appearance in 9 years.
Think about this, David. A team that lost their best scorer, that lost their second best scorer, still won 54 games because of an offense that's predicated off of Steve Nash still being the number one offense in basketball. That's why Steve Nash is running.
That's a fact, bro.
So, what you should say is, I think,
MVP, man. Y'all know that story.
you should say, I think Kobe or LeBron should have won it, but to say that Nash didn't deserve it,
That's bullshit.
Hold on, I gotta address
Okay,
these
that's
Zesty
fine then.
Jeffries.
That's
Hold on,
fine.
y'all getting out of topic because I gotta attack these Zesty Jeffries. Herm did not say nothing like that.
Yeah, nothing.
Herm lied. Herm brought up 2003 and got mad because he wouldn't answer the question. I let Herm do a lot of crazy stuff on GOAT James Kingdom, but tonight I'm not going to let him do that. He was not going to disrupt this live because he gets cooked and he sees me cooking. They're out there talking about me right now. Y'all sent Low here. Low had to go back humbled. He can still believe what he wants to believe, but I proved my point. My point is still is there. Shaq is winning those championships without Kobe. Y'all
That's
sitting
a
here giving
lie,
Kobe shit that
bro.
Kobe never did, bro.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, you did not say nothing Low said, Mac.
He said AI and T Mac could probably win one, but a three-peat, hell no. I said the same thing.
Yeah, but y'all was wrong. He was wrong on that. I didn't say Low was right there. He was wrong. You were wrong. Low was wrong.
Nobody's
You're wrong.
Nobody's
The only
winning
thing
no
he brought up
three-peat
was
like
how
that.
Shaq couldn't do this or Shaq couldn't do that, which means you disrespected Shaq. And I told him, don't do that. It's because Shaq could find motivation. Like he said, Shaq could find motivation without Kobe. He would have had T-Mac to be. Do you think T-Mac's not going to relish when Shaq doesn't want to be the man? He would have relished in it. He just wouldn't have been mad when Shaq says, take your step back. It's my turn now. Like Kobe.
And if you want to go off of reputation, T-Mac was more of a willing passer than Kobe.
Mentality don't win shit. Kobe had that mentality in 05, 06, 07 and lost. He had that mentality in 98, 99.
First round.
Let me hold
Still
on.
got knocked out in the first round.
that for years.
Let's Mac cry. Go, Mac.
Hold on. Those players, T Mac and all those other, they don't have the mentality of Kobe. None of them was gonna challenge Shaq and try to be the alpha dog. Nobody was gonna challenge Shaq in that aspect. Kobe, yeah, what Lowe said pushed him, but I'm just looking at his play on the court and what he did. You're gonna have to ask those players to be a closer in championship time while you have the most dominant player in the world on your team. I don't think T-Mac or all them other players that you got are doing that because they didn't do it on their teams. So why would they all of a sudden do it as number two options?
wait. What y'all talking about? Kobe and who?
Ladies and gentlemen,
They think he could three-peat with
Mac,
these players, and
Mac,
that's
Mac,
crazy.
Mac can't accept that there's players who were fourth quarter closers like Kobe Bryant. He's sad, Kobe Bryant fan that he is. Doesn't see the numbers. The stats don't focus well in him. He says Kobe does things that other players can't do, but if we look at it, there was other players doing it without being the first option and being surrounded and game plan for night in and night out in the fourth quarter. Unlike Kobe Bryant, who had the luxury of playing alongside Shaquille O'Neal, who helped him develop into the player he was. They refused to accept that Shaq made Kobe. Kobe didn't make himself. Shaq made no. Okay, I let you cook. You stopped talking for a reason because you had nothing else to say.
Nah,
Stop
because he
bringing
was
up
playing that
lies.
dumb music.
Stop bringing up lies about Kobe Bryant motivating Shaq when he did not motivate Shaq. He didn't get along with Shaq. Shaq was the one who was lucky enough to tell Kobe, "You still the man," after Kobe did countless things that the team did not like of Kobe Bryant. Kobe Bryant had his own coach willing to trade him. He did not motivate Shaq in any way possible. Shaq was already a beast before Kobe, and he was a beast after Kobe. That's why he was able to win a championship on the tail end of his prime with a 2-year player in Dwyane Wade, who, unless you're saying Dwyane Wade all of a sudden is on the level of a Kobe Bryant in 2005 and 6.
06 Wade?
Is it on the level of
Yes.
why?
06
bro. Now
Dwyane
you know
Wade?
D Wade and no 6
Why?
wasn't no Kobe.
Don't
Like,
ask. No, I listen. I would
Hold
kick
on. As
everybody
a,
off to have this one on
they're
one.
both
I
two-way.
don't cut
They're
off
both
Mac. It's Mac. Why is Dwyane Wade able to do something Allen Iverson, Carter, Ray Allen, Paul Pierce, Michael Finley, none of these other guys can do? What was it Dwyane Wade was doing in 2006 that these guys cannot do?
First of all, Dwyane Wade as a two-way player is better than all these players on the board.
Based on what?
And the only other better scorer is Allen Iverson.
Based
But I
on
already
what?
said Allen, but Allen Iverson ain't got the defense that Dwyane Wade has. It's not even
Based
close.
on what?
What do you mean based on what? Allen Iverson can't play defense on Dwyane Wade's level. Dwyane Wade is one of the best guard rim protectors. I think he's an all-time leader in blocks
Oh,
as
so
a
stats. So
guard.
you're using stats. So if
As
we
a
go see,
guard. No, I
if we
have
go
to
see,
use stats too. Because you just asked me Dwyane Wade and Allen Iverson defensively. So if you have to ask that, I'm gonna be respectful and just go
Mhm.
to stats to prove it. But that was wild that you asked me about Allen Iverson compared to Dwyane Wade defensively. They're
so
not even close.
Dwyane Wade steal the ball like Iverson?
Dwyane Wade can guard 1 through 3. Allen Iverson ain't guarding no 1 through 3.
Kobe wasn't guarding 1 through 3. You don't need Iverson to do
Yes,
that
he
to win a
did.
championship.
What are you? Oh my God, Kobe
Again,
wasn't guarding
based
one
off
through three.
what? Based off what? I've never heard the Lakers win championships because of Kobe's defense. You're bringing up stuff again. This
Okay.
none of the stuff Low brought up.
I'll prove it. I'll prove
Mhm.
it. I'll prove
Mhm.
Game
Mhm.
seven versus the
Mhm.
Portland Trail Blazers in
Mhm.
2000.
Mhm.
Right. Offensively, he scored the most points in that game, 25, and
Mhm.
out rebounded Shaq with 11 rebounds. So he scored the
Mhm.
most points and out rebounded Shaq. Game 7. Now
Mhm.
defensively, he guarded Bonzi Wells, 2 guard. He guarded Scottie Pippen, small forward, and he guarded Damon Stoudemire, a point guard.
Mhm.
So Kobe in
Mhm.
2000, while being the youngest player ever to be named first team until Wembanyama just broke it, he was the youngest player to be named first team all defense. He guarded he guarded 1 through 3. And when it was clutch time, even during their first championship run, Kobe was the most clutch player, not Shaq. Shaq dominated, but Kobe had all the moments where it was do or die. They put the ball in his hands. Those are just facts.
Are you are you done?
Yeah, I'm done.
Are you done? Okay. So that game 7, fourth quarter, Shaq was 3 of 3, 3 for 4 from the free throw line, 9 points. Kobe Bryant, 3 of 7 from the field, 0 for 2 from the 3-point land, 3 of 6 from the free throw line. Shaq had more rebounds. Shaq had the same amount of assists and had a block with Kobe. So Kobe didn't do nothing in that overtime that Shaq did not dominate. Again, they were trying to stop Shaq. Kobe's able to do all of this because he's playing alongside Shaq. The end of the day, they're putting Robert Horry on the floor for defense. They're putting Ron Harper on the floor for defense. They're putting Rick Fox on the
Bro,
floor
Cole was
for
one of the best
defense.
defenders in the league at the time.
Yeah,
It
bro.
doesn't matter how good Kobe was defensively. There are other players who can play defense and help the Lakers win a championship. There is
And
nothing
he was
about
one
Allen
of them. He was
Iverson.
one of the best defenders on the team.
There is nothing about Allen Iverson, Vince Carter, Gary Payton, Jerry Stackhouse, Michael Finley, Ray Allen, Eddie Jones, Allen Houston, Paul Pierce, and Jalen Rose's defense that will force Shaq to lose 3 championships, not 1. So stop lying
Did you
on
just say
Shaq's
Jalen
claim.
Rose, bro? Come on.
Again, Shaq is winning
Kobe?
3 championships with this right here. There's nobody that you could take away to make Shaq not a 3-way championship.
So
If these guys are
if
out
you
here putting
replace
up these
Jalen Rose
numbers,
with Kobe, they three-peat?
they are 3-peating. Jalen Rose was
Man,
one of the best
stop.
shooting guards in the league at that time.
Man, stop.
Yes. Now you can have the whole way. You had your chance, Mac. You didn't do good. Where you at, Michael? Go ahead. Your chance is up next. What do you have? Go ahead. We're listening.
Oh wait, got what? I just wait. What?
Tell me why Shaq's not winning 3 championships because he doesn't have Kobe Bryant.
I didn't say he can't. I said not with Jalen Rose as the second. What? Come on, bro. If you replace
Again,
Kobe and
how
Jalen
about
Rose,
all right? So that's fine. Here we go. I'll give you the name.
he
Allen
can win with
Iverson.
Tracy McGrady.
Allen
He can win
Iverson.
with Vince Carter.
Okay. How about Gary Payton?
Oh no.
What about Jerry Stackhouse?
I mean, they can maybe win 1, but they ain't three-peat.
Why are they not 3-peating? Why are they preventing Shaq from 3-peating? How does Shaq not 3-peat because he don't have Kobe Bryant?
Bro, you have to have, and I'm saying these guys ain't on the level of Tracy McGrady and Kobe, bro. Yeah, if you take Kobe, you can replace him with T. Matt, Vince Carter, AI, those guys. But once you get into that next tier, bro, they ain't. Because remember, even with Kobe, some of those series were still dog fights. Remember, they was down 15 points in the fourth quarter against Portland in Game 7. They barely made it to the finals even with Kobe some of them years. So if you replace it with a way lesser player. Then
No, that's because
they
Kobe
ain't making it.
wasn't playing team basketball. Kobe refused to play team basketball. Kobe was always trying to jack up shots. They would play better basketball, team basketball. They probably wouldn't even be down 15 if they're playing with some of these players because some of these players are not trying to be better than Shaq like
Bro,
Kobe
don't
was.
try to act like those teams wasn't great, bro. Those teams was
I'm not talking
elite.
about teams. No, don't act like Shaq wasn't great. That's your problem. You want to avoid how great Shaq was. Shaq was the reason.
About Shaq. What?
That's your problem. You need to start talking Shaq. That's your problem.
No, we talk about
Shaq's the reason why he's gonna win.
With Jalen Rose and
why not? Jalen Rose can shoot from the 3-point land. He can assist. He can play defense.
Post up.
He can go left. He can go right. And he's not in the
I'm
triangle
trying to get
offense.
how are they three-peating with Jalen Rose?
Because okay, again, this is how they're 3-peating. Because they got Shaq.
Bro. Ajani,
Stop
this is bad, bro.
disrespecting Shaquille O'Neal. You can't tell me Shaquille is not winning 3 championships because you love Kobe.
This is bad, bro.
It's not bad.
This is bad.
You can't tell me why. Other than the fact that you love Kobe.
It's not bad at all.
You can't
I
tell
just
me.
have one question real quick though.
You can't tell me Jalen Rose can't average 20 points per game alongside Shaq. And he's averaging 20 without Shaq.
This is awful, bro. Hey,
wait. Hey, Johnny, I just got one question for everybody else on the panel. Just got one question.
No, you can't do
that. So who
is
beating these guys? Like, y'all tell me who's beating them to stop them from 3-peating.
Best take. You cannot do that. You don't show up on Goat James Kingdom and ask a panel a bunch of questions. It's like TikTok. We get a bunch of arguments. You got to direct a question towards me. Guys, you guys can get to talk to one another. I bring you guys up here to talk to me. I bring you guys up so that you guys are not in the background waiting. So the conversation is going to stick to the same conversation. You motherfuckers need to show me how Shaq is not winning 3 championships with players like this on his team. Stop hating on Shaq. That's the conversation. Stop derailing. I don't care about Steve Nash. I don't care about LeBron James. I don't care about Michael Jordan. Tonight's show is about Kobe Bryant and how y'all keep lying on Shaq's name.
I don't see why not Ray Allen couldn't 3-peat with Shaq, especially early 2000s Ray Allen.
So we out here arguing about a hypothetical, trying to prove that it's true.
No,
that's what we're doing. If I just come out here and say Kobe can score 100 points a game, like what does that do for anything? We out here saying that these guys were 3-peat. We out here talking about these guys were 3-peat hypothetically with Shaq. How do we know that to be true?
Because Shaq won a championship on the down leg of his prime with Dwyane Wade. and a Gary
And
Payton.
Kobe went to
Bro,
3
D
straight
Wade
finals and won
cleared
2
Jalen
of them
Rose and
without
the other
Shaq. What's
guys,
the
bro.
point?
Again,
I'm not
again,
understanding what you're trying to prove.
that has
Like
nothing to do.
your argument
Oh, wait,
isn't
I
making any
didn't
sense.
say.
It's stupid.
I didn't
Actually,
say. I didn't say Kobe can't win a championship as the head dog. I told you that the 3 championships that they won with Kobe was because of Shaq. So stick to that. Kobe
no,
didn't
it
win.
wasn't. That's a lie.
That is true.
Because
So
Kobe
how
was
is
the closer of that team. He also led that team in fourth quarter scoring. He actually led the whole NBA in fourth quarter scoring.
Okay,
He
which
led
one?
that team in assists. He led that team in assists.
Mm-hmm.
And
Okay, I'm listening. I'm listening. Go ahead, continue. No, continue. I'm listening.
And while doing all that, he making first team all defense.
Okay. Again, I'm
So
going to ask.
you tell me. You tell me.
I'm going to tell you which one of these players cannot score like Kobe did in the fourth quarter.
Bro, it's hypothetical. I don't know. Who cares?
It's not
I don't know.
hypothetical.
It is hypothetical.
Wait,
Prove it.
hold on, wait.
Prove
All right,
it.
so are you? Prove it? Here we go.
Yes.
Here we go. Allen Iverson scored more points than Kobe Bryant in the fourth quarter in 2000s. Start there. Vince Carter scored more points in the fourth quarter than Kobe Bryant in the 2000s. In 2001, Iverson scored more points than Kobe in the fourth quarter. Paul Pierce scored more points than Kobe in the fourth quarter. In 2002, Iverson scored more points than Kobe in the fourth quarter.
What does that prove? That still doesn't prove anything.
That proves
That proves nothing.
Wait, I let you speak. That proves that Kobe's points can be replicated with these players, especially if they're playing alongside Shaq.
That doesn't prove anything because you still not telling me how can they win championships. Just because you saying they score more points. Okay. Okay. But how does that prove that he still can three-peat with these guys? It's hypothetical. You can't prove a hypothetical.
Mingo Jester, you just said the reason the Lakers won championship was because of Kobe's fourth quarter closing.
No, I did not say that was the reason. I said that's the reason. That's how Kobe helped. No, I didn't. I said that's how Kobe helped. That's how he helped the team. That was his contribution to the team.
I'm going to start with you, Juan Boy. Did he or did not say, Juan Boy, that Kobe is the reason why they won because his fourth quarter score and those guys couldn't do it?
That's exactly what he said.
Stop lying.
Listen, man.
Did he say that Kobe's fourth quarter scoring is why Kobe and the Shaq Lakers were able to win 3 championships because Kobe's fourth quarter scoring?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Let's bring up somebody else. Olo, did Mingo Jester state that the reason the Lakers won 3 championships was because of Kobe's fourth quarter scoring abilities?
That's what I heard.
Okay. Let's bring up West Coast. West Coast, did Mingo Jester say that the Lakers won 3 championships alongside Shaq and Kobe because of Kobe's fourth quarter scoring, and that's what the Lakers needed?
Yeah.
Okay. Mike, be a man. Did Mingo Jester just state that Kobe Bryant's fourth quarter scoring is why the Lakers were able to win 3 championships?
I hear that part.
Okay, so you're not going to be man enough to do that? That's you're a liar. We don't allow liars up. Mr. CJ
nigga, you
from
a liar.
Bro, see? Mingo Jester, did Mingo Jester state, CJ, that Kobe Bryant's fourth quarter scoring was why the Lakers were able to win 3 championships and he was able to do something none of those other players could? Are you there, CJ? Well, going once, going twice. Next man up. Kenneth, I know you're available.
Y'all saying just lying for no reason.
Did Mingo Jester say?
Yes, he did. He did. I heard it. Y'all
Jester,
lying, boy.
why did
All
you lie,
y'all
Mingo Jester?
No, I did not lie. I said that's how Kobe that's what his contribution to the team. That's how he helped the team. I did not say that's the reason why they won championship. I know Shaq had a big reason. That ain't what I said. Y'all sitting there lying for no reason. Why you about to sit here and lie?
Could anybody else do what Kobe did?
Y'all some capping ass niggas, boy.
Anybody else do what Kobe did? Mingo Jester.
But we can speak on this hypothetical all day and try to prove that it's a fact all we want to. But we all know what time it is about a hypothetical.
Mingo Jester, I need you to answer my question. So
Tracy McGrady, T-Mac, and all these T-Mac and Iverson were hypothetically going to 3 because Ajani said so. Okay, right. This is sad, boy. Very sad.
Since Mingo Jester refused to answer my question, which was again, I asked him was, who could do what Kobe did for the Lakers to win those 3 championships? He refused to answer that question. The reason he refused to it because I proved him wrong, like I proved all Zesty Jeffries wrong for coming up here lying without knowing basketball. It's not my fault, Mingo Jester, you're a Kobe Bryant fan. I understand you're a Kobe Bryant fan. Nothing about what I say about Kobe Bryant today will take away his greatness at all. But the lies that you guys have been saying is taken away from Shaquille O'Neal's greatness. You guys must stop lying on Shaq's name. So I ask you again, and I need you to answer the question. What did Kobe do that these other players can't so that they can't win those 3 championships? You can unmute yourself, Mingo Jester.
I'm sorry, Mr. Handicap Man. I didn't mean to offend you. Do you speak sign language? Can you read lip? Let me break it down. If you don't answer me when I speak to you, I'm gonna put my foot in your ass. Is that clear, dummy?
Boy, I am the nightmare of basketball world. I can see why y'all don't like this. I can see why I can't get a 20v1. Because imagine me sitting here, 20 other Zesty Jeffries. Could you imagine the embarrassment of being a Jordan fan and a Kobe fan after that night and witnessing something like that?
Yo, this.
I want to let everybody get a chance to speak, but y'all not speaking. Y'all are afraid. I don't understand this.
Hey, we got a new name. We got a new name for Kobe. Johnny, we got a new name for Kobe fans. You ready?
What is it?
The sweet beans or zesty beans.
Ooh, the zesty bean.
Yo, that's crazy work, bro.
The
Zesty
zesty
beans.
beans.
Come on, man.
Bro.
Come on, man.
Listen, again, I knew they were going to. That's why they hate me, because their logic is so easily debunked. Because I've heard all the lies. So you guys knew as soon as I went and found these players, they were going to tell me some nonsense about defense and fourth quarter scoring, right? Which they can't tell you defense. They're going to bring up all defensive selections. Michael Finley, Gary Payton, and Eddie Jones are all defensive players. So I don't get it. Allen Iverson led the league in steals multiple times. Vince Carter.
Hold on, hey, Ajani.
Mm-hmm.
How you got? Oh, no. That's Eddie Jones up there, right?
That is Eddie Jones, sir.
Bro, come on, bro. Ajani, you gotta stop these takes, bro. Like I know you
Respect
don't like
Eddie
Kobe,
Jones.
but come on, bro. Come on,
It's
bro.
not respect Eddie Jones.
They didn't win.
Kobe was there too. You forgot?
After Eddie Jones started, they didn't win. How you gonna have him up there
Kobe
when we
started
saw
in
Eddie Jones and
99.
Shaq not win? Bro,
Kobe started
on.
in 99. They traded away Eddie Jones in the middle of the 99 season for Kobe. And what happened then?
Bro, when they had Eddie Jones as the starting, when he started over Kobe, they didn't win nothing. So all of this, they would have won with it. No, they wouldn't. That's cap,
Okay.
bro. All of this stuff, you didn't prove nothing. All you did was put some fourth quarter scoring stats and said they would have won, but you didn't really prove nothing.
Go ahead, continue. We want to hear your cries. I didn't prove nothing. Your lies proved me right. Because like I told you, sir, Eddie Jones didn't have this Shaq. Kobe had this Shaq in 2003. Why Kobe didn't win? Answer that question, Mike. Why Kobe didn't win in 2003 with this Shaq? Why did you mute yourself, Mike?
Yeah.
Mike mute the mic. Mike,
he muted himself. Ladies and gentlemen, Mike muted himself. He muted himself.
You might as well hit the X button.
Again, this is why I'm the exposer.
I'm sorry, Mr. Handicap Man. I didn't mean to offend you. Do you speak sign language? Can you read lip? Let me break it down. If you don't answer me when I speak to you, I'm gonna put my foot in your ass. Is that clear, dummy?
So unlike wait, let me fix this. So unlike let me see here. Let me fix this here. Unlike Tracy McGrady. Unlike Gilbert
Wait,
Arenas.
why can't I hear it, bro? What?
Yeah. Now your mic is
My
working.
audio messed up.
You gonna learn today.
Come on, man.
Yo,
That's the oldest trick in the book, bro.
I'm telling you, ladies and gentlemen, they, like I said, Tracy McGrady, Gilbert Arenas, when they out here talking to Skap Attack, talking to Low, you're not never prepared. You guys were not prepared for somebody to ask you why Kobe didn't win with 2003 Shaq. Why y'all bringing up Penny Hardaway, Yao Ming, all these other Eddie Jones? Why didn't Kobe win in 03 with Shaq? Why did they lose then? Y'all already know why they lost in 04. Y'all don't even want to go there because we don't want to disrespect Kobe. But y'all don't want to talk about what happened.
Hey, Lamar, can you hear me?
In 03. We can hear you. Lamont's not here. This is GOAT James Kingdom.
I mean, what's your name? Ajani, can you hear me?
Who's this trying to talk? Is that you, Mike?
Yeah.
Mike, I'm Ajani the Exposer. This is GOAT James
Ajani.
Kingdom. Don't ever show up on GOAT James. First of all, stop going to FYF to watch my shows. Subscribe to GOAT James Kingdom because you're not going to find nobody who talk basketball better than me, including Lamont. So don't do that to me, brother. My name is Ajani the Exposer. This is what I do for a living. Oh, my boss is here. So now we all got to shut up.
It's crazy work.
This was all cap.
The problem is this could have all been avoided, right?
Mm-hmm.
If Kobe fans didn't get caught up in their feelings and just sit back and think and just sit back and say to yourself,
go ahead, Lamont. It's
all they had to do was
All you gotta do is say his name. His greatness puts all other goes to shame.
T-Mac was trying to say he could replace Kobe and do the 3-peat. T-Mac didn't say nothing like that. All T-Mac said was, if you give me a player like Shaq, I could win titles too. He didn't say he could 3-peat. He didn't say he could outdo Kobe. He didn't say he can rank higher than Kobe. All he said was, I can win championships too. And if y'all didn't get caught up in y'all feelings and start making all these weird Kobe connections, y'all wouldn't have got ether like this. This was bad for Kobe. I don't understand. I don't think Kobe fans understand how bad this was. I think when they rewatch this, they're gonna see how bad it was. Because all the Kobe fans did was reflect and go to other topics, and it was bad because I thought Lowe would come up with a better argument than Kobe motivated Shaq. That was nasty right there. Kobe motivated Shaq.
LeBron James, all you gotta do is say his name. His greatness puts all other goes to shame.
All you gotta do is just admit that these other players were just as great and talented. And as a number 2 option, they could have did the same thing Kobe did.
50,000
Whether one championship, 2, 3, we don't know, but I almost can guarantee they would have at least won one. Which was T-Mac's entire point. Just one. Not a 3-peat, not a 4-peat, not a 8-peat. Just one. And it's that one championship that seems to be the defining thing for a player. This is why Dirk is ranked so high. This is why Hakeem is ranked so high. Even if you get one, it makes your legacy looks a lot different, and that's all T-Mac and everybody talking about Rico was saying. That's all they were saying,
man. Lamont, they were not prepared for me, Lamont. They really were not.
So, John, real quick.
Today. It was a lot of
real logic. I want real logic. How do they 3-peat with Eddie Jones? If you
hold on. Can I answer this? Mike, nobody first of all, when this conversation first got started with T-Mac, it was never about can you 3-peat. I don't know why y'all keep saying 3-peat. T-Mac,
I said it though. That's the nice.
I get what you said. Hey, I'm saying for all people like Mike and all the Kobe fans, we got to this point only because one, they cannot never accept the greatness of Shaquille O'Neal. Like they have to pretend that they don't understand that Shaq was so dominant. Hold on one second, Mike. They have to pretend that they don't understand that Shaq was so dominant that he attracted triple and double teams, which opened the door for Kobe to be a great scorer early on. They have to pretend that Shaq wasn't getting double. Like those triple and double teams don't impact Kobe's ability to score when we know. And then they try to use T-Mac as a number one option on another team where, like you said, Ajani, he's getting all the gravity, he's getting the double teams, and he's still putting up similar numbers to Kobe as a number two option. That's the problem. So can T-Mac with a lesser role get behind the most dominant player in NBA history and win championships? Yes. Could out like for example, if we switch Allen Iverson and Kobe Bryant in that 2001 team, does Kobe Bryant's skill overcome Allen Iverson and a combination of Shaquille O'Neal? Hell no. Iverson's still gonna get his 30, and Shaq gonna get his 35 and 15, and Allen Iverson gonna win championships too, and ain't nothing Kobe can do about it. And that's what T-Mac was talking about. Because if you put Kobe in the place of some of these other players, and you put that player in the place of Shaq, they running through Kobe Bryant as well. If you, like I said, just look to that F76ers team. You really think the combination of Dikembe Mutombo and Kobe Bryant is going to beat Shaq and Allen Iverson? Hell no. They running through them boys.
You know the wild, crazy thing about
and
it?
That's all we saying. And that's the point you making, Johnny, is that you don't, when you have Shaq on your team, it makes life easier. I don't care if it's an out of shape Shaq. I don't care if it's an overweight Shaq. I don't care what type of Shaq you got, because look at the version of Shaq that you had in Miami. That was an overweight, declining Shaquille O'Neal, and D Wade took that and won a chip.
Thank you.
What you think these guys
Gary
do with
Payton
a prime
old ass.
Shaq?
I just, Johnny.
Hold on. Before y'all go again, I know there's a lot of y'all up here, but
that's all I wanted to say. I'm gonna be watching. I got to get out of here, but this is a nasty show. I'm definitely clipping this one up, man.
Oh, definitely.
And just so I know, Goat Cast is
There's
watching.
a lot of capping.
I think Goat Cast.
I'm gonna answer your question, Mike. Go ahead.
Do y'all know Goat Cast podcast?
Yeah, I know him. I started following him recently.
Yeah, I think he dropped probably the dumbest video on this topic that I have ever seen. I'm doing a reaction to it tomorrow, but man, and Goat Cast seems like a very intelligent dude. But man, oh man, his video was dumb, and I'm breaking that down tomorrow. But hey, man,
Lamar, check your DM.
Appreciate you. Before y'all go, I gotta answer Mike's question. Mike asked me a question. I'm gonna let Twin Man go, and I'm gonna let Juan Boy go, and then I'm gonna let David go next, because David is a content creator, and I gotta let him up next because he's been patient as well. So, Mike, to answer your question, let's just start off with Eddie Jones. The reason Eddie Jones could win is because, for one, Eddie Jones is a solid defender. So you're not gonna lose anything on the defensive side. Not only that, Eddie Jones could shoot the basketball. He will create space for Shaq by being the guy who you have to protect on the three-point line. As you can see, he shoots 38% from three-pointer. So not only could he create his own shot, rebound, pass, steal, block, do all the things that Kobe was doing at that time, but he would be able to do it with the, like I said, the leisure of playing alongside Shaq and the triangle offense of Phil Jackson, who's also going to motivate Eddie Jones. Okay, let's start from the top. You already admitted Allen Iverson. They're winning 3 or more. Allen Iverson and Shaquille O'Neal are going to win championships and go party and come back and win championships. They might have won 5 straight championships between 2000 and 2004. And he's going to stay after 2004 plus Shaq. They would have won all kinds of championships. Same thing with Vince Carter. Without a doubt. That's why the star is there, because they would actually win outside of 2004, because they all could do the same things. They can score in the fourth quarter. They can play defense, and they can play alongside Shaq without feeling like their game is taken away from them. Now, Iverson can't shoot like the rest of these guys can, but we know Iverson can create plays. But you gotta give Iverson something if he's playing along Shaq. Imagine everything that they were doing in Philadelphia to stop Iverson. He was still able to do that. So imagine with the leisure playing alongside Shaq. Gary Payton's the same thing. All defensive selected player in 2000, 2001. He's giving you 8 assists per game. That supplements the 25 points per game Kobe's giving you, because he's still giving you 21 points per game. Now, he had struggled in the triangle offense early on, but again, that was a triangle offense that was not ran well because of Kobe. Then you have Jerry Stackhouse. Again, Jerry Stackhouse was a baller, ladies and gentlemen. He's probably the most inefficient shooter of all these teams, of all these players here, but he's playing alongside Shaq. He can also be the fourth quarter guy, dig down on defense, sit in his chair, help do some hustle plays, and help Kobe and them help Shaq and them win some more championships. Now, he may not last like 2005, 6, 7. It might just be to 2004. So I can see him winning there. Same thing with Michael Finley. Michael Finley won a championship with the Spurs, playing with a lesser role. So imagine if he has to play his role with Shaq. He's going to win as well with Shaq. Let's not even talk about Ray Allen. You can't even double team Shaq with Ray Allen's on the floor. Ray Allen's going to have so many open threes. Ray Allen's going to dominate. I already gave you Eddie Jones. Allen Houston is probably the worst defender on this whole scenario, but he's the best shooter in this whole scenario. So there's no way in the world you're going to have him stand there and Shaq is not going to be able to dominate when he's on the offensive side. The Lakers will supplement their defense and efficiencies with Rick Fox, Ron Harper, Derek Fisher, Robert Ory, Horace Grant. Like they had a team full of. That's why they got those veteran players. Dennis Rodman's. Phil Jackson's not stupid. Then you got Paul Pierce. Without a doubt, Paul Pierce is winning championships with Shaquille O'Neal, and they're winning beyond the 2004 season because Paul Pierce don't care about being no sidekick. If he could win with almost a decrepit KG, he's definitely winning with a prime Shaq. And Jalen Rose is your guy's best option. I'll give you that. But I tell you this: Jalen Rose is similar to Eddie Jones, but he's better passer. He's probably even as good as Eddie Jones on the defensive side. But again, he would work well with Shaq because he would play his role, do what he's supposed to do to help the Lakers win. He's not going to be upset. So he's another one that could win 3 championships because, again, you're playing alongside this Shaquille O'Neal. So with that being said, sir, I answered your question. I'm going to let Twin Man up. And if you have anything to ponder, hold on to it and wait till these gentlemen are done. That way you can speak. But what's good, Twin Man? Thank you for joining me, brother.
Hey, what's up, bro? You know I've been in the clouds.
LeBron James. So tell me, what you been in the clouds? Why?
Yeah, man, I just been listening and it's been hilarious. But I just had, instead of calling them the zesty beans, bro, call them the sweet peas.
Look, they're begging for the show to be over. They're begging for the show to be over. Is this over yet? Stop, Ajani. Why are you doing this?
The sweet peas. Call them the sweet peas or the lima beans.
You zesty beans need to take this L. Oh, you guys couldn't hear Lamont when I was playing the LeBron James song?
No, we couldn't hear nothing. That's why I was laughing.
I'm trying to fix my soundboard so that we can do stuff like that. But I thought I put the volume down on that. But it's okay. Lamont said what needed to be said. At the end of the day, you guys caused this.
All jokes aside, though, Johnny, I don't understand why this is so controversial. Excuse me. This shouldn't be controversial at all, bro. And like I completely agree. The disrespect of Shaquille O'Neal saying just because you remove Kobe Bryant, they don't win 3 championships is crazy to me. When literally Shaq is the driving force on why they won those championships. He literally was the most dominant player over that stretch. I don't see why you can't put in a T-Mac, a AI, any other players you name, and you get the same result. The only thing they have to do is produce. Because Shaq's gonna sit here, he's gonna grab rebounds, he's gonna protect the rim. I mean, he's giving you a double-double. We're talking like 38, like 30 plus and 15. Why is this controversial? I don't get it.
It's Kobe. Listen, we've been spending the last 10, 15 years discrediting LeBron so that Kobe and Mike could sit on the pedestal. We've been letting Zesty Jeffries and Kobe Bryant fans, Zesty Jeffries and Zesty Beans create so many lies over the last 15 years that we have to try to debunk them now. This reminds me of like fighting racism. You have to explain to people how racism works to the point to where they think you're making shit up. Like they don't believe you when I tell people, I'm gonna get deep here. There's a point in time in slavery, black people were not allowed to have emotions. If you were sad, happy, you were only allowed to have an emotion if your master told you so. To the point to where when we had to laugh, we had to go laugh in barrels. That's where you get the term a barrel of laughs. Because if you was caught laughing, you would get in trouble. And when people bring up black people emotions today and you try to correlate that with the history of how they were dealt with as people and human beings, people can't find that correlation because for the last 300 years, people have been lying about slavery and the effects of slavery upon black people. And just to segue into what we're talking about for basketball so we don't get too deep, it's the same thing. We've been lying so long about Kobe Bryant and Michael Jordan that now that the truth is revealed, it seems like you're being blasphemous. It seems like you're making things up. It seems unreal. Right. It's not realistic. Lo just told me he was 7 in 2002. Again, ladies and gentlemen, in 2002, I had a 2-bedroom apartment living on my own. I had a 3-year-old daughter. And 2002, I was working, paying bills on my own, struggling on top of that, but still, I was a full-fledged adult. Almost went to
2002,
Afghanistan. Almost went to Afghanistan. But go ahead. I'm sorry, whoever was just trying to speak.
bro. 2002. I'm 19 years old.
See, so you're old enough to remember. So let's land your plane here, Twin Man, so we can let Juan Boy in because I know David got something to say. I know all you guys got something to say. I spoke enough. I think I've won. I don't think there's not a Zesty Jeffrey or a Zesty Bean that y'all can go get that's going to show up. Not Skap, not Cricket, not Carcino for Life, not Meltdown Sports, not Dookie in them. Y'all not going to find what's his name? Clutch, whatever his stupid name is. Not him. There's not a Kobe Bryant fan that y'all can get that y'all praise. Not Rashard McCants, not Gilbert Arenas, not Tracy McGrady. Y'all got to take this L today. And it was given to you by me, Ajani. I gave you guys this L today. Take it. Go home with it.
Nigga, how you gave us the L on a hypothetical?
Because everything's a hypothetical.
How'd you give us the L on a hypothetical? Man, be real, man.
Because your expectations is hypothetical.
Hey, Johnny.
And you argue expectations all the time.
Hey, Johnny, that's just like me coming here saying Michael Jordan would have won 10 rings if he wouldn't have retired in 93 and 94 and 95.
You can't say that because he lost in 95, so you can't say that. Because he lost in 95. Because he lost in 95.
I'm saying, he would have won 9 rings. How about he would have won 9 rings? He would have won 9 rings if he would have retired in 94. How about that?
He can't because he lost in 95 and he played.
I said 94. In 94, he didn't play at all.
Okay, you can say the Chicago Bulls could have won a championship in 94. It's very logical. That's not illogical. And there's nothing wrong about that hypothetical. There's nothing wrong about that hypothetical. Okay, the next other question is, I'm gonna prove to you how this is just a Kobe Bryant fan trying to deflect the conversation by telling us hypotheticals should not be discussed.
It's hypothetical.
No, Mingo Jester. Who's the better running back? Barry Sanders, Emmitt Smith.
You talking to me?
Yes, Mingo Jester.
Why you got to pause on that? Wow.
Okay.
Who's the better running back, Barry Sanders or Emmitt Smith?
For me personally, I got Barry Sanders.
Why?
The reason why I got Barry Sanders is because of what Barry Sanders did without the offensive line that he had, that Emmitt Smith had, that he didn't have. That's why.
And that hypothetical is okay?
No, that ain't hypothetical. That's real. He didn't have an offensive line. That ain't no hypothetical. It didn't have an offensive line.
Mingo Jester, your hypothetical is that Barry Sanders would have the same stats as Emmitt Smith because of the offensive line.
That ain't what I said. That's not what I said.
You just said that. You just said if he didn't have that line, that he did it without that line. So your hypothetical is that with a line, he would have been better.
That's what you're saying.
Say that, though. No, that ain't what I'm saying. I'm saying what I'm saying.
That's exactly what you're saying.
That's exactly what you're saying.
No. I'm saying he produced the stats that he produced with the offensive line that he had. That's what I'm saying.
So Mingo Jester, question:
Hold on, guys. I got this. So would Barry Sanders have the same career if he ran behind Emmitt Smith offensive line in Dallas?
That ain't my argument, though. So you're trying to make an argument that I'm not making.
You did make that argument because you said that he had the line that he had. His career is his career. Emmitt Smith had more yards, more touchdowns, more championships. How is Barry Sanders better than him?
Right.
He shakes and bakes better. He shakes and moves around better.
I don't think he really understands from the moment he said Barry Sanders, he already gave a hypothetical. I'm going to sleep, man. I got to be up early, bro.
Thank you. And with that being said, Mingo Jester. Wait.
Gotcha, bitch.
Because the reason they fall for this trick, Lamont, is that they swear they have a foolproof argument because their only argument is please stop hurting my feelings. So let's let Juan Boy in so I can let David.
Johnny, come on.
No, that's facts. Go ahead, Juan Boy, please. So we can get David because David's impatient.
The hypothetical with the Barry Sanders thing, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know why he set himself up for that. And then he gave the perfect answer as to why Barry Sanders had less success than Emmitt Smith which can also translate into
Nigga, how y'all gonna try to make an argument that I didn't make?
I'll let you talk.
That ain't the argument that I made. Y'all trying to make
Yes,
me
you
make
did.
that
You
argument.
basically said the offensive line he had was why he wasn't better than Barry Sanders. So you think that, I mean,
That ain't what I said.
so you think
That's
he would
not
be
what I
better
said.
if he didn't do that?
That's not what I said, though.
So what
Y'all
makes
trying to
him
make an
better?
argument that I didn't make. That ain't what I
You
said.
said offensive line. You brought up offensive line.
I said Barry Sanders still produced. I said Barry Sanders still produced the stat that he produced with the offensive line that he had.
But it wasn't better than Emmitt Smith.
Okay.
But it wasn't better than Emmitt Smith. But it wasn't better than Emmitt Smith.
Now you
But it
just
wasn't
let
better
me
than Emmitt
just
Smith.
finish it. You just
But still, you going by
repeated
stats,
what you
right?
said.
I know you going by stats,
You
right?
just worded it different. Now,
Yes, because you're not.
Now,
What are you
we
going
all
by?
know-
What are you going? That he had a bad
Barry
offensive
Sanders-
line?
No. I'm just saying Barry Sanders is just a better running back. Period.
Based off
Because of
what?
what he produced. Because of what he produced with the
He didn't
offensive
produce
line
more
that
than
he had.
he didn't produce more than Emmitt Smith.
You might as well say he did because of the offensive line he had.
Why?
Well,
Because
I'm gonna
that's the
No.
hypothetical.
Now, can I go?
That's
Now,
the
can I
hypothetical.
finish after what you
Yeah,
just?
go ahead, please, go ahead.
After
Finish,
what
go
you
ahead.
just said, Mingle, that can also correlate with the same scenario with Tracy McGrady. You take Barry Sanders and put him behind one of the best offensive lines in the Dallas, and far from coaching and ownership and how together that team was, Barry might put up, and I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna give you some context. Barry might be more productive than Emmett, because Barry was faster than Emmett, just as strong, more athletic, and he was a workhorse. Now, you can say the same shit if you want to take T-Mac and switch him with Kobe. The Lakers are one of the greatest franchises ever, and they have arguably the greatest coach in basketball history. So if Barry Sanders would do better behind the better offensive line, what make you think T-Mac wouldn't do better under one of the best arguably the greatest organization in NBA history?
Yo, good question. But check this out. Lamont said it best. This is actually great right here. Answer this, Mingo Jester. By your logic, then that means T-Mac and Iverson were better than Kobe because they were able to produce on the worst team. You see how y'all can never stand 10 toes down. How was Barry more productive? Great one. Where was Barry more productive than Emmitt Smith at? Where? You're going to bring up the fact he ran behind the offensive line, and you're going to hypothetically assume that Barry Sanders would do better behind that offensive line. So hypotheticals are what we do all the time. Comparing players is about hypotheticals. So that means we can't say who's going to win between the 96 Bulls and the 2017 Warriors because it's a fucking hypothetical? Yeah, all because Kobe Bryant got exposed. Then it's not really Kobe, like Lamont said, it's you guys' fault. It's you Zesty Beans' fault for lying on Kobe and getting emotional, all because all Tracy wanted to remind y'all is that he could win championships if he plays alongside Shaq, and y'all will be talking about him differently. But because he didn't have that opportunity, y'all are calling him the first round loser. Y'all are disrespecting his career. And then on top of that, y'all are disrespecting Shaq. As if Shaq needed Kobe Bryant to win 3 championships when he's out here balling, doing things like this. He doesn't need Shaq. He doesn't need Kobe. Like, I can do the same thing y'all doing with Emmitt Smith and Barry Sanders for T-Mac and Kobe. If T-Mac was playing alongside Shaq and all that other stuff, he would do the same thing. Kobe. You just proved our points here, Mingo Jester. You just did. Thank you. Another one just proving our points. Like, still proving our points. And where's this other Zesty Jeffrey that was up here saying something slick, talking about this is how LeBron James fans argue, but won't step up and hit the link and try to make a claim for what tonight's program's about. All you guys do is talk out your mouth. I didn't make up nothing. Come prove me wrong, Mr. Mean Green. Mr. Mean Gene. Come up here. The link is here. But you're gonna cower. Now let's let. By the way, Go ahead, David. I'm sorry, David. I know I keep saying I'm gonna bring you back up. Go ahead, David. Please, I apologize.
Oh no, bro, you're good. I was just enjoying. I was enjoying that fry because I was frying that nigga. But no, like this is what we talking about. The whole just to add on to the hypothetical thing. And you said it best with the whole expectation thing. Like, literally, this is what we do every offseason. Every time a massive move happens in the offseason, we're literally having expectations and hypotheticals based on what the new offense, like based on what the player has joined in the offseason. Like, literally, we're literally doing that right now because we're in the season, because we're stuck having to do that because the season hasn't started again. Like, we're in the offseason right now, and just when I scroll through Instagram alone, everybody and mama is talking about how the Rockets look like they're going to be the new team that's going to be dominating next season in the West because they got KD. Like, the Mavericks just got D'Angelo Russell. So now the people think the Mavericks about to be something in the Western Conference this upcoming season. All this is hypotheticals. We do this all the time. But just like you said, bro, it's only because it's Kobe. And then, like I said earlier in my video, I said, like, people are acting like Kobe didn't choke a 3-1 lead. Y'all getting on T-Mac for his first round losses. Last time I checked, Kobe Bryant showed a 3-1 lead while being the best individual player. Because in 06, I believe Kobe Bryant was the best individual player. You at the 81 points, 62 and 3/4. Who's doing Kobe-like stuff? Who's doing that in 06? Nobody except Kobe Bryant. And you get in the playoffs, and then you tap there in a game 7 and have 2 points in the second half. Mind you, this was after a game 6 where Kobe Bryant had 54 points. So you can give me 54, and then the next game come out here and give me 2 points in the second half. Or how about after Shaq left in 05, we missed the playoffs. 06 blew a 3-1 lead. And then 07 got bounced out of the first round again. And then before the 08 season even starts, Kobe Bryant's demanding a trade. But y'all getting no T-Mac for not winning with Yao Ming. What are we talking about?
See, now this is good. We get into this hypothetical talk, right? Isn't it
Like,
the
come on, man.
hypothetical? Oh wait, isn't it the hypothetical, ladies and gentlemen, that if Jordan had Dwyane Wade and Bosh instead of Scottie Pippen, or Kyrie Irving and AD, he would have won championships too, just like LeBron did? Or if he was playing in the weak East? Aren't these hypotheticals that you guys stay bringing up? Aren't the expectations of LeBron James joining forces in Miami and bringing his talents to South Beach, the expectation of him winning 5, 6, 7, 8 championships? That's an expectation. That's also a hypothetical. It's not real, Tyson. It's predicated on
the
your
Bulls
belief.
will win 8 in a row if Michael don't quit.
Exactly. So the hypothetical that Tracy McGrady could win 5 championships with Shaq, which he can, is also predicated on something at least we have to stand on. The same way y'all feel like, well, if Jordan had a 25-point per game score instead of a 60-point per game score, you know how many championships he would win? Now, that's a hypothetical. Y'all don't never have a problem talking about.
Johnny, can I answer the Barry Sanders and the running back question? Can I answer that since football's my... Please. The reason why Barry Sanders is better without using stats is because, or is talking about offensive line, is because Barry Sanders was a shiftier, faster running back. That's how you make the argument without bringing up offensive lines and all that other stuff. Because football was my sport in high school. I played defensive line. I had to tackle running backs. That's how you make that argument.
No, I didn't do that to have someone make the argument. I already knew he was going to go there. You got to remember, this is what I told you. I've been prepared for this. Again, y'all, we started GOAT James Kingdom April of 2022. Since then, every week, Brandon and I has had a show on different topics every week. In fact, when we first started GOAT James Kingdom, we had 2 topics per show. Brandon would pick one and I would pick my own, and we would discuss both topics on the show. So we are 3 years advanced on all of these guys who've been spending their time lying with one another because they will never show up here. Or no, they will send me an invite to go expose them on their platform. So they're safe in their own sanctuary, which is why we're safe here. This is why when I told those guys on PC that this is a safe space, because nobody's going to come here and be hostile and be wrong. You can be hostile and right in GOAT James Kingdom, but you ain't going to be hostile and wrong. So as soon as you get hostile and you're wrong, you're going to get exposed quickly.
Yeah.
So we have this information, but go ahead and close your statement, and then I'm gonna let everybody let their last take in without arguing. I don't want nobody arguing because I want to end the show. I'm hungry. I need to eat. I done ate enough Zesty Jeffries tonight. That's just my calories that I needed for the day. But now I need some protein.
Empty calories.
Yeah, I need some real nutrition right now in my life. Right?
Yeah, so you need some real nutritional value.
Let's let West Coast go first, and I'll go down the line. Go ahead, West Coast, please.
All right, bet. So my thing is just like I don't think it's outlandish for you to like value peak Shaq that much because it's peak Shaq. It's literally like amongst the best fucking peaks of all time. It's like Jordan or LeBron or whatever. But I just disagree. Like I just do think that like Kobe and the level he played in that three-peat was like all-time dominant as well, next to Shaq's all-time dominance. So maybe you could get a similar or the same result with an Iverson or Paul Pierce or like somebody else who said like maybe T-Mac, but like certain other players on that list, I just highly disagree, bro. But like the best on that list, I can see that. The best on the list, I can see it. It's not like the lower half. I think that's kind of like crazy.
All right. Before you go, I'm gonna let you go. Does Shaq win a championship in 02 with Jordan?
What version of Jordan?
The 02 Jordan, the 25-point per game Jordan.
With 02, I mean, if Jordan stays healthy the whole time, I can see it. If Jordan is healthy, I could maybe see that.
Remember, he doesn't have to do as much. He's playing with Shaq, right? So hey, listen, they were around here telling us that Jordan was better than the LeBron we see today. I know David's face is like, hell no. David's like, what is going on here? What kind of question is that? But I'm going to go down the line.
Let's start with look. This is funny. No, just real quick, because if people, so like even me as a fucking Bron guy, like if that's the pre-injury Wizards Jordan, like with Shaq, it's possible. I ain't gonna rule it out.
We already know you believe Shaq's losing 02. He don't got Kobe. Only way Shaq's losing 02 is with Kobe, with you Kobe Bryant fans. Y'all can't help it. So let's get to you, Olo. Go ahead, Olo. Answer the question. Does he win with Jordan in 2002? And then you can finish your last take.
Which one? Which player does who win with Jordan?
The Shaq and the Lakers win in 02 if you replace Kobe Bryant with Michael Jordan from the 02 Jordan. Yep. He said
yep.
Shit. All right, go ahead. Get your last take in so we can get up out of here, please, brother.
I got a hypothetical. Would Michael Jordan make the playoffs with Jerry Stackhouse or Rip Hamilton? Oh shit, my bad. He played with him and missed the playoffs both years.
Damn.
That's all.
Damn. Okay. See, look, that shots fired at Jordan for no reason. Just took shots at Jordan for no reason. Olo, that's sad. All right, David, go ahead, brother. What you got for us before we get up out of there? Make sure you plug in your platform again so everybody can follow you.
Oh yeah, I forgot to do that. How do I do that? Do I have to like? Just
just listen. Okay, listen. The name of his platforms, no matter where you go, is called Best Take Podcast. You'll find him on TikTok. You'll find him on Instagram. You're also on Facebook as well, correct?
Yeah, I think I am on Facebook. If you can't find me on Facebook, I'm on the major other three.
Yeah, but you're definitely on TikTok.
Here, like YouTube.
Yeah, YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok. So definitely follow him. He does a great job. He is a Kobe Bryant fan. He doesn't have LeBron as the GOAT. So stop calling him a LeBron sexual. He's just a basketball fan, a young man trying to learn the game. How old are you, David?
Oh, I'm 21, bro. That's what's so crazy. I get called a Bron sexual, and I'm 21 years old, and I actually grew up with Kobe. Like Kobe, you can ask all my personal friends that I grew up with. Like Kobe's always been my personal GOAT. I just don't have to lie for my personal GOAT, and people get mad at me because I don't lie for Kobe. That's the only thing. Like
that's the funniest thing, bro. I was basically getting engaged when you was born, bro. That's crazy.
You said what?
I was getting engaged when you were born.
Wow.
I was being engaged to be married in 2000. You was born in 2004, correct?
2003, December 19th.
Oh, 2003. Okay. All right. So yeah. Okay. So see, that's oh damn, you got well, yeah. Oh, okay, it's the 13th. But damn, no. Oh, it's the 23rd. Okay, damn, I'm missing dates here. But either way, I always told myself I'm not going to argue with nobody that didn't see the towers drop, but we're not arguing. We're having a conversation. You had a good chance. Shout out to you, young man. Again, y'all make sure to follow David. His real page is Best Take Podcast. Follow that young man. He does great basketball talk, especially for all you young fellas. So let's go ahead with you, Mike. You're another young fella. How old are you, Mike?
Oh.
Mike Champ. How old are you, Mike? You can unmute yourself, Mike. Are you there, Mike? These dudes be on other channels while they on this channel. Like these dudes be on one show, scrolling through other shows, talking to other people on other shows. Kenneth, get your last word in, brother.
Yeah, thanks, man. Great show. I mean, I think maybe you went like some of the names you listed on there was a little bit too extreme. I can see T Mac and but when you talk about Eddie Jones played with Shaq. They didn't go nowhere. They couldn't even get to the championship.
Mhm.
So now, I come at it from a different perspective. I do feel Kobe Bryant is overrated. Okay, and I'll have that conversation. The young brother right there, I actually agree with a lot of the stuff he said. He actually forgot about 2008 when they coughed up that big lead to the Celtics, in the championship. But that's another conversation. But anyways, uh, 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 let me say this about Shaq. Shaq is dominant, but I think a lot of his dominance when he started really, really taking over the league, all the great centers was gone or old. Ewing, Olajuwon, Mourning had that, I think, an issue with his kidney. Who am I missing? Robinson. Even in 2000 when they won their first championship, Tim Duncan didn't play. Whether he got hurt. So I mean, again, that doesn't take the undo what you were saying about Kobe, because I do feel like if I saw that list, some of the guys you was Allen Iverson, could they win a championship? Yeah, but could they have sustained that? No. Nah, I don't think they could have sustained that just because of the mentality that both of them had. I think once they won the championship, Allen Iverson would have checked out. I just don't see it. But a lot of the stuff you were saying, like, I respect you. And again, as a Jordan fan, right, I do respect a lot of the stuff that you say. And even the stuff that you say that I feel is outlandish. You make strong points. I'll give you that. So have a nice night, bro.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Kenneth. Again, listen, I don't show up here, ladies and gentlemen, to give you guys my biased takes, my personal takes, because you guys don't know me. To be honest with you, the only guys that I give my subjective takes to are guys that I respect, that I can talk to. I go on Chill Towns Live. We have conversations all the time on the Sunday afternoon with the gentlemen that I do with. But I already have learned that for me to have the conversations that I need to have in basketball, I need to be objective, because y'all going to ask me for proof. Y'all going to ask me to prove things. Perfect example. The gentleman here, I'm going to let you go, Juan Boy. You're going to get the last word here, Juan Boy. He says here, show me one instance where T-Mac closed the series, played big in the fourth quarter. See, this is what they want to do. They want to bring up, they want you to bring up something that's not a hypothetical to say that Kobe's better. But if we go to 2001, Tracy McGrady averaged 6.4 points in the fourth quarter in that season. Kobe averaged 6.9. Kobe shot 43.7%. T-Mac shot 43.5%. T-Mac shot 40% from the three-point land in the fourth quarter that season. Kobe shot 25% from the three-point land in the fourth quarter that season. So T-Mac could definitely do that. And if we go to the next season, 2002, same players. We bring them up. Tracy McGrady, 6 points per game in the fourth quarter. Kobe, 6.1. Kobe shot 40.5% in the fourth quarter in 2002. T-Mac shot 45%. Kobe shot 22.7% from the three-point land in 2002 in the fourth quarter. T-Mac shot 37.8%. Now, this is T-Mac being guarded as the number one option and team strategizing versus him. Let's go to 03, which is Kobe's best season. T-Mac led the league in fourth quarter points in Kobe Bryant's best season alongside Shaq at 8.6 points per game in the fourth quarter. Now, I'm sorry, he didn't lead the league. He led guards. He was the number one guard in fourth quarter points. He averaged 46.7 field goal percentage and shot 35% from the three-point land in the fourth quarter. Kobe was behind him with 7.6 points per game, but he shot 41.8% and shot 31%. So this is Kobe playing alongside Shaq and not and producing less than T-Mac. Let's just go to the last year that Kobe had Shaq. Kobe was the number one guard. This time he shot better than T-Mac, and this time he actually played better than T-Mac in the fourth quarter. So it took Tracy McGrady to get to 2004 before you can find Kobe playing better than Tracy McGrady in the fourth quarter. Stop lying when you guys don't go do your research. This is why every last one of you zesty beans got exposed tonight, including Low. And this is why you didn't go run and get nobody else after Low, because Low was your savior. So shout out to Low. Peace and blessings, brother. Much respect to you, but you did a disservice. You talked about motivating Shaq. That's nonsense. So, Juan Boy, let's get your last word in here so we can get up out of here.
Man, great show, man. It's always great when you get to expose dudes for their feelings who claim to be basketball fans. But it's sad that that we're discrediting two greats in Shaq and T-Mac just to keep Kobe's name alive. where the conversation was never to discredit Kobe in the beginning. Kobe was great. You know what I'm saying? But you know what I mean? There was that he came in during that era where the two guards had similar games. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, they didn't get to play for Shaq and Phil Jackson under the Lakers organization. So their careers didn't go, they didn't have a good career trajectory. But that doesn't take away from their greatness. Any one of them could have done that with Shaq. All the guys that he named, because they're playing under a system. They're going to buy in. Kobe didn't want to buy in. So I think this is going to make great content because it's going to push you, Beasley, and y'all to be even more creative as far as making content because, you know, the basketball world is in the world of chaos. And if I got faith that anybody could, you know, shed more positive light on it, is you guys here, Go James Kingdom and Lamont over at FYF.
Yeah, indeed. Shout out again. That's why we do what we do. They brought up the numbers. They said show playoff numbers, knowing that Tracy McGrady didn't play enough playoff games. You're going to go off of a 4-game sample and say Tracy McGrady can't play in the fourth quarter. I gave you seasonal, what he did for the season. That's enough sample size to know that he can play in the fourth quarter, and he's doing it without Shaq. So stop trying to find ways to discredit T-Mac because Kobe just didn't do nothing different. And my favorite, Zesty Jeffrey, who loves to stay safe in the comments, curious. Those T-Mac numbers, what was those plus minus? No, those were his fourth quarter scoring numbers. Wasn't he playing in a weaker conference? He wasn't playing alongside Shaq. Wasn't he team losing more? Again, he wasn't playing alongside Shaq. Just wondering. He wasn't playing alongside Shaq. Because as soon as Shaq left, Kobe lost more than Tracy McGrady was losing.
Literally had the same playoff success and everything as T-Mac.
Had the same had similar levels going through the regular season.
I literally said that earlier, and then people got mad at me and they said I'm not a real Kobe fan. I just said, bro, so you just gonna ignore Kobe Bryant choking a 3-1 lead the same way T-Mac choked a 3-1 lead against Detroit? They literally did the same thing. And what's even more crazy about that series, y'all, when you compare those two series, they literally were up 3-1 and they both hit a game winner in their respective series and they still lost. And they still averaged 30 plus in that respective series. And they still choked. The only thing that's different is one gets ridiculed for choking more than the other one does because they just love Kobe more. That's the only thing that's different.
No, because Kobe
that's different, bro.
Kobe, listen, I'm not bringing up Paul George. Paul George didn't play in that era. The players that I brought up, ladies and gentlemen, are players who played in the same era that we're talking about and put up these numbers. Stop deflecting and trying to take away because you can't prove how Shaq can't win without Kobe, and I was able to do that. Tyson said I couldn't do it. I told you I could. I don't say anything up here unless I can prove it. Because I know I have a bunch of zesty Jeffries and zesty Beans who are going to ask me to prove everything I said. And tonight I proved everything I said, including the fact that y'all brought up Kobe's numbers in the fourth quarter when he was the reason why the Lakers lost in 03.
And in 04 too.
Y'all didn't want to accept that. Well, they already accepted that. So, gentlemen, I want to thank you, fine gentlemen, for joining me again. David, thank you. Thank you, Olo. Thank you, Juan Boy. I'm going to let you gentlemen get out of here and enjoy the rest of your evening. Because it is a Monday on top of that. I mean, I can't believe I did this on a Monday. This is diabolical by Ajani. This is just weird shit. But either way, this is what I do here in GOAT James Kingdom. Like I told you, I came here to prove my facts. And the fact is that Shaquille O'Neal will win championships with or without Kobe. And in fact, he would win more without Kobe. I told you that on the argument about who would be the better sidekick between him and Tracy McGrady. Shaq can win championships with any player who is a solid 2-guard perimeter player. And these players would definitely, during that span, help Shaq win 3 or more championships. Don't bring up fourth quarter scoring because I got players who can do fourth quarter scoring alongside Kobe Bryant, including Tracy McGrady, including Jalen Rose, including Jerry Stackhouse. Guys who were obviously their team's first options. Kobe was never their first options. And like I said, it took Kobe to realize losing Shaq and gaining us a perspective of how great your teammates have to be to help you win for him to start winning championships, he had to go ask the most legendary, greatest teammate of all time, Bill Russell, to explain how do you win with your teammates.
What have you learned from Bill Russell?
Wow. So, tactically speaking, because I'm always geek out about the game. He said when I played, I could score the ball, I could handle the ball, and I could pass the ball. But it was really important in order for us to win. I had to look at my teammates and say, okay, there's other players here that do that better. Therefore, I must allow them to do that. And what I do best is defend and rebound. So I'm going to completely focus on that. Let Kuzi handle the ball, right? Let Sams be the shooter, Havlicek be the shooter. And I thought that was a very, very insightful thing that I used in how I was able to go on and win those 2 championships post-Shaq.
So you heard him. The post-championships before Shaq was because he learned how to play with his teammates. When Kobe decided to let Shaq be Shaq during this span here, between 2004 and 2004, they won 3 championships. It wasn't until Kobe got his head too big into himself because Shaq was out here praising him. And that's why he thought in 2003 and 2004 that he could be the leader of the team. But Shaq wasn't ready to relinquish it. Shaq just wanted Kobe to know that he believed in him as well. So when Shaq was telling Kobe this, Kobe should have never took that and thought that Shaq was giving him the team.
Take that jersey and put your own jersey on, player.
About time now?
Yeah.
How?
Baddest duo ever, Superman and Batman. 3 rings. Sacramento, who? What? Rick, who? Hi, Tyra. Hi, Tyra. You crazy. You crazy.
So like I said, with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, Shaquille O'Neal is one of the greatest forces we've ever seen in NBA history, and he definitely would have won more championships. Kobe messed it up. Shaq has his faults. Shaq should learn how to be a better leader. That way he didn't have to push Kobe to the brink of wanting to get rid of him. But again, those are the facts, ladies and gentlemen. And that's why tonight's program, all of you guys going to stop disrespecting Shaq and leave it alone. Kobe's a 5-time champion, a 3-time sidekick champion, and Shaq is a 4-time alpha dog champion. So we're going to leave it at that. And with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, I want y'all to know that we are running a promotion for this Friday's Friday Night Exposure episode. If you are interested in joining us on Friday night for this contest, we will have a special contest where you guys are going to have eligibility to win any one of these 3 posters. You have this poster here if you're a LeBron fan. If you are a Zesty Jeffrey, there is this poster here available for you. If you're a Zesty Bean, you have this poster available to you. And the details on how you win this is basically going to be discussed right here in this promo.
Peace and blessings. Welcome to GOAT James Kingdom. Next week on the Friday Night Exposure with the Exposer, we will be celebrating 100 episodes of the Friday Night Show here on GOAT James Kingdom. So we will honor and show our appreciation to our greatest supporters and our greatest fans, which are our GOAT James Kingdom members. And we want to do that by having a contest to where any GOAT James Kingdom member that shows up on next Friday's show and explains why they have their favorite episode of the Friday Night Exposure with the Exposer, or the greatest Friday Night Exposure of somebody getting exposed on a Friday Night Exposure, then you will be able to win one of these 3 special GJK posters. So all you have to do is become a member of GOAT James Kingdom, and then from there you're automatically eligible for next week's contest. And again, the contest is, all you have to do is tell us what is your favorite Friday Night Exposure show or Friday Night Exposure in general. To become a GOAT James Kingdom member, all you have to do is go to our GOAT James Kingdom homepage, hit that join tab, and then from there, you'll see all the different perks to becoming a member of the GOAT James Kingdom platform. There's different tiers, so make sure you check out the tier that's right for you. And if you are part of the King's Guard of GJK, you are automatically eligible for a GJK poster after 1 month of renewal. And again, thank you very much for all of your support. Peace and blessings from GOAT James Kingdom.
So with that said, ladies and gentlemen, please be sure to check me out this Friday on the GOAT James Kingdom Friday Night Exposure with the Exposer. Live 9 p.m. Eastern for my 100th episode celebration. Shout out to all of you guys. But before that, check out Allen House so every Wednesday 9 p.m. Eastern right here on the GOAT James Kingdom channel. Also, subscribe to the Allen House Show channel, which is available on YouTube, is available on TikTok, is available on Instagram. So you can definitely follow him. He talks more than basketball. big time sports fan. We opened up our platform to his show. They do a great job every Wednesday, 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Central. That is the Alan Powell Show right here on the James Kingdom Show. Not to mention, on Saturday night, we do the Radar Show with B. Lee, Travis, and John. This week's topic for the Radar Show on Saturday night will be, is Akeem Olajuwon a top 10 player? Yes or no? Travis will be arguing that Akeem Olajuwon is a top 10 player, while Brandon will be arguing why Akeem Olajuwon is not a top 10 player. And also, the most incredible show on the internet and on social media, social media presence in basketball, is the GOAT James Kingdom Show on Sunday afternoons on the GOAT James Kingdom channel. Brandon and I are the club's hitmen. We talk basketball better than anybody. We destroy all Zesty Jeffrey and all Zesty Beans logic. All we do is talk basketball here in all y'all do is crying and screaming in other platforms about how you hate Ajani, how Ajani's that none of you want this smoke. I already told you who I am and where I'm about. We are the GOAT James Kingdom platform. We don't run from nobody. This is a safe space for all LeBron fans to talk the game of basketball. And like I told you, if you come at the king, you bet not miss. I keep telling y'all, I am him. There's only one me. There's never going to be nothing like me. If you want this, come get 20v1.
Sorry, bro. Who the hell is this? I'm the type of nigga stand on business, nigga. One man arm against 50, nigga.
Benny, bring me everyone. What do you mean everyone?
And with that said, ladies and gentlemen, y'all have a great rest of your Monday night. Peace and blessings from the GOAT James Kingdom Show.
Hey, yo, lesson here, babe. You come at the king, you best not miss.
If you're a basketball fan and you're tired of basketball shows that talk about fake narratives and using non-basketball terms like killer instinct, playoff translation, gravity, come to GOAT James Kingdom.
Welcome to GOAT James Kingdom, where basketball lives forever. You get to enjoy B. Lee and Ajani talk basketball every Sunday noon Eastern Time right here on the GOAT James Kingdom channel. Support by subscribing and also check out the membership at GOAT James Kingdom.
Trash. Trash. LeBron Ramon James Sr., born December 30th, 1984 at approximately 4:04 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, the greatest human being blessed among us mere mortals? 4 rings, 4 MVPs, the league scoring record, and he got more records than MJ and Kobe combined. Loving husband and devoted father of 3. Don't you ever disrespect my basketball daddy, you understand me? You know what? Log off, uninstall the game, and tell your mama to ground you, cause your mouth is reckless. Go disrespect LeBron James. Oh, I cannot believe you. I hope you break your ankles next pickup game, little nigga. Lakers in 5. Baby, you disrespect LeBron again.